Chapter 1, Reunion with the Goddess. Sigh. Lin Chen ran out of the karaoke box with his teeth gritted. Just now, Lin Chen had drunk 5 bottles of beer in one go, which was already his limit. He staggered out, looking for the bathroom. Yes, today was the birthday of the leader of the dormitory, and the whole dormitory of 4 people was invited to the party. It was said to be 4 people, but they each brought their girlfriends, which turned into a party for 7 people. It's not that Lin Chen can't find a girlfriend. At 183 centimeters tall, with a handsome face and standard sword-shaped eyebrows, he is a handsome guy no matter how you look at him. In the past 2 years at university, there have been quite a few girls who have pursued him, but Lin Chen has always been distracted. Tonight's party is also a ploy by his roommates to introduce Lin Chen to a girlfriend. Lin Chen hurriedly left while the other party was still coming. It's not that Lin Chen doesn't like women, but Lin Chen already has someone in his heart, and he can't fit in any woman from now on. This story starts 2 years ago. That summer, one night after the college entrance exam. Let's go. Lin Chen. Now that the exam is over, let's go party. I can't, Lin Chen thought, remembering that it was almost time for his date with the goddess. Speaking of this goddess, she was also the former school beauty queen of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, and she could be said to be Lin Chen's senior. Because of her outstanding academic performance, she skipped a grade and became a graduate student at Jianghai University at a young age. It was just a coincidence that she became Lin Chen's pen pal. During the 3 years of high school, the two became friends who could talk about anything. Now his classmates are calling him to a party, and he is torn between his friendship with his classmates, which he cannot refuse, and his appointment with his goddess, which he cannot let go. In the end, Lin Chen is dragged by his classmates to the graduation party. Lin Chen looks at the reproachful message on his phone. Why did you stand me up? He feels bad. Originally, they had been pen pals for 3 years, and today they could have taken their relationship to the next level. Sigh. Lin Chen drinks 5 beers in a row in response to his classmates' toast. After dinner, at the suggestion of his classmates, he went to a karaoke bar to sing. Lin Chen said he couldn't sing, then left the karaoke bar and ran towards the meeting place, hoping he would still make it in time. But rolling, I will never agree to it, let go of me. That was the voice of the goddess, she is in danger. Lin Chen suddenly sobered up halfway, and immediately ran in the direction of that voice. 2 burly men were surrounding a woman with disheveled hair. What was going to happen next was something that even a simple person could deduce. At this time, Lin Chen didn't know where he got the courage, and shouted, "Stop!" Then he pushed the 2 big men away, and then pulled the goddess in the corner and ran. He ran 3 streets in one breath, and after he could no longer move his legs, he found that his head was dizzy and he fell into the goddess's arms. Vaguely, he felt the goddess calling his name in his ear, but he just couldn't open his eyes. Climbing from one peak to another, one after the other. He fell asleep. This dream lasted a long, long time, and he didn't know how long it was before he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, a pair of big, watery eyes were staring at him in a daze. Whoosh! Lin Chen sat up in bed, panicked, and asked, "What are we doing here?" "Don't worry, I don't need you to take responsibility. After a night like this, we'll never see each other again. I hope we never see each other again." The goddess got up and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, last night's dream was real. He had actually spent an unforgettable night with the goddess. When he saw the bright red plum blossom on the bedsheet, Lin Chen could no longer keep silent. Ding xiao ya. Unfortunately, the goddess had already gone far away, leaving only the faint fragrance in the room. Looking at the empty room, Lin Chen felt a sharp pain in his heart, vowing to find her. Even if he could not do anything, he would take responsibility for his actions today. Lin Chen silently cut the plum blossom and carefully stored it. It wasn't that he had a fetish, but he felt that this was the only witness between him and the goddess, and he hoped that they would meet again in the future. 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen was in a karaoke box today, and he was provoked by the other 3 students in his dormitory. Not only did they show off their affection in front of him, but they also kept persuading him to introduce a girlfriend to him later, hoping that he would consider it. In a moment of excitement, Lin Chen gulped down 5 bottles of beer in one go and left in a hurry. Because he could never forget that night, and those big, watery eyes that kept staring at him. Boom! Ha! As soon as he walked out of the karaoke bar, a soft body crashed into him. Bang! The person opposite him spilled the contents of the bag in their hands all over the floor, apologizing non-stop. "I'm sorry." Several cans of milk powder were rolling around, spilling milk powder everywhere, and the diaper bag was also spread open. Lin Chen knew he had caused trouble. He reached into his bosom and took out his wallet, handing the woman across from him the only 200 yuan he had left. The moment their eyes met, Lin Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "You're Ding Xiaoya, your schoolmate." "No, it's not Ding Xiaoya." Ding Xiaoya panicked, picking up the milk can and diapers from the floor and hurrying to leave. Is this the goddess he couldn't stop thinking about 2 years ago? Is she married now? Why does she have baby items? Does she already have a child? Can 2 short years change a person so much? It turned out that the noble and cold beauty had a somewhat sallow complexion and her eyes were a bit dull and lifeless. She had just slightly opened her mouth and yawned, as if she hadn't woken up yet. Was this still the goddess Ding Xiaoya from before? What had she been through in the past 2 years? Couldn't she be made to feel sorry for her? What had she really been through? Lin Chen's head was a mess, about to explode. He looked at this appearance of Ding Xiaoya and deeply blamed himself. If he had not let her go, if he had stopped her, perhaps the ending would have been completely different. Ding Xiaoya was carrying Lin Chen's back, and tears were falling down her face. 2 years of grievances suddenly welled up in her heart. For a moment, no matter how strong a woman is, she can no longer maintain the appearance of a cold beauty. Women are made of water, there is no mistake about it. Xiaoya. It's you, it must be you. Lin Chen grabbed Ding Xiaoya's clothes excitedly and shook her hard. Ding Xiaoya kept on hiding, torn between the desire to be reunited with Lin Chen and let him help her share the burden, and the stubbornness to not let Lin Chen see her like this. Ding. The system for spoiling your wife and baby has been activated and is being bound. Bound successfully. Please choose 1. Recognize Ding Xiaoya, start by doting on your wife and baby, and reach the pinnacle of life. 2. Let Ding Xiaoya go, pretend you don't know her, activate the system's other side quest for a scumbag, and from now on, the scumbag will be tinfoil burned, and the beautiful woman will never leave him. I choose 1. Lin Chen made his choice without hesitation. Good. The master has chosen the main quest of doting on his wife and baby. Trigger quest, recognize the goddess and meet your child. Reward for completing the quest, 1 million. Chapter 2, I'll support you, my wife. System? Coddle your wife and baby system? Reward 1 million? Lin Chen's mind was suddenly filled with a million questions. Did he get hit by luck and become the protagonist in a novel? With the system, he would have a bumper harvest in life, career, love, and family. Wow! The system came at just the right time. Now he would boldly go and meet the goddess, and he would boldly be with the goddess. Wait. A moment ago, the system seemed to say that he should go meet his child. Could it be that after that night with the goddess, she had a child of her own? He was ecstatic. Just as Lin Chen was daydreaming, Ding Xiaoya packed her things and was about to leave. Lin Chen reached out and grabbed her, and with a little force, he brought the goddess Ding Xiaoya into his arms. Ding Xiaoya, who had been struggling, now lost her balance and fell headfirst into Lin Chen's arms. A strong manly smell hit her face, and the strong sense of security instantly surrounded her, wrapping her tightly. Ding Xiaoya suddenly had no desire to leave. She would hate to spend her whole life in this embrace, wouldn't it be great? Ding Xiaoya! Ding Xiaoya! Do you really want to confess everything to him? What if he turns his back on you? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble and making things difficult for yourself? Besides, she, Ding Xiaoya, had said, Lin Chen is not responsible. What should she do? At this moment, Lin Chen gathered his courage and said to the goddess in his arms, Ding Xiaoya, Xiaoya, are you pregnant with our child? Child? At the beginning, Ding Xiaoya was not in danger, but was forced to marry by her family. The 2 men that Lin Chen mistook as being against Ding Xiaoya were actually the bodyguards of Ding Xiaoya's father. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Lin Chen to snatch Ding Xiaoya from them. It was just that they were also following orders, and since it was rare for a silly boy to come along and save Ding Xiaoya, who they had watched grow up since childhood, they naturally just turned a blind eye. Because she was in a hurry and her father was forcing her, Ding Xiaoya had always had a good impression of Lin Chen, and so that night she gave Lin Chen her most precious thing. She had planned to find a place to hide for a while and hoped that the family would give up the idea, but a month later, she discovered that she was pregnant with Lin Chen's child. What's more, she heard that the Ding family was determined to marry Xiaoya to the Hu family. So Xiaoya gritted her teeth and decided to give birth to the child in her womb. Later, when she learned that she was pregnant with quadruplets, Xiaoya was even more grateful for her decision. That was 4 little lives, all looking to her for a mother at the same time. What a happy thing it was. However, after giving birth, reality made life very difficult for Ding Xiaoya. Ding Xiaoya could not possibly ask the Ding family for money. All the living expenses and expenses for the children's milk powder, diapers, etc. fell on Ding Xiaoya alone. With 4 babies, Ding Xiaoya simply could not manage on her own, so she hired an IE to help. So in addition to teaching at Jianhai University, Ding Xiaoya also had to work part-time at a training institution and go home in the evenings to take care of her 4 babies. After a long time, this life has taken a toll on Ding Xiaoya's health. Now that she has finally met the father of her child, Ding Xiaoya is finally able to shed the tears that have been building up. Now that Lin Chen asks if she is pregnant with his child, Ding Xiaoya suddenly remembers that her child is still at home waiting for the milk powder in her hands. So Ding Xiaoya secretly decides that Lin Chen should have the right to know, and as for whether he will take responsibility, that is something else. She breaks free from Lin Chen's embrace and picks up the milk powder can on the ground. As she picked up the milk powder can, she whispered to Lin Chen, "If you want to know, just follow me." So Lin Chen followed Ding Xiaoya with doubts in his heart all the way to an old and run-down neighborhood at the entrance to Jianhai University. And in front of her, Ding Xiaoya was also filled with internal conflict. Was it right or wrong to bring him here? What if he was an irresponsible person? Wouldn't she be humiliating herself? But somehow, Ding Xiaoya felt that Lin Chen was not that kind of person. "You live here?" Lin Chen looked up at the slightly run-down neighborhood and muttered to himself. Creak. Ding Xiaoya pushed open the door and said softly in response, "Come in." "Is that Xiaoya back?" A middle-aged woman who looked like an auntie came up to greet her, took the milk powder from Ding Xiaoya's hands, and turned around to carry the things into the back room. In the living room, on the sofa, 4 babies were neatly lined up, dancing and screaming. One of them was crying particularly loudly. Ding Xiaoya immediately went over to it, reached down and picked up the one in the middle, who was crying the loudest. 4. Lin Chen pointed at the 4 hungry babies on the sofa in disbelief, looking at Ding Xiaoya in disbelief. Ding Xiaoya lowered her head and nodded shyly. "Oh my god. This is not just one hit in the soul. This is one hit in 4. Lin Chen walked over helplessly and wanted to hug one of them, but he didn't know which one to hug first. Ding Xiaoya also saw Lin Chen's embarrassment and moved her mouth. "Nah. The one closest to you is Dibao, who is more comforting and loves to smile. Try hugging her." Lin Chen quickly picked up the first baby, and a strong sense of intimacy spread from his arms to his heart. The baby in his arms kept smiling at him. The baby in Ding Xiaoya's arms, which had just stopped crying, suddenly started crying again. Why don't I try? So Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya switched the babies in their arms. Sure enough, the baby stopped crying and giggled at Lin Chen. This is strange. This second child has always been a crybaby and is even more reluctant to be held by strangers. But as soon as she touches Lin Chen's embrace, she stops crying and even breaks into a rare smile. This is incredible. Is this the sense of intimacy between a biological father and his children? The aunt who came out of the back room was also surprised. This second child is really strange today. Aunt Li. This is the child's father, Lin Chen. Ding Xiaoya blurted out without thinking. Aunt Li's eyes brimmed with tears. Good. It's good that you're back. These days, Aunt Li has seen for herself how hard it is for Ding Xiaoya to bring up 4 children on her own. Now that the father of the children is back, things should get better. The father of the children. Lin Chen's gaze met Ding Xiaoya's, and Ding Xiaoya flinched away, her heart pounding. Could it be that he wasn't happy? Alas! It turns out that everything was self-indulgent. Many times, she blamed herself for being so impulsive in the first place, but every time she saw her 4 babies, she felt that everything was worth it. Lin Chen saw that Ding Xiaoya was not in a good mood, and walked up to her. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. I didn't know you were having such a hard time. Now that we've met, I'll support the family, you and the kids. Just stay at home and relax. Support the family. Support me too. Ding Xiaoya's face flushed, and her heart pounded. Ding. Congratulations, owner. You have been reunited with Ding Xiaoya and have seen your child. You are awarded 1 million. Chapter 3, A Natural Master at Breastfeeding. Then the phone in his pocket vibrated for a second and sent a message. Your debit card account 7779 received 100,000.00 Huaxia currency on March 10, and the balance after the transaction was 100,011.78 Huaxia Bank. This. Lin Chen counted the zeros and sure enough, there was 1 million. The system did not deceive me. Now that I have money, I can't let Xiaoya suffer anymore. Xiaoya, give me the bank account number. What do you need the bank account number for? Although Ding Xiaoya was puzzled, she handed Lin Chen the bank card. In a moment, Ding Xiaoya received the bank information. Ding Xiaoya looked at her phone and excitedly exclaimed, Lin Chen, how did you get so much money? A whole 990,000 yuan. Good. Good. Xiaoya no longer has to suffer. Since you are all here, I will go home first. Seeing this, Auntie Li was extremely gratified and, after cleaning up the house, left. The moment Auntie Li closed the door, Ding Xiaoya put down the bao and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, murmuring, Thank you. Thank you. If you hadn't appeared, I really don't know how I would have continued. Ding Xiaoya is not someone who is money-minded. She is also the eldest daughter of a large family. Now she is in this situation because her family forced her to marry and she wanted to escape the marriage. It is not easy for a person to bring up 4 babies on their own. Now that she has this money, at least her children won't have to suffer with her. Lin Chen was also glad that he had met Ding Xiaoya today, otherwise he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Not to mention 1 million, even if it was 10 million, he, Lin Chen, would still give Xiaoya 99 million. At this time, in Lin Chen's heart, Ding Xiaoya and the 4 babies were more important than anything else. 1 million was unimaginable for Lin Chen in his entire life, but now that he had the system, was he still afraid of not having money? Come, let me introduce you. Ding Xiaoya took Lin Chen to the sofa and introduced her 4 treasures one by one. This is the first treasure, a girl, 10 months old, Lin Nianru, loves to smile. This is the second treasure, a girl, 10 months old, Lin Nianshi, loves to cry. This is the third treasure, a girl, 10 months old, Lin Nianmun, loves to pout and be cute. This is the fourth treasure, a boy, 10 months old, Lin Nianbin. Naughty and mischievous. What beautiful names, and what cute children. They even have the same surname as her. This is enough to prove Ding Xiaoya's feelings for Lin Chen. Xiaoya. Lin Chen looked at Ding Xiaoya excitedly, their eyes met, and a strong sense of love flowed in their eyes. They were originally a pair of lovers who had been reunited after 20 months apart, and there were 4 babies between them. This happiness was truly beyond words. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door broke the delicate atmosphere between them. Ahem. Ding Xiaoya coughed twice awkwardly, then turned to open the door. Who could it be? She muttered to herself as she opened the door. With a creak, the door opened to reveal 2 burly men standing in the doorway, dressed in suits and looking a little serious. Ha! Ding Xiaoya let out a gasp and quickly closed the door again. What's wrong? Lin Chen, who was holding their eldest daughter in his arms and amusing her, asked curiously. Ding Xiaoya patted her chest with one hand to calm herself down, then her eyes flickered and she said evasively, No. What? Ha! Lin Chen didn't pursue the matter, and Erbo started crying again. Lin Chen immediately put down the bao and went to pick up Erbao. It was really strange. Erbao stopped crying as soon as Lin Chen picked him up in his arms. At this moment, Ding Xiaoya's heart was in turmoil, because the person standing outside was her father's bodyguard, who had unexpectedly come again after 2 years. What should I do? In case. Ding Xiaoya looked at Lin Chen in front of her, who was happily playing with the child. She secretly decided in her heart, no compromise, this time, I must be with Lin Chen. Right. Who was that? Lin Chen shouted at Ding Xiaoya behind the door. Ding Xiaoya shook her head bitterly, kept her mouth shut, and didn't answer. Lin Chen also noticed that Ding Xiaoya's mood seemed to be wrong, and he was curious about who was standing at the door. He put Erbao on the sofa and walked towards Ding Xiaoya. He grabbed Ding Xiaoya's shoulders with both hands and comforted her, Xiaoya. No matter what it is, we'll face it together, okay? Hiss. Ding Xiaoya took a deep breath, nodded, and opened the door again. The 2 burly men standing in the doorway bowed respectfully to Ding Xiaoya and shouted, Miss, come back with us. I'll be damned. Aren't these the 2 burly men who bullied Ding Xiaoya 2 years ago? Why are they calling Xiaoya Miss? Could it be that Ding Xiaoya is the daughter of a wealthy family? Humph. Even if that's true, so what? Today is different from the past. I, Lin Chen, have activated the system of spoiling my wife and doting on my child, and it will be difficult to imagine a future without it. No matter what, if they're from a wealthy family, they won't work here. Ding. Triggered quest, drive away the bodyguards at the door and protect Ding Xiaoya. Oh. In that case, let me be the bad guy for once. Get lost. Xiaoya told you to get lost 2 years ago, do you want to do it again? Lin Chen took Ding Xiaoya in his arms and demonstrated to them. This kid is out of his mind, isn't he? How dare he mention 2 years ago? If they didn't turn a blind eye, could they let them go? And as a man, he actually lets his woman live in such a shabby place, and he is quite justified. I really don't know where he gets his confidence. But in Ding Xiaoya's opinion, this is Lin Chen's attitude towards her. With this attitude, Ding Xiaoya feels that even if she has nothing to do with the Ding family for the rest of her life, it will be worth it. Go back and tell my father, I don't have a father like him. Don't come looking for me anymore. Ding Xiaoya expressionlessly expressed her position. Get out of here. Do you want me to call the police? Lin Chen threatened. Then he slammed the door shut. He got the cold shoulder, and he wondered what expression the 2 bodyguards at the door would have. Honey. I, Lin Chen, will be good to you and the babies. Trust me. Lin Chen said, hugging Ding Xiaoya and looking her in the eye. Ding Xiaoya had now completely fallen out with her family. If Lin Chen still didn't consider her family, then they would really be left alone. That was something he, Lin Chen, would never allow to happen. Ding. Congratulations, master. You have completed the task and are rewarded with 100 baby tricks and 100 proficiency points. Ding Xiaoya pushed Lin Chen away, blushing. He called her his wife? Wasn't that a bit too fast? Lin Chen, on the other hand, was beaming. He knew that as long as she didn't refuse, there was hope. Wow, the baby's crying from the sofa. Ding Xiaoya and Lin Chen both ran towards Erbao. Ding. Triggered quest, change baby's diaper. A system prompt sounded in their heads. Could it be that the baby has pooped? Should I change it for her? Lin Chen was a little unsure. Because he had never done anything like that before, but now that the quest had been triggered, he felt that he had to do it even if he was scared. Isn't spoiling your wife and baby just starting with these basics? Ding Xiaoya skillfully pulled out a diaper and handed it to Lin Chen, winking her eyes to indicate that he could give it a try. Next, Lin Chen changed the baby's diaper as if he was born to do so. The skillful movements made Ding Xiaoya wonder if Lin Chen had previously received training. Even the nanny, Auntie Li, was not as skilled as him. It seems that her judgment was correct. Following such a man, she will definitely not suffer. Ding. Congratulations to the owner for completing the task. Reward, the God of Cookery's cooking skills. Chapter 4, Resolving Conflicts. Lin Chen had just received a reward from the system, the God of Cookery. At the same time, Ding Xiaoya heard a rumbling sound coming from her stomach. Gurgle. The 4 babies on the sofa giggled. Perhaps they could hear their mother Ding Xiaoya's embarrassment and laughed innocently. The babies were 10 months old and were just learning to speak. They pointed at their mother and babbled. Okay. Don't bully your mother, Dad is going to cook dinner now and make sure you are all fed. With that, Lin Chen went to open the refrigerator. Hey! Ding Xiaoya wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The moment Lin Chen opened the refrigerator, he felt terrible. There was only 1 tomato, 1 egg, and 1 slightly yellow-green onion left. The entire refrigerator was empty. A feeling of suffocation welled up in his chest, and Lin Chen's body trembled a little. Has Xiaoya been living like this for the past 2 years? He owed his 5 daughters-in-law so much in this life, and it would take him a lifetime to make amends. Xiaoya, I'm so sorry. A soft hand covered Lin Chen's lips. Ding Xiaoya's eyes were filled with tears as she shook her head in pain. No. I did all of this of my own free will. Phew. Everything was voluntary, haha. My life has been worth it. Next, Lin Chen gently patted Ding Xiaoya on the shoulder, and then with just an egg, a tomato, a spring onion, and some leftover rice from the rice cooker, he fried a bowl of fried rice for Ding Xiaoya. The amazing knife skills, the just right stirring of the spoon, and the attractive back of Ding Xiaoya. This was the first time Ding Xiaoya had seen fried rice with tomatoes, but looking at the steaming fried rice in front of her, she could almost taste it. Without further ado, she started to eat, and as soon as the rice entered her mouth, tears welled up in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen asked. "This is so delicious, this is the best fried rice I've ever tasted in my life." Ding Xiaoya praised Lin Chen without reservation. "Ding! Congratulations, master. The mission is complete, and you are rewarded with an Infiniti QX86-seater luxury car. The car comes from a legitimate source, and all the evidence and paperwork is in the box on the passenger seat. The key is in the owner's pocket." Lin Chen subconsciously felt his pocket, and sure enough, there was a hard object in his pocket. He felt it with his hand, and it was almost like a car key. He was shocked inside. The system just gave away a luxury car without any warning, and he absolutely loved it. While Lin Chen was still happy, the system prompt came again, ding. Reminding the owner that the newbie gift pack will expire in 1 hour. Damn it! If you didn't tell me about the newbie gift pack earlier, it would be a waste to let it expire. Having just been rewarded with a luxury car, Lin Chen was looking forward to the rewards in the newbie gift pack. So he tried to say to the system, "Open." Ding! Congratulations, owner. The newbie gift pack has been opened, and you have obtained 1 purity elixir, 10 youth elixir, 10% of the Rothschild family's shares. What? Lin Chen was shocked this time. Is there really such a mysterious family in the world? And I have also obtained 10% of the shares of that mysterious family. This is a fortune that rivals a country. However, it is impossible for Lin Chen to cash in right now, so it is more cost-effective to hold on to it. You have to know that the wealth of such a large family grows at an inhuman rate every year. Knock, knock, knock. Ding Xiaoya had just taken a couple of bites when the door was knocked on again, interrupting Lin Chen's thoughts as well. Lin Chen gestured to Ding Xiaoya to continue eating, and he went to answer the door. There stood a middle-aged man at the door, staring at Lin Chen with a serious expression. The two men stared at each other for a long time. Ding Xiaoya in the room felt that the atmosphere was wrong, and immediately asked Lin Chen, "Who is it?" Without waiting for Lin Chen to speak, the middle-aged man at the door coldly replied, "It's me." Ding Xiaoya shivered, stood up straight, and her mind went blank. Why did he come? Did they know each other? This middle-aged man looked a bit like Ding Xiaoya, so maybe. Lin Chen had guessed who the man in front of him was. At this time, the baby on the sofa also started crying, so Lin Chen immediately ran over to comfort it. Holding one in each arm, he also teased the two babies lying on the sofa. The middle-aged man walked into the room, looked around, and his face grew more and more gloomy. When he saw the bowl of fried rice on the table, he finally exploded. "Are you even a man? You let 5 women live in a place like this? You let Xiaoya eat this?" Lin Chen was a little annoyed after being scolded inexplicably. A system prompt sounded in his head, ding. Congratulations, host. Triggered quest, demonstrate your cooking skills. Reward, the Eye of Prediction. The Eye of Prediction can predict the development trend of everything, including a person's luck. Do you want to show off your cooking skills? That's easy. There are no ingredients at Ding Xiaoya's house at all. If you want to show off, you have to go to the supermarket and buy some ingredients. Uncle, don't you see that this is just a bowl of fried rice with eggs? This fried rice with eggs doesn't wait for Lin Chen to explain. The middle-aged man interrupted him directly, "Shut up. Fried rice with eggs is just fried rice with eggs. Can it turn into abalone?" It's true. This sentence choked Lin Chen. But this did not faze Lin Chen. Isn't it just about eating well? In the past, he, Lin Chen, might not have had the confidence, but now, even if Ding Xiaoya wants to eat poorly, he, Lin Chen, will not allow it. "Let's go, Xiaoya, let's go out to eat." Lin Chen took Ding Xiaoya by the hand and said gently. Ding Xiaoya shook her head, then glared at the middle-aged man with a face full of anger and shouted, "Dad, have you had enough? If you keep this up, we're breaking off our father-daughter relationship." Boom! Ding Hui froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. What exactly were the virtues of this man in front of him that he had not only made his daughter willingly follow him, but also cut off his relationship with his own father for him? This was the last thing Ding Hui had expected. And his daughter had even had a child with this man. Thinking about the child, the babies on the sofa screamed in unison. Babbling, they seemed to express their dissatisfaction with the noise in the room. Ding Hui's face trembled slightly as he staggered towards the sofa. However, Lin Chen was faster than him and blocked his way like a wall. At this time, Ding Xiaoya also reacted, blocking Lin Chen and the children, warning, "Don't you dare hurt the children, or I'll call the police." Grandchildren, 4? Ha, I Ding Hui have offspring. Ding Hui seemed not to hear his daughter's warning and pounced on the babies on the sofa, yelling. The babies seemed frightened and suddenly started to cry. Ding Xiaoya tried to stop him, but was held back by Lin Chen. Ding Hui didn't mean any harm. On the contrary, after looking at the babies, his face was full of tenderness, and he definitely didn't mean to harm them. This is the love of an elder for his descendants, this is the affection of a grandfather for his grandchildren. It was clear that Ding Hui really liked the babies. What are their names? How old are they? What formula milk are they eating? Ding Hui instantly transformed into a nanny, a big man who actually cares about these trivial matters. But these words, in Ding Xiaoya's ears, became like a gentle breeze, brushing across her heart. Her eyes felt like they had sand in them, and tears fell down her face. What's there to cry about? Let's go. Dad invites you to dinner. Chapter 5, The Famous Chef Becomes a Disciple. He. Ding Xiaoya broke into a smile. It can be said that a smile erases enmity. The father and daughter no longer looked like they were about to fight, and it seemed like they had returned to the way things were before. So they packed up a bit. Lin Chen held air bao and san bao, Ding Xiaoya held si bao, and Ding Hui held de bao. Lin Chen glanced at the Infiniti QX80 in the distance and then felt for the car keys in his pocket. It would be better to keep a low profile. So, he walked towards his father-in-law's car while holding the baby. In this way, they arrived in the bustling district of Jianhai City. Entering Zishangshan, Ding Xiaoya tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and murmured softly, "Will this place be too expensive? Although we have some money, there are so many places we can spend it in the future, it's not appropriate to come here." Lin Chen patted the back of Ding Xiaoya's hand and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Splendid mansion? Ha ha. Boy, you're treating today, I'm not paying. Ding Hui gave a mysterious smile. Although Ding Hui had made up with his daughter, it didn't mean that he could accept Lin Chen right away. His little girl had been taken away from him, so as a father, Ding Hui was of course a little jealous. He wanted to see how Lin Chen would handle dinner that evening. They found a private room and sat down. The children used the restaurant's child seats. Waitress. Lin Chen called out to the beautiful waitress at the door of the private room. "Sir, would you like to start ordering?" The beautiful waitress nodded slightly at him, showing her signature smile. "No. Before that, take me to meet your chef." Lin Chen showed off his big white teeth. Air. The pretty waitress didn't even try to argue when she saw this young man, and turned to indicate for Lin Chen to follow her. Ding Xiaoya tugged at the corner of Lin Chen's jacket and whispered, "What are you doing?" "Shoo. There's a surprise later." Lin Chen whispered in Ding Xiaoya's ear and then followed her out. Ding Hui, on the other hand, thought Lin Chen had gone to order food and took the opportunity to question Ding Xiaoya about Lin Chen's family situation. Lin Chen followed the beautiful waitress to the kitchen. "I said, Xiaoyu, why did you bring an outsider into the kitchen? This is no place to play, so take him out quickly." A chubby chef, holding a spoon in his hand, pointed at Lin Chen and asked the beautiful waitress. The beautiful waitress Xiaoyu told him everything about Lin Chen's request to see him. "Now that you've seen him, just go." The chubby chef didn't give Lin Chen any face. "Hey! Who does he think he is? Is he the one I want to see?" Lin Chen walked up to the fat chef without a word and slipped a wad of bills into his pocket. The fat chef's face changed, and he patted his pocket with his hand, cheerfully pushing the waitress, "Go. Go get me a cup of milk tea." After the waitress left, Lin Chen already picked up the spoon, stood in the position of the chef just now, and started moving. Awesome. The fat chef seemed to see a reflection of himself when he was young, and for a moment forgot to cook. Lin Chen's smooth and flowing movements were beyond his own, and if this guy came to ruin the restaurant, then he would lose his job. The fat chef suddenly regretted letting Lin Chen stay, but at this critical moment, it seemed that it was already too late. In no time at all, Lin Chen had already cooked 18 dishes. Taking off his chef's hat, Lin Chen patted the chef on the shoulder and said, "Please deliver these to box 222 for me." Then he strode out of the kitchen, leaving the fat chef speechless. Luckily, this guy wasn't here to cause trouble. Looking at the 18 dishes, which were delicious and appetizing, the fat chef was tempted to taste one. But his professional ethics told him that he couldn't touch the customer's food. But the fat chef turned around and saw a shredded meat and a piece of green pepper still stuck in the wok. His eyes lit up, and he rushed over, picked it up and put it in his mouth. Ah! Chef! What are you doing? The beautiful waitress happened to be holding a milk tea in her hands, and her eyes were wide open as she watched the fat chef. Who knew that the fat chef, who had never allowed eating in the kitchen, would actually steal food? This was unbelievable in the eyes of the beautiful waitress Xiaoyu. Wow! Delicious! Delicious! I've never tasted anything so delicious. The fat chef didn't care at all about the waitress Xiaoyu's surprise. Instead, he danced around with his hands and feet. After a while, he suddenly stopped and said to himself, "No way. I have to go and meet him. I want to make him my master. And I want to introduce him to the boss." Lin Chen only took half an hour to go and return. When he pushed open the door to the private room, he found his future father-in-law teasing the 4 babies like a little child. Ding Xiaoya was taking photos of the babies, trying to capture this unforgettable moment. The only people who looked out of place were the 2 bodyguards, who had been standing there the whole time, expressionless. What's taking so long to order food? Seeing Lin Chen appear, Ding Hui's smile disappeared and he gave Lin Chen a fake glance. Ding Xiaoya's cherry lips slightly opened, as if she wanted to defend Lin Chen. Lin Chen pressed his hand towards Ding Xiaoya, indicating that she should not say anything more, and that he would take care of everything. Lin Chen politely shouted, "Uncle. Let's talk about everything after dinner. You and Xiaoya are also hungry. We can talk about it after dinner. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who is smiling." Lin Chen had already shown his respect, so if Ding Hui continued to make things difficult, it would be unbecoming of a member of the family. Cough. Then give Xiaoya a face. Ding Xiaoya blinked at Lin Chen in surprise. She didn't expect her usually picky father to be convinced by Lin Chen's words. Although she didn't know what the outcome would be, it seemed that everything was developing in a good direction. The beautiful waitress at the hotel had already started serving them. There were a total of 18 dishes. Ding Hui had seen a lot of these, and he wouldn't change his attitude because of this table of food. Wow, Lin Chen, you ordered too much. How are the 3 of us going to finish all this? In the past 2 years, Ding Xiaoya had never been so extravagant. Today was the first time. After the 18 dishes were served, the beautiful waitress stood by without any intention of leaving the private room. Ahem, you can go out now, and close the door behind you. Ding Hui felt that he was going to talk about family matters in a while, and it was a bit awkward to have an outsider present. But who knew that the beautiful waitress gave him a slight smile. "Hello, can you wait a moment? Our chef and our boss would like to meet this gentleman." The beautiful waitress Xiaoyu said, pointing her finger at Lin Chen. Meet him? Ding Hui felt that there must be some mistake. Logically speaking, if anyone is to be met, it should be himself. Could it be that they haven't noticed his true identity? But he is Ding Hui from the Ding family of Jianhai City. The future heir of the Ding family. Yes, meet him. The beautiful waitress Xiaoyu confirmed again. Bang! There was a loud noise at the door, and a chubby figure rushed in, running directly towards Lin Chen. Ding Hui on the side seemed to understand. He guessed that this kid had offended someone. Look! The other person is here to settle the score personally. What a shame! Ding Hui covered his face, afraid that the other person would recognize his identity. Plop! The fat chef knelt directly in front of Lin Chen and shouted, "Master! Take me!" What? Master? Chapter 6, A Crazy Husband and a God-level Father. With a flash, Ding Hui stood up, and Ding Xiaoya looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen remained unmoved in his seat. No one expected the fat man in a chef's uniform to call Lin Chen master. Bang! The door was pushed open again, and a charming figure came scurrying over to Lin Chen. This? Ding Hui's heart trembled. How come Lu Piao Piao is personally showing up? You have to know that there are countless young masters in Jianhai City who want to cling to Lu Piao Piao, and most of them can't even see her face. It is said that Lu Piao Piao's appearance is peerless and extraordinary, and today, upon seeing her, it is indeed extraordinary. Lu Piao Piao could, "Sir, I am the owner of Zishan Xian. Can I hire you as the head chef of my hotel?" No. It's a collaboration with you. As long as you accept Wang the Fat as your apprentice, that's fine, she said, and then sat down next to Lin Chen, looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Ding Xiaoya here immediately refused, overcome with jealousy, tugging at the corner of Lin Chen's clothes, muttering, "How dare you?" Lin Chen felt as if fire was about to spurt from Ding Xiaoya's eyes. Lu Pao Pao held up 5 fingers, cooing, "I'll give you 50% of the shares." What? Everyone here looked at Lu Pao Pao incredulously. Are you crazy? For this man in front of you? What is so outstanding about him? How is it that Lu Pao Pao, who has never been interested in men, values Lin Chen so highly this time? Why? Yes, why? Perhaps the fat boss Wang knows that his boss is attracted to the young man's cooking. In fact, Lu Pao Pao herself didn't know. When the fat boss Wang informed her, she also went to the kitchen with doubts. When she secretly took a bite of the dish, she felt refreshed. At first, she thought that Wang Fatso had improved his cooking skills, but she realized that it was someone else. Now that she had seen for herself, she didn't know why she had accepted such generous terms. Fine. I'll reluctantly agree. Wow. That's not even a reluctant agreement, you're shameless. Ding. Congratulations, host. The cooking demonstration task is complete, reward, the Eye of Prediction. Boom. Lin Chen felt a dizzy spell in his head, followed by a sharp pain in his eyes. He couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened them again, a burst of brilliance shone out, stunning everyone in the box. Master. Here, let me pour you a drink. Fat Wang got up from the floor, cheerfully grabbed the high-end famous wine on the waitress's tray, and poured it for Lin Chen. If the scene of Fat Wang just now asking to be Lin Chen's disciple spread out, it was estimated that the entire Jianghai city would be in an uproar. This Wang Fatty is one of the 3 most famous chefs in China. It is said that all 3 are in Jianghai. His status is extraordinary, and ordinary people simply don't know how lucky they would be to be able to climb up to Wang Fatty. But it so happened that this Wang Fatty, who everyone wanted to climb up to, wanted to take Lin Chen as his master. How could it not make the beautiful waitress Xiaoyu next to him surprised, and her mouth kept opening and closing? Seeing Wang Fatty pour the wine, Lin Chen didn't refuse either, and reached out to indicate that he should fill Ding Hui's glass as well. Here, uncle, I'd like to toast you. This toast is to thank you for raising Xiaoya. You've worked hard. Lin Chen raised his glass with sincerity. Ding Hui hadn't recovered from the shock of earlier, and was a little caught off guard by the toast. He picked up the glass and took a symbolic sip. Lin Chen gulped it down. Delicious. Ding Xiaoya's mouth was already full. Although she didn't know why they were so impressed by Lin Chen, she couldn't hold back her hunger. She could have filled her stomach with that bowl of fried rice at home, but her father interrupted her. She wanted to say that bowl of fried rice was the best fried rice she had ever eaten in her life. But the food in front of her seemed to be the first time she had eaten it in her life. Ha! Ding Hui also took a bite of the food, his eyes brightening, and he asked with his mouth open, "Boss Lu, this wasn't so delicious before. Did you change chefs?" Lu Pao Pao then noticed that there was another person in the private dining room, and that person was the heir to the Ding family. President Ding. Yu and Lin Xiao or Lu Pao Pao's gaze moved between them, and then she saw Ding Xiaoya, and her heart felt a little sour. In the end, it fell on the 4 babies, and she understood at once. In fact, Ding Hui really didn't know how to introduce the relationship between him and Lin Chen. But then he asked again, "Your new chef doesn't get paid poorly, does he?" Puff. Lu Pao Pao covered her mouth and laughed. "Boss Ding, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? This table of dishes was cooked by Lin Xiao." Ding dong. The chopsticks fell onto the plate, and he looked at Lin Chen in surprise. No wonder. No wonder Lu Pao Pao would look at him so fondly, but it was precisely because the dishes were cooked well that Lin Chen was given such a big benefit. How could Ding Hui not believe it? He. I knew it was my husband who cooked it. It's just like the scrambled eggs I had earlier, it's delicious. Ding Xiaoya blurted out. That shot of husband made Lin Chen's heart blossom. It seems that she has accepted herself. Who says it isn't so? They were originally a pair, they just happened to be separated. Now that they have reunited, they feel that their mutual affection seems to have deepened even more. Did you cook this? Ding Hui was thinking about how he was going to go to Ding Xiaoya's house to eat dinner in the future. He completely forgot about the old man's request for him to bring Ding Xiaoya home. Well, if you think it's a little more delicious than usual, then Uncle will eat more. This is not just a little more delicious, it's practically better than a magic pill. Eventually unable to resist the temptation of this delicious food, Ding Hui also joined in and began to eat the food with big bites. During the process, Lin Chen kept toasting. Perhaps because of the delicious food, Ding Hui ended up drinking a lot with Lin Chen. Ding Hui, who usually only drinks 1 bottle of white wine, drank 2 bottles today. The family was eating deliciously, but it made the 3 people next to them, Lu Pao Pao, Wang Fat Man, and Xiao Yu, so hungry that they kept licking their lips. Lin Chen really couldn't bear to watch anymore, shook his head, and pointed at the table of food, saying, "If you don't mind." "We don't mind at all." The next second, the 3 of them joined in the feast. I have never seen anyone so oblivious to their appearance. For a while, the whole table of people started to devour the food. Even Ding Xiaoya and Lu Piao, who normally don't care about their appearance, let go and indulge themselves. Belch. Everyone wiped their mouths contentedly and burped. Ding. Congratulations, the owner has completed the initial system task and is rewarded with a 560 square meter single family villa in splendid mansion. Next, the system task will be randomly triggered and completed by the owner, and the specific task details will no longer be notified. The system said lightly. What? If you don't tell me, how do I know what to do? Which tasks will be rewarded? Lin Chen questioned the system. After a moment of silence, the system asked in return, if there is no reward, would you not do things related to your wife and children? Lin Chen was almost out of breath when he didn't expect the system to say something that almost suffocated him. That's right. Even if there is no reward, would you not do things related to your wife and children? No. I, Lin Chen, swear, starting today, I, Lin Chen, will be a crazy wife-spoiling, God-level dad. Chapter 7, A Gift Upon Meeting? Isn't this chef the fat guy Wang that I often see on TV? Ding Hui finally came to his senses and excitedly took Wang's hand. This made Ding Xiaoya blush with embarrassment. What is Dad doing? Holding hands with a man in public like this? Ding Hui was still excited and turned to Ding Xiaoya and said, "Do you know who he is?" He is the most famous chef in the Jianhai area, and many people have tried to hire him at high salaries but failed. In the end, for some reason, he chose this so-called witch, Lu Pao Piao. Halfway through, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. It didn't seem appropriate to talk about other people behind their backs in their own territory. Looking at Lu Pao Pao's face, it seemed that she hadn't taken Ding Hui's words to heart at all, and she seemed to be immersed in the joy of luring Lin Chen. Lu Pao Pao, don't be like my father, I'm apologizing to you here. Ding Xiaoya explained to her father. Then Lu Pao Pao and Ding Xiaoya got together and chattered away. This woman is strange. One moment they are on their guard against each other, and the next they are best friends. This is something that men can never understand. Lu Pao Pao patted Ding Xiaoya's weak shoulders and said, "Xiaoya, don't worry, I will keep an eye on Lin Chen for you, and I will never let any other woman get close to him." She giggled and made a cutting gesture, which made Ding Xiaoya giggle. Hey! Who's on whose side? This silly girl, she's even helping the other person count the money after they've sold her. Everyone was having a good time chatting, while Lin Chen was dealing with the 4 babies on his own. Debeo waved his arms and kept pointing at the food on the table, his meaning clear, "You're eating the food, how can you forget about us?" With no choice, Lin Chen asked the pretty waitress Xiaoyu to show him the way, and went to the kitchen to cook 5 kinds of supplementary food for the 4 babies. Ba ba. Ba ba. Debao even shouted these 2 words at Lin Chen. This made Ding Xiaoya, who was having a great time chatting, feel jealous. She had carried the baby for 10 months and had raised it alone for 10 months, but she had never received the first cry of the baby. Now that Lin Chen had just appeared, and it was only a day at most, Debao had shouted "Daddy" twice. Although it sounded like poop, it was enough to make all the parents in the world happy for a while. Alas! Lin Chen was even happier now, personally feeding the baby food into the baby's mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for completing the first task of being a father. You have been rewarded with 4 strollers, which have been stored in the warehouse of the 560 square meter single family villa in Fairview Heights. You have been rewarded with 4 car seats, which have been installed in the Infiniti QX80. Hey! These rewards are not bad, although they are not as good as the car and house before, but they are exactly what Lin Chen needs at this time. Dabeo is getting special care from Lin Chen here, while Sanbao is over there, crying and making a whining sound. He makes the sound while twisting his buttocks, which is very funny. Ding Xiaoya can no longer sit still, and gets up to help Sanbao solve the problem. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen stopped her, saying to her in a righteous manner, "Honey, from now on, leave these trivial matters to me. As long as I'm here, you can just relax and enjoy your meal and conversation." Put. Who's your honey? When did I ever agree to marry you? Ding Xiaoya was thin-skinned, blushing, and stamping her foot at Lin Chen. Lu Piapiao kept praising Lin Chen. "Xiaoya, you're a great teacher. I'm so jealous." Xiaoya reminded Lin Chen that Sanbao's diaper was full, and he should change it quickly. Lin Chen quickly changed Sanbao's diaper. Before he could catch his breath, Erbao started crying. Lin Chen picked up Erbao again and soothed her. Sibao stared at Lin Chen, not knowing what to do to get her father's attention. She could only watch Lin Chen helplessly. Lin Chen had to hold Erbao in one hand and Sibao in the other. In this way, a perfect dinner ended in Lin Chen's busyness. Fatty Wang wanted to offer to take the master home, but when he saw that the master's family had all gotten into Ding Hui's car, he gave up. Lu Pao Pao hastily slipped Lin Chen a business card and said, "Come tomorrow, and let's sign the equity transfer agreement and cooperation agreement." Gee. The car stopped at the building where Ding Xiaoya rented an apartment. Ahem. Lin Chen, it's not that I don't approve of you two being together, it's just that Ding Hui stopped in the middle of a sentence. It can be said that Lin Chen's performance today was quite satisfactory, except that Ding Hui's last sentence was about to be spoken when his daughter Xiaoya stopped him. "Dad, go back and tell Grandpa to forget about it. I will only marry Lin Chen in this lifetime, no matter if he is rich or poor, I have decided on him." Ding Xiaoya said to her father Ding Hui, looking at him earnestly. Her declaration excited Lin Chen to no end. He reached out and took Ding Xiaoya in his arms, vowing secretly that he would be good to her. After getting out of the car, he looked up at the sign at the entrance to the lottery station in the residential area, and suddenly a series of numbers popped into his head, 010409. Eye of Prediction? Lin Chen was delighted and decided to try this Eye of Prediction for himself. Ding Hui was a little worried about leaving his daughter with Lin Chen, but the guy had somehow managed to walk towards the lottery station. "Hey!" Ding Hui shook his head. It seemed that his daughter Xiaoya would still have some difficulties in the future. Even if she liked it, how could she get past her father? Just as Ding Hui was about to give up and go home, Lin Chen ran over with 3 lottery tickets in his hand, and forcefully handed one to Ding Hui, reminding him, "Uncle, the lottery results are announced tonight. This is a little gift for you." "I'm sorry." Ding Hui pulled a long face and got straight into the car, casually stuffing the lottery ticket into his pocket. "What are you doing?" Ding Xiaoya glared at him angrily. All the hard work for the night was in vain. What the hell was going through this guy's mind? Lin Chen smiled at Ding Xiaoya, then said to Ding Hui in the car, "Uncle. Wait a minute. Xiaoya and I will go up and pack. We're moving tonight." "Just a moment. Moving?" Before Ding Hui could react, Lin Chen had already dragged Xiaoya away. Seeing the 4 little guys in the car watching him with shifty eyes, Ding Hui's displeasure instantly vanished. "When are we moving?" Ding Xiaoya asked in puzzlement. "Listen to me, pack up the important things, and leave the rest behind," Lin Chen said lightly. Although Ding Xiaoya was reluctant, she still chose to believe Lin Chen and trust that this man would not let the 5 of them sleep on the street. When Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya went downstairs, Lin Chen went in a different direction from Ding Xiaoya. "Where are you going?" "This way." Ding Xiaoya carried her bags and walked towards Ding Hui's car. Seeing this, Ding Hui's 2 bodyguards immediately went up to help. Lin Chen, on the other hand, walked over to the 6-seater Infiniti QX80 and pressed the car key. Beep. The headlights flashed twice. "This. When did you buy the car?" Ding Xiaoya asked in surprise. Chapter 8, The Eye of Prediction. "When did you buy the car?" Lin Chen, of course, could not tell her the truth, and was thinking of how to explain it when Ding Hui arrived and looked up and down at Lin Chen, then at the car, muttering, "This car really is yours?" Lin Chen took out the license from the box on the passenger's seat and put it in front of Ding Hui's eyes. Ding Hui reached out and opened it to take a look, and exclaimed, "Wow! It really does say Lin Chen's name." While Lin Chen was feeling pleased with himself, he suddenly got a tap on the head. "You little brat. This car is worth more than 1.6 million yuan. Why don't you buy a flat? Why do you want Xiaoya to keep renting with you?" Lin Chen wanted to argue back, but Ding Hui was right. He had been too abrupt. How could a normal person think he was rich? Of course, he didn't have any money in his pocket right now, but he would soon have some. Rent a house? Never in this life will I rent a house again. Uncle, don't worry. Wait, follow my car, I'll take you to see Xiaoya and my new home. With that, Lin Chen pulled Xiaoya onto the new car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiaoya still couldn't come to terms with it. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years, and how was Lin Chen so rich? While Ding Xiaoya was still in a daze, Lin Chen had already driven to Jinqiu Huafu. This was the most expensive residential area in Jianhai, and Lin Chen drove into it without the gatekeeper stopping him, which was strange. Ding Xiaoya's heart pounded, and she thought, "We're home. Get out of the car. We're home?" When Ding Xiaoya and Ding Hui looked at the single-family villa in front of them, the father and daughter both looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Is this real? How is this possible? Lin Chen nodded very confidently. He walked up to the front door of Villa 28, held out his finger, and entered his fingerprint. Bang! The door to Villa 28 opened. Lin Xiao, why don't I stay here tonight? I want to experience what it's like to live in a single-family villa, too, Ding Hui asked cheerfully. In fact, how could he not know what it's like to live in a single-family villa? As the heir of the Ding family, he had seen this kind of scene before. It's just that Lin Chen has so much at such a young age, which seems to have shattered his initial perception of Lin Chen. Great. If you're willing, uncle, you can stay here today. Lin Chen agreed without hesitation. Just kidding, this is the father-in-law-to-be. If I don't please him well, how can I marry his daughter in the future? Stay here? Ding Hui dares not make this joke. If the one at home knows that I won't be home at night, he won't be able to go out tomorrow. Forget it. Ding Hui waved helplessly. Lin Chen saw Ding Hui off to the entrance of the residential compound. Before parting, he specifically told him to check the lottery results when he got home that night. Back at number 28, Jinxi Wafu, Lin Chen settled the 4 babies and then took Ding Xiaoya to the TV. Ding Xiaoya's heart was pounding in her chest. She was confused. What if he made a request later? Should she accept? Or should she not? What if she didn't do well enough? Anyway, Ding Xiaoya's face was flushed, which was very cute. This guy, isn't he dragging me into the room right now? What are you watching TV for? With a flash. Lin Chen pulled out the lottery ticket, his eyes fixed on the TV screen, and he said to Ding Xiaoya, hurry up. The draw is about to start, take it out and have a look. The draw is about to start? Ding Xiaoya then remembered the lottery ticket Lin Chen had just handed her. So she followed Lin Chen's example, took out the lottery ticket, and looked at the TV screen. The lottery draw was in progress. After the countdown by the beautiful hostess, a series of numbers appeared on the screen. The winning lottery number for today was 010409. This is exactly the same. Yes. Ding Xiaoya excitedly threw herself into Lin Chen's arms and gave him a soft kiss. But then she shyly jumped off Lin Chen and asked excitedly, Lin Chen, you are really amazing. Awesome? There's something even more awesome. But Lin Chen could only mumble this to himself. Are we rich? Ding Xiaoya looked up at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes. Lin Chen carefully cupped Xiaoya's face in his hands and stared at her lovingly. No, we're not rich. We're rich. We won't have to worry about anything in the future, and I'll let you live a good life, my dear. Ding Xiaoya recalled the various hardships of the past 2 years and realized that everything had been worth it. Her persistence and waiting had been rewarded with Lin Chen's love and 4 babies. She, Ding Xiaoya, could ask for nothing more in life. Looking at Lin Chen with tear-filled eyes, she murmured, honey. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and asked, how did you get so much money to buy a car and a house? If I do some calculations, Lin Chen is only a sophomore. I'm particularly sensitive to lottery tickets, and this is the second time I've won. I've also invested in a lot of projects, so in the future, we won't have to worry about money, and it'll be enough for our family's expenses. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and told a lie. Now that he has this system of spoiling his wife and baby, is he still afraid of not having money to spend? Of course, he can't tell Ding Xiaoya this, not because he doesn't trust Ding Xiaoya, but because he's afraid that there's no such thing as a wall that doesn't have a hole. An ordinary person is not guilty, but the one who possesses a precious gem is. He still understands this truth. Are you a student at Jianhai University? Ding Xiaoya suddenly shouted. Shoo! You'll wake the baby. Lin Chen pinched her nose affectionately and nodded, admitting that he was a student at Jianhai University. It's over. It's over. From now on, my colleagues won't be able to laugh at me. Ding Xiaoya pouted and frowned. This puzzled Lin Chen. What's there to laugh at? Ding Xiaoya stamped her foot and glared at Lin Chen. You're a student, I'm a teacher. What do you think they're laughing at me for? Air. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed happily. So that's it. This story between teacher and student has actually happened to me. It's really embarrassing. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. The two then started to fight like lovers. Wait. What are you waiting for? Lin Chen was a little anxious. Ding Xiaoya took another close look at the lottery ticket and realized that it was indeed the first prize. Lin Chen also regretted not buying more tickets. It seems that the predictive eye is real. The system has not deceived me. I wonder if the predictive eye can predict things other than the lottery. Just as he was thinking, the system came with a prompt, Master. Apart from being able to predict the lottery, this predictive eye can predict everything in the world, even the fate of people. However, this requires the consumption of system points, which are obtained by spoiling your wife and baby. Currently, there are 6 points left, and the consumption of points is determined by the size of the event. Just like the prediction of the lottery just now, which consumed 30 points. The system has finished explaining. Lin Chen felt an electronic display appear in front of him, with task rewards, system points, and a redemption mall. He looked down at the lottery ticket in his hand again. This was earned by doting on his wife and children all day, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the reward for his hard work. He thought to himself, I wonder if this gift is satisfactory to my father-in-law to be, Ding Hui? But it seems that Ding Xiaoya is very satisfied, as if the bitter end has finally come to a sweet beginning. Chapter 9, The Youth-Preserving Pill. Ding Hui had long forgotten about the lottery ticket by the time he returned home. He went straight home and told his wife about everything he had seen and done that day, starting with his daughter. Forget about that Lin Chen. Tell me about my grandchildren. Aren't they adorable? No way. You have to take me to see them tomorrow. Ding Hui's wife, Ding Xiaoya's mother Yi Qingqing, grabbed Ding Hui's arm with both hands and shook it vigorously. No way. To Ding Hui's outright refusal. Yi Qingqing's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Her daughter had given birth to a child without her knowledge to a man she didn't know, and she had been on her own for 2 years. It was imaginable how difficult those 2 years had been. But now her husband was refusing to let her go see her daughter and grandson. Ding Hui saw what was going on and panicked too. He shook his head and said, Don't be like that. I have no choice. If the old man finds out, we'll be kicked out of the Ding family. So what if we get kicked out? I want to see our precious daughter and adorable grandson. Of course, I also want to keep an eye on my daughter. What if that man is unreliable? Yi Qingqing acted as if she didn't care. Her attitude was, I'm going, and you can decide what to do. Ding Hui knew the old man's temper, and if he really went against his wishes, Ding Hui, the heir of the Ding family, might really be disinherited. There are still many people behind him watching with greedy eyes. If he is not careful, he will be disinherited tomorrow. This is the heir of the Ding family. The entire Jianhai city is one of the top families. Who would be willing to let go of this golden opportunity? Knock, knock, knock. Ding Hui paced back and forth, looking worried. Ha! Yi Qingqing looked down and picked up a red piece of paper on the ground, and looked at it in front of her eyes. Ding Hui, you are the heir of the Ding family, don't you have enough money to spend? Or is it because I am strict? What do you mean by buying lottery tickets? Dreaming of getting rich? Yi Qingqing's face changed rapidly, and she immediately looked at him with a look of disappointment. Speaking of lottery tickets, Ding Hui then remembered that before he left, Lin Chen had given him a lottery ticket and told him to remember to watch the lottery draw when he returned. Wife. Ding Hui was anxious. This is not something I would buy. Really, it's not me. If you didn't buy it, did I? I'm not as hopeless as you are. An heir to the Ding family actually pins his dreams of getting rich on the lottery. I'm really disappointed in you. Yi Qingqing sat down on the sofa, and sat right on the remote control on the sofa. Now reporting the lottery numbers for today, 010409. Ha! Yi Qingqing looked down at the numbers on the lottery ticket, and the further back she looked, the more unbelievable it became. Finally, she jumped up from the sofa in excitement. Wow! 5 million! I won 5 million! Ding Hui also curiously came over, carefully pointed at the numbers on the TV, and then snatched the lottery ticket, saying with righteous indignation, "This is my lottery ticket, I won the lottery." Just now, he still said it wasn't his, but at this moment, Ding Hui dared to snatch it from Yi Qingqing's hands. Although the heir to the Ding family is extraordinary, he is picked up and dropped off in a luxury car and is guarded by bodyguards, he doesn't really have much money in his pocket. His pocket money for a month is only 100,000, and most of it is controlled by Yi Qingqing. Usually, it's no problem for him to give out a few hundred, but more than that, he doesn't have it. This 5 million is really tempting. Yi Qingqing is thinking the same thing, this is 5 million, not 50,000. She had thought that by marrying Ding Hui, she would marry into a wealthy family and become a wealthy wife, and would henceforth live a life of ease and comfort. But what was the reality? Her standard of living had improved, but so had her expectations. The pocket money that the Ding family gave her each month was simply not enough, and she had to be very careful with how she spent it. As for ready money, they had never seen so much of it before. It could be said that the 5 million yuan really took them by surprise. You just said it wasn't yours, so how come it is now? What's the proof? Yi Qingqing held out her hand. The meaning was clear, just hand it over. No. This was the first time Ding Hui had said no, and he said it firmly. This is a gift from my son-in-law. If you want it, go and ask for it yourself tomorrow. With that, Ding Hui shoved the lottery ticket into the inside pocket of his shirt and patted it with his hand. Humph. I'll go myself tomorrow. Yi Qingqing's teeth clenched as she gritted her teeth. As she was about to turn around and close the door, a foot blocked it. Ha! Hey, honey, I've thought about it, and I think it's better to leave it to you. Ding Hui grinned and winked at Yi Qingqing. Oh? In order to please his wife, Ding Hui reluctantly gave up his prize. In fact, he was thinking, since the son-in-law is so amazing, just ask him for another ticket tomorrow. No sleep that night. Lying in bed, Ding Xiaoya was wide awake. Even after experiencing a long-awaited reunion, she still couldn't believe her eyes. This was all too dreamlike, it was like a godly start to the game. My dear, you are so outstanding, I feel like I'm not good enough for you. Ding Xiaoya buried her head in Lin Chen's embrace. This was the kind of praise a woman could give to the man in front of her, and there was no better praise than that. What do you mean by deserving and not deserving? In this life, I, Lin Chen, will only have you as a woman and our 4 babies. I will treat you well, hold you in the palm of my hands, love you, protect you, and spoil you. Lin Chen stroked Ding Xiaoya's hair with his hand to comfort her. This made Ding Xiaoya feel at ease, and she felt that the man in front of her was her heaven, and that she had made the right choice. But people get old after having children, will you still like me? Ding Xiaoya asked the question that all women worry about. Lin Chen also thought about the Shuasui Dan and Zuyan Dan in the new book gift pack he had received. There was only one Shuasui Dan, so he was sure he would take it himself. If he was strong, he would be able to protect the 5 women in his care, wouldn't he? As for the Zuyan Dan, Ding Xiaoya could take it. You are the most beautiful in my eyes, you were, you are, and you will always be. Here. This is the Zuyan Dan, take it and you will stay young forever. Saying this, Lin Chen held a pill in his hand and carefully stuffed it into Ding Xiaoya's mouth. Ding Xiaoya did not refuse either, opening her mouth slightly. The pill melted in her mouth, sending a cool sensation rushing through her head, as if she had suddenly floated to a fairyland. After a while, there was an added stench on her body, which made the usually clean-loving Ding Xiaoya scream and rush into the bathroom immediately. Taking advantage of this lull, Lin Chen also threw the Shuasui Dan into his mouth. A strong force filled his body, as if it were about to explode. Lin Chen was shocked, I was careless. He passed out several times and came to again. Looking at the sticky dirt on his body, it seemed like he hadn't bathed in years. Lin Chen rushed into the bathroom. Ah! How can you come in? Save water. Save water. Chapter 10 Chunmei and Xiaoxiang. After exercising, Ding Xiaoya slumped limply in Lin Chen's arms. Looking in the mirror in front of them, both pairs of eyes went wide. Whoosh! Ding Xiaoya stood up from Lin Chen's arms, touched her face, and then checked her perfectly flat stomach. she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! This is great! How come I have such good skin?" Lin Chen said something that made all women jealous. At this moment, Ding Xiaoya no longer cared about her own changes, but instead pinched Lin Chen's skin with her hand and exclaimed in awe, "How is this skin even better than mine?" Lin Chen was also surprised. He had never expected the purging pill to be so extraordinary, but unfortunately there was only one. Perhaps Lin Chen's thoughts were guessed by the system, which reminded him, "Master, this purging pill is for you. Even if you give it to someone else, it may not necessarily have this effect, so there is no need to think about it too much. Isn't the rejuvenating pill pretty good too?" Yes. The rejuvenating pill is also very good. At least it has restored the body of your goddess, Ding Xiaoya, to its former state, and even made it several times better than before. As soon as she walked out of the bathroom, Ding Xiaoya received a call from Auntie Li. "I'm really sorry, Xiaoya. I have some business at home, so I can't come here to take care of you. When will you be back?" Ding Xiaoya asked with concern. Over the past 10 months, the babies have been more accustomed to being taken care of by Auntie Li. Now that Aunt Li suddenly quit, it really caught Ding Xiaoya off guard. I won't be coming back. My husband needs care, so I won't be coming out of the country in the future. Xiaoya. I'm really sorry." With that, Aunt Li hung up the phone. Ding Xiaoya felt a hollow in her heart. Aunt Li had taken care of the baby for so long that she had developed some kind of attachment. Now she just quit, which was really hard to accept. Ding. Congratulations, host. To your wife, to keep her young and beautiful, and to reward the nanny with 2 prizes. She will report for duty tomorrow morning. Please rest assured, she comes from a clean background and is absolutely loyal to her master. Lin Chen immediately ran over to comfort Ding Xiaoya. "Don't worry, I've got it all under control." The next morning. Villa 28, Splendid Mansion. Ding Xiaoya, wearing her pajamas, leaned lazily against the doorway, her eyes fixed on Lin Chen, who was concentrating on cooking breakfast. Lin Chen had wanted to cook a rich breakfast for Ding Xiaoya and the babies, but unfortunately there was no food in the new home's refrigerator. There was only a little soybeans and flour that he found in the luggage Ding Xiaoya brought with her. At the moment, he was in the kitchen personally making tofu and bread. Ding Xiaoya looked at this scene and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Ding dong. The villa's doorbell was pressed. Ding Xiaoya ran to open the door, and there were 2 young women standing there. They were simply dressed, but that did not hide their beauty. "Hello, hostess. We are the new nannies the host has hired. My name is Chunmei, and she is Chiu Xiang." Host? Nannies? Ding Xiaoya's head was spinning, but she still couldn't figure out how they had found their way to the door. Suddenly, Lin Chen's voice came from behind her. "I asked them to come. They have been specially trained and are experts at taking care of children." "Huh? You hired them? When?" Ding Xiaoya was curious. Just last night, Aunt Li had called to resign, so where did Lin Chen find the nannies so early in the morning? And masters? It felt strange. Ahem. To avoid embarrassment, Lin Chen quickly dismissed them. "Go to the supermarket and buy some things. Here's the shopping list. Hurry back, the babies are about to wake up." Chunmei is quirky and Xiu Xiang is elegant and quiet. Both nannies are likable in their own way, but I don't know if the babies will like them. Chunmei took the shopping list from Lin Chen's hands and, pulling Xiu Xiang along, ran outside, her voice ringing out, "Don't worry, master, we'll be back in 10 minutes. 10 minutes? It's a 10-minute walk from the house to the entrance of the community, isn't it? They're going to buy everything on the list back in 10 minutes, are they joking?" Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders and continued to steam the bread. In a short while, Chunmei and Xiu Xiang returned with big bags in their hands. Looking at his watch, he saw that they had indeed only used 10 minutes. How did they manage that? Lin Chen muttered to himself. "Master. Wait. In the future, call me Lin Xiao, and that one is Xiao Nianyang, you can also call her Xiaoya." Lin Chen immediately began to correct the way they addressed him. Chunmei and Xiu Xiang turned and walked towards Xiaoya. "Sister Xiaoya, you are so pretty. Sister Xiaoya, your skin is so white, and you still have this willowy waist after giving birth to a baby. How did you manage to do it?" The 2 women surrounded Xiaoya and showered her with praise, making Ding Xiaoya so happy that she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Even though the babies in the room started crying and screaming, they didn't seem to hear it. Lin Chen thought to himself, the system is rewarding the two nannies, or is it rewarding the two aunts? As soon as Lin Chen entered the baby's room, Chunmei and Xiao Xiang rushed in, rushing ahead of Lin Chen and saying to him, Lin Xiao, you go ahead, we'll take care of the kids. Ha! That's more like it. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders and was about to leave. But then second treasure kept crying, shouting in his mouth, Daddy! Daddy! The meaning was clear, Daddy was needed to dress him. Lin Chen had no choice but to turn around and patiently dress Erbao. Erbao's big, shifty eyes stared at Lin Chen, and he stopped crying. Dabao, Sanbao, and Sibo were dressed in no time at all thanks to Chunmei and Xiaoxiang's busy work. At the table sat Ding Xiaoya, Chunmei, Xiaoxiang, Dabao, Erbao, Sanbao, and Sibao. Together with Lin Chen, who was busy in the kitchen, there were 8 people in total, just like a big family. In fact, on several occasions, Chunmei and Xiaoxiang tried to go in and help, but Lin Chen kept pushing them out. In Lin Chen's words, he had to cook this first meal himself. And if Chunmei and Xiaoxiang wanted to go into the kitchen, they had to learn from Lin Chen's subordinates before they could enter. The 8 of them sat down at the table, which was laden with a sumptuous breakfast. All 8 of them were having a good time eating, and none of them had ever had such a delicious breakfast before, including Chunmei and Xiaoxiang. The 4 babies were also eating happily under Lin Chen's care. As he kept going back and forth between the 4 babies, Ding Xiaoya wanted to help several times, but Lin Chen stopped her. A wife is meant to be spoiled, so he and the 2 nannies can do the work from now on. Ding-a-ling-ling. Chunmei, answer the door. Lin Chen gestured to Chunmei, who was closest to the door, to answer it. Chunmei, fearing that the buns would be eaten, grabbed one and stuffed it in her mouth before getting up and trotting towards the door. Ha ha! Xiao Ya! Where are my grandchildren? Yi Qingqing's hearty voice came from the doorway. Ding Hui followed closely behind, rushing in and heading straight for Lin Chen, whispering in his ear, Lin Chen. Yesterday's lottery ticket really won the jackpot, can you? Chapter 11, Look, Handsome. Before Ding Hui could finish speaking, Lin Chen already guessed what he was going to say next. Who could resist this temptation in the face of this sudden windfall? Not even a rich man, right? Not to mention Ding Hui, the miserable heir to the Ding family. But Lin Chen pretended to be ignorant. He couldn't use the Eye of Prediction again so easily, because he didn't have enough system points. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't open the Eye of Prediction. It was just that Ding Hui was stammering, deliberately not taking the initiative to name names, and letting Lin Chen say it himself, so that he would be embarrassed to ask for another one. A lottery ticket, right? No. Ding Hui also didn't expect Lin Chen to refuse, and he refused so decisively. Even Yi Qingqing, who pretended not to know, trembled. Doesn't this man know how to speak tactfully? In order to cover up the embarrassment, Ding Hui also gathered up to the 4 babies and played with the children. Although it looked harmonious, everyone was inwardly muttering. Even Ding Xiaoya didn't know what Lin Chen was thinking, and why he was being so unfriendly. Also, this father is too shameless, isn't he? Yesterday, he wanted a 5 million note, didn't he? Why is he asking for another one today? Then Lin Chen blurted out, Uncle, next time I'll give you a 15 million note. Ding Hui froze for a moment, then immediately reacted, holding up his son and coming to Lin Chen's side. Great. Add me on WeChat, let me know when to pick it up, I'll come myself. This made Ding Xiaoya so angry that she stamped her feet. Dad. Yi Qingqing only took a closer look at her daughter at this time. Looking up and down at her, tears welled up in her eyes. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years, and she wondered how she had spent those 2 years. When they first heard the news that she was pregnant, both Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing wanted to take their daughter back. Unfortunately, the head of the Ding family had said that anyone who dared to contact Ding Xiaoya would be expelled from the family. Facing such pressure, and not wanting to lose his status as the heir, Ding Hui could only endure the pain of missing his daughter. He secretly asked his bodyguards to go see his daughter every now and then, and even slipped her some pocket money, but every time, the stubborn Ding Xiaoya sent it back. In fact, there was no conflict between Ding Xiaoya and her parents. It was just that she was born into such a large family, and there were some things she simply could not control. Fate was always beyond her control, and that was the main reason why she was determined to give birth to Lin Chen's child. Yi Qingqing looked at her for a long time, but she could not find any signs of fatigue on her daughter's face. Moreover, she had given birth to 4 babies, and her figure seemed to be even better than before. Xiaoya, did you give birth to these 4 babies? Yi Qingqing said this without thinking, surprised by Xiaoya's figure. Ding Xiaoya pouted, ran over to Yi Qingqing with a smile, put her arms around Yi Qingqing's arm, and affectionately called out, "Mom, you're here too. My daughter, you've really worked hard. It's just that how come your figure and skin are so good?" Yi Qingqing asked enviously. The two of them spoke in ever-diminishing voices, and then kept glancing in Lin Chen's direction. Yi Qingqing learned that her daughter's skin and figure were completely due to Lin Chen. After taking the so-called anti-aging pill, she was also tempted. After all, which woman doesn't care about her appearance? Which woman doesn't want to preserve her beauty? Ding Hui was overjoyed. Lin Chen had just promised to buy him a 15 million yuan one for him in the future. That's great, he really made a profit this time. Since your aunt and uncle are here, why don't we go shopping together today and buy you some clothes on the way? Lin Chen suggested. Ding Xiaoya reminded, you don't have class today, do you? Hurry up and go to school, remember not to neglect your studies, if you don't get a diploma, forget about marrying me. Oh, it seems like there is a class after all. I'll set off now, you wait for me. With that, Lin Chen kissed the four babies on the cheek, bid farewell to Ding Xiaoya, and hurriedly ran towards the school. Yi Qingqing pulled Ding Xiaoya down to sit. Xiaoya, what's going on? How come he's still a student? Do you understand? What's his family situation like? And anyway, Yi Qingqing asked a lot of questions, and Ding Xiaoya was also confused. Her understanding of Lin Chen still remained as it was 2 years ago, and it was still through correspondence. Does Lin Chen really love me? Ding Xiaoya also fell into deep thought. Could it be that he just decided to take responsibility because he was grateful that I gave birth to 4 babies? Seeing the hesitation on Ding Xiaoya's face, Yi Qingqing became anxious. Immediately, she asked with a stern face, you child, you're not going to be fooled by him, are you? Cheat? How could that be? Lin Chen is not that kind of person, and this house, the car in the driveway, and the 990,000 yuan he gave me, plus the 25 million yuan lottery tickets I won yesterday, are they all fake? Ding Xiaoya retorted. She had a lot of trust in Lin Chen, but she just didn't know how to convince her parents to trust him as much as she did. Yes. That 5 million yuan can't be fake. Ding Hui, who was standing nearby, spoke up for his daughter. Yi Qingqing gave him a look, and Ding Hui immediately shut up. No matter what, it's still not wrong to be careful, especially when it's about your daughter's lifelong happiness. If it doesn't work out, just come back with us, we'll support you. We'll beg the old man nicely, and it should be fine. At worst, your father can just give up being the heir. Yi Qingqing became more and more agitated as she spoke. Ding Hui quickly interjected, that won't do, that's. Was glared back by Yi Qingqing, who muttered softly, my daughter and grandson are more important. Jingxi Wafu was only 15 minutes from school, so he could have walked there, but since he was already running late, he drove the Infiniti QX80 to school. In the classroom, the stern teacher, Maja, was already standing at the podium, his reading glasses perched on his nose. He glanced at the roll call book, then looked up at the people answering. Carrot Hulub. Present. Small bench Xiaobandung. Present. At the bottom, Lin Chintom's roommates whispered among themselves. What's wrong with the fourth today? I don't know, I haven't seen him for 2 days. Usually he's an active learner. Who's to say? Apart from studying, he doesn't even want beautiful women when they come to him. I really don't know what he's thinking. Could it be that he's sick today? He hasn't shown up yet? You never know. He's never missed a class, I'd never believe it if he skipped class, unless. From the podium, Mr. Maja finally read out the name, Lin Chen. Finally got the name right. It's over. Mr. Maja is notoriously difficult to please, and anyone who skips his class is sure to fail the semester. No one responded, so Maja looked up and scanned the classroom. With so many students, he only remembered this Lin Chen, a student with very good grades. Could it be that he didn't come today? He read the name again, Lin Chen. Present. A loud answer came from the door of the classroom. The entire classroom focused on the figure at the door. Wow, look, a handsome guy. Chapter 12 Hidden Talent. Handsome guy? All eyes were focused on Lin Chen at the door. He was 183 centimeters tall, wearing a casual outfit, with clean, fair skin, an angular face, and piercing eyes beneath his arched eyebrows, as deep and mysterious as the stars in the night sky. A faint smile was always on the corner of his mouth, giving him an air of leisure and confidence. This? Is this man still Lin Chen? How come I didn't notice before? Wow. He's worthy of being my god, I swear I will become his woman. Shame on you, I've already confessed to him, you can't steal him from me. Lin Chen. I want to have a monkey with you. I want a woman, I'm also pursuing the fourth. Who says it's not true? Why do I feel like the fourth is changed into a different person? His charisma is so strong, it's even better than mine. The classroom was in chaos, a commotion. Teacher Maja pulled a long face and snapped, what a disgrace. If anyone makes any more noise, you'll fail the course for a few years. Everyone immediately shut their mouths at the threat of failing the course. But they could control their mouths, but not their eyes. No one was going to pay attention to Teacher Maja in this class, most of them were fixated on Lin Chen. Sit down in your seats, now. Yes. Teacher Maja also muttered to himself, this kid, today I feel very different. Even I, this old fart, can't help but stare at him a little more, not to mention these little girls. Hey! And Lin Chen also looked at Teacher Maja a few times today. How come I didn't notice anything different about this old fart before? If it weren't for the lack of points, I would have predicted this Maja old fart today no matter what. Back at his seat, Lin Chen idly flipped through the book. The dull content on Marxism that came into view was like little elves, jumping and skipping into Lin Chen's mind one after the other. This? Lin Chen was stunned. Is this memorization? No. It's even more powerful than memorization. It's like a suction pump, directly absorbing nutrients from the book. Lin Chen became more and more absorbed, and the faster he read, the more fascinated he became. It only took him 3 minutes to read a thick book on Marxism. Some of Lin Chen's classmates, angered by his actions, began to mock him. What's he doing? Acting like a show-off? I think he's trying to attract the attention of those brainless women. Apart from that, there's no other use for his actions. Shoo. Maybe he really has finished reading it? Wow, haha. Are you kidding? Even that old Maja teacher probably didn't remember it all. Him? He'd be lucky to remember 2 pages. It's not that bad. Lin Chen usually gets good grades. Good? Him? Every time the grades come out, he's always beaten by Sun Xiao. That's right. With his attitude, he'll always be second best as long as Sun Xiao is around. Maja, the teacher at the front of the class, also noticed Lin Chen's actions. This guy, even if he's pretending, he's doing a pretty good job. Snap. Teacher Maja shook his head and threw the chalk at Lin Chen. Whoosh. Lin Chen calmly reached out a hand and caught the chalk between his fingers with 2 fingers. This obviously made everyone flinch slightly. They didn't think he had any skills, but this is okay? Fourth brother, have you practiced? I didn't know that. That's strange. The 3 roommates in the same dormitory scratched their heads, expressing their surprise at Lin Chen's actions. Lin Chen. As a student, don't you have to take knowledge seriously? Yes. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Then let me ask you, what were you doing just now? Teacher Maja pursued. Reading. Is there a problem? Lin Chen spread his hands. Do you really read like that? It's an insult to people who read. If everyone reads like you, will there be anyone in the world with real talent? Besides, don't you think what you're doing is really low? Teacher Maja shook his head in disgust. In fact, Teacher Maja usually thinks highly of Lin Chen, and just now when Lin Chen was late, he didn't say anything. But Lin Chen's attitude towards reading really touched Teacher Maja's bottom line. I really was reading. Lin Chen insisted on his principles. He was still unrepentant. Wait and see how Maja the old man will deal with him. He is simply overestimating his own abilities. Sun Hongbing, who was standing nearby, was even more smug. It seems that today Lin Chen has touched Maja the old man's bottom line. Now there's going to be some good show. There were hundreds of people in the lecture theater, and all of them felt that Lin Chen was a dead man. Let me test you. There are 10 questions in total. If you can answer half of them, I'll. Maja pondered over how to discipline Lin Chen. In Maja's eyes, Lin Chen was still a good student. With some hard work and discipline, he could definitely become a good student. Although he felt sad, he still came up with a good idea that would take Lin Chen's feelings into consideration and still punish him. But those who were jealous of Lin Chen refused. Test him. If you don't spank him now, he'll never learn. He's all show. Who can't flip through a textbook? I can. I won't let him off the hook. He'll have to copy the textbook. No. He'll have to clean the girls' bathroom. But when the girls heard this suggestion, they were overjoyed. They all raised their hands in approval. Yes. Yes. I think that's a good idea. That way, I can see my crush every time I go to the bathroom. Wow. You're all heroes. What a prank, cleaning the girls' bathroom. They're crazy. Of course, this was just a trick by those clowns. Not only did Lin Chen ignore them, but so did teacher Maja. Shall I start? No rush, let's talk about the stakes first. Lin Chen said confidently. What's the bet? If you lose, you're not allowed to be late for class in the future, and you have to study hard, one step at a time, and not mess around. And if I win? Teacher Maja answered confidently, you can arrange your own schedule for class. Good. It's a deal. A gentleman's word is his bond. Teacher Maja had just opened his mouth to give the topic, but before he could speak, Lin Chen had already started Chapter 1, Section 1. Chapter 2, Section 3. Chapter 3, Section 6. Lin Chen was unstoppable. The more he talked, the more uncomfortable everyone became, especially those who had just laughed at Lin Chen, who were now afraid to speak. SSSHH. It was the sound of their books being flipped. Because they couldn't flip their books fast enough to keep up with Lin Chen's speed. How is this possible? This is impossible. Teacher Maja muttered to himself, unable to react for a long time. As soon as the bell rang, Lin Chen was about to run outside. He was stopped by the three guys in his dormitory. You kid are a hidden gem. Chapter 13, Reaching the Pinnacle of Life. I have something to do today, so I won't be able to accompany you. I'll buy you dinner next time. Lin Chen patted his roommate on the shoulder. Is the fourth one rejecting us? Something's up. Something's up with the fourth one. Did he fall under the spell of that strong woman? Ha ha. While being teased by his three roommates, teacher Maja happened to walk past them, glanced at Lin Chen, and didn't say anything before leaving. Carrot nudged Lin Chen. Hey, Lin Chen, it's over, you've got the old man Maja's attention. You're right, there's something strange about this old man. Lin Chen, you'd better be careful, next time you act like a smartass, don't act so cocky, or you'll be dragged away for research. Xiao Ben too looked serious. Lin Chen watched the back of teacher Maja as he watched him leave, and muttered to himself, this teacher Maja seems to be something, but there's no sign of it. Thinking back to the last 2 years of Mr. Maja's class, he really didn't look like a mess. Fourth, let's go. There's no better time than today. Come have lunch with us today and we'll introduce you to a beautiful girl. Third excitedly pulled Lin Chen, as if he was determined to get this roommate today. Carrot and Little Bench also came up to help. Look everyone, Lin Chen is here. At the entrance to the teaching building, a girl with a ponytail rushed out, pointed in the direction of Lin Chen, and shouted to her companions behind her. No one else. Lin Chen is mine. Bullshit. You stink, woman. You stink. Your whole family stinks. You're a bunch of smelly fish and rotten shrimp, and with looks like yours, how could Lin Chen possibly like you? A tall, voluptuous woman slowly walked towards them from the back. Lin Chen and his roommates were stunned. What was going on? Carrot, we're both men, why didn't I get this kind of luck? Little Bench, I'd rather die than face people with this kind of shame. Old 3, Old 4, this is too much of a blow. But even so, if you close your eyes and pick one, you can break your virginity. Why do it? Are you practicing virginity and must maintain your virginity? Go away. Where did you come from, little brat, talking nonsense? The women looked at Lin Chen's roommate with disdain. How dare he speak to their idol like that? If that was the case, then they wouldn't have any chance at all, would they? Watching the group of women rushing over like crazy, Lin Chen started running. If he slowed down anymore, he thought, he really wouldn't be able to save his life. Hey, Lin Chen, you're running in the wrong direction. This way is to the dorms. Carrot reminded Lin Chen. That's right, this is the way to the parking lot. I'm living outside now, and I'll treat you all to dinner next time. I have an emergency today, so I can't hang out with you guys. Ha! The three roommates looked at each other and said, parking lot? Did the fourth roommate buy a car? So the three guys didn't go back to the dorms, but followed him to find out what was going on. Wow! An Infiniti QX80. Fourth brother. Have you landed a rich woman? That's right. I looked up this car online, and it costs at least 1.6 million yuan. Facing the questioning of his three roommates, Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders. It seemed that he would not be able to get away so easily today. If they delayed any longer, he wondered what the parents-in-law would think. Perhaps they had already returned to the Ding family with Ding Xiaoya and the babies. No way. We have to hurry. Stop talking. Get in the car. Yes. Let's ride in a luxury car for once. Once they got in the car, their roommate's attention was drawn to the row of child seats. There was an unusual silence in the car, and Lin Chen felt a chill behind him. Fourth brother, fess up. Did you steal this car somewhere? We can't do this. It's illegal and you'll go to jail. Carrot looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression. Little Bench chimed in, yes, yes. It's not too late to return them. Just tell us what the problem is, and we'll take it together. Don't do anything rash. Eldest brother shouted, I know, how could the fourth steal them with his character? Yes, eldest brother understands me. Lin Chen felt a rush of relief. Suddenly, his tone changed. The third brother was still acting mysteriously, whispering, could it be that the rich woman who took care of you has several children? And you need to take care of them as well? When Lao San said that, I also felt that it made sense. It's just that these 4 child seats obviously show that this rich woman has 4 children. Gee. Lao Si. That's a bit heavy. Carrot raised an eyebrow. Little Bench also joined in the fun, in my opinion, this is clearly a rich woman with 4 people, with 4 children. Gee. Lao Si, introduce us too. We can't forget our brothers in this good thing. Lin Chen's forehead was covered in dark lines. What is this and what is that? These guys really have a rich imagination. Listen up. Lin Chen decided to tell them about himself and Ding Xiaoya, so as to avoid any embarrassment later. It only took Lin Chen 5 minutes to give a rough summary. Afterwards, the 3 of them glanced at each other, then turned their attention back to Lin Chen and shouted, hurry up and drive. Take us to meet your sister-in-law. Sigh. Lin Chen shook his head, stepped on the accelerator, and roared off towards number 28 Jingxi Wafu. Hey, fourth brother, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Yes. There's only one destination in this direction. Yes. This is Jingxi Wafu, fourth brother, turn around quickly. But to their surprise, the security guard saluted Lin Chen and shouted, welcome home, owner. What's an owner? It means you own a house here. What on earth has the fourth roommate done? In just a few days, he has gone missing his wife, child, house, and car. He has reached the pinnacle of his life, and this is not letting anyone live anymore? Feeling has been seriously hit, no sound in an instant, obediently shut up, not sure where to start. To look at it this way, the fourth roommate is not on the same page as the rest of them, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to interact with them in the future. Today, he has come with a cheeky face, and it is estimated that this will be the last time. The 3 roommates suddenly became quiet, and their faces were very unnatural. Lin Chen noticed this from the rearview mirror and felt the need to explain. In case they are stubborn, we won't be brothers anymore. This is the ending Lin Chen doesn't want to see. So he reassured them, it's okay. Am I that kind of person? As long as you need help in the future, just let me know. Good. Fourth brother. With these words, we haven't known each other for nothing. Carrot smiled awkwardly, and the atmosphere in the car eased a lot. Then it returned to silence. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, thinking that they would have to let go of their burdens later. Just as he was thinking this, the car had arrived at the entrance to Villa 28. We're here. Everyone get out. Carrot and the others were like Lure entering the Grand View Garden, wandering around the villa courtyard. The main gate was wide open, but none of them went in at first. Has Lin Chen returned? The voice of Ding Xiaoya came from the house. Chapter 14 Teacher and Students. Ha! Carrot and the others felt that this voice was very familiar, and they had a feeling of familiarity when they heard Lao Si introduce his woman's name as Ding Xiaoya before, but they just couldn't remember. She had a perfect figure, youthful appearance, and elegant temperament. Such a woman appeared before them, and suddenly they didn't even have the courage to look. What's wrong with you guys? Lin Chen asked curiously. Ding Xiaoya covered her mouth and laughed, giggle. You ask what's wrong with them. Carrot gave a bitter smile and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. Dude, you're awesome. She's the goddess teacher at our school. The three of us took an elective course, and it was taught by Ding Xiaoya. Oh no, I mean teacher Ding. Oh? What course? Lin Chen was even more curious. These three guys usually hated going to class, and they would actively take elective courses? That was really strange. The three roommates looked at Lin Chen like they were looking at a monster. Little bench, holy shit. Fourth brother, you don't even take Ding's class, how did you hook up with her? Third brother's mind is wide open, could it be that the rich woman you hooked up with is? Before third brother could finish speaking, he received a tap on the head from Lin Chen, who solemnly warned them, listen up. Ding Xiaoya is my wife, and we have 4 kids. In the future, when you see her, just call her younger sister and don't get any ideas, or else I won't be your brother anymore. Hiss. Third brother nodded with a grin. They all knew that this time, the youngest brother seemed to be serious. Because even though he was so rich, he had not forgotten his brothers. But the fact that he was so serious about this matter was enough to prove that he and Ding Xiaoya were real. Ahem. Sister-in-law Ding, please forgive me. The youngest brother nodded to Ding Xiaoya and apologized. Ding Xiaoya didn't think anything of it and waved her hand. Since you are all Lin Chen's brothers and my students, you can consider this your home from now on. Come in. Although Ding Xiaoya felt that it was a bit difficult for a teacher to fall in love with a student, it was now a done deal. No matter how embarrassed she felt, she couldn't change it. When Lin Chen's roommates went in, they saw, oh my god. The 4 babies were sitting on the living room carpet. They looked just like the porcelain dolls on TV, pretty and cute. Is there really 4 of them? The youngest one gave birth to 4? Does that mean I have to give birth to 3 in the future? The third child inexplicably held up 3 fingers. Ha ha. The third child's words elicited a burst of laughter. Lin Chen looked at the clock and saw that it was almost time for dinner, so he told everyone, let's go. I'll treat you all to dinner today. Honey. I'm not going. Ding Xiaoya came up to Lin Chen and shouted. Sigh. That honey had Lin Chen's heart soaring. Why? I have a class this afternoon and I haven't prepared the lesson yet. Ding Xiaoya pouted. Class? Oh yeah. Ding Xiaoya still has a job. Lin Chen patted his chest. Honey, why don't you quit your job and I'll support you? Go to hell. Ding Xiaoya gave Lin Chen a dirty look. I just want to work, and you have to support me too. It's just that people can't be too idle sometimes, they still have to work. Okay. Whatever you want, I support you in whatever you do. But let's eat first, and I'll drive you to school. Okay. Thank you, honey. Ding Xiaoya called sweetly. Ding. Congratulations, owner, you have obtained Ding Xiaoya's level 3 trust, 10 points of spoiling your wife points, and 60 bonus points, for a total of 66 points. The system suddenly beeped, startling Lin Chen. This sudden happiness caught Lin Chen off guard. This is amazing. Don't worry, system, I'll spoil my wife and breastfeed my baby. Lin Chen's roommate shuddered when he heard the word husband. Was this still the cold and aloof teacher they were used to? He had actually been won over by the 4th person in their dormitory. Ding Hui had eaten Lin Chen's cooking yesterday, and at the mere mention of food, he immediately stood up and exclaimed, I'm actually hungry. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eat. What are you doing here? Have you forgotten? Yi Qingqing gave Ding Hui a look that made everyone else feel baffled. Ding Xiaoya ran all the way to her mother's side and said coquettishly, okay, do me a favor. Lin Chen always keeps his word. Okay, let's see how sincere he is, Yi Qingqing said with a stern face. Although all of this was real, Yi Qingqing, as a woman, of course knew what was most important for her daughter. Ding Xiaoya needed a man who loved and cared for her, not a playboy. So far, Lin Chen had only impressed Yi Qingqing 50%. Therefore, the next dinner is very important. Lin Chen directly notified Lu Piapiao by phone, and Lu Piapiao immediately sent a car to pick them up, because Lin Chen's car could not fit everyone. It seems that they will need a few more cars, otherwise it will be troublesome for his wife to commute to work. His family will ride in his Infiniti QX80, while the 3 roommates and 2 nannies will ride in Lu Piapiao's Benz. On the way, they passed the lottery station from yesterday. Today, there was a banner hanging in front of the lottery station, which read, "Congratulations on winning 3 5 million yuan prizes. Wait for me here." Lin Chen suddenly stopped the car and planned to get off. Ding Hui felt a burst of joy in his heart. His son-in-law had promised him 15 million yuan. Ding Xiaoya, on the other hand, had told him, "It's enough to win once with this thing, but you mustn't become addicted." "Don't worry, honey, I know what I'm doing." Lin Chen nodded. Yi Qingqing, on the other hand, had been watching Lin Chen calmly the whole time, wondering what was going on in his mind. The lottery stand was bustling with activity. Thanks to the banner, there seemed to be more people buying lottery tickets. "Geez, I wonder which lucky guy won the 5 million. I wonder if it's the same person. If it is, that's amazing. You all believe this? Don't fall for it, it's the boss's marketing ploy. Just have some fun, don't take it seriously." Lin Chen finally managed to squeeze up to the boss and took out a 100 yuan note and handed it to the boss's wife. "Give me 4 lottery tickets, 3 for 1 bet and 1 for 3 bets." As for the numbers, Lin Chen pondered for a moment, his gaze falling on the lottery terminal's computer, and a series of numbers immediately came to mind. After getting the winning numbers, Lin Chen reported the numbers to the boss's wife. After getting the lottery ticket, Lin Chen left in a hurry, saying, "Keep the change." It was also because there were so many people that the bosses and the others waited until Lin Chen had left before they exclaimed, "That young man just now is the one who won the lottery yesterday. Cut it out. You won the lottery yesterday, but you're not going to claim the prize today, and you're still buying tickets? Do you take us for idiots?" Someone retorted, and they laughed at the bosses. "Really?" The bosses was so flustered that she didn't know how to explain. Lin Chen checked the points in the system's toolbar, and there were only 36 left, after 30 had been deducted. It seems that the number of points deducted has nothing to do with the number of lottery tickets. What matters is that points will be deducted for predicting the winning numbers. "Here. This is for you." Lin Chen directly handed the 3 lottery tickets to his 3 roommates. "Lottery tickets?" Carrot exclaimed. Chapter 15, The Master Wants to Teach Cooking. "Yes, this is a gift for you. I hope you like it," Lin Chen said seriously. "Fourth brother, can you not be so serious? This way, we'll think it's the truth. If you really want to, give each of us a car." Carrot teased casually. In their opinion, Lin Chen was joking. Lottery tickets? $2 each, isn't that just throwing money away? You might as well buy an ice lolly and lick it for a while. Seeing that they didn't pick them up, Lin Chen gave a mysterious smile and said, "If you don't take them, don't come to dinner with me later. Get off the car now and walk back." With a whoosh, the 3 of them snatched the 3 lottery tickets from Lin Chen's hands with lightning speed. Lin Chen gave them a glare and said, "Keep them safe. We'll eat with the lottery tickets later." After saying that, he walked towards his Infiniti QX80. Once in the car, Ding Hui rubbed his hands together in anticipation, looking expectantly at Lin Chen. "Uncle. This is what I promised you, but I think it's safer if Auntie keeps it. I hope you don't mind, Auntie." Lin Chen turned the ticket with 3 entries in one hand and handed it to Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing, of course, didn't mind. But she was still curious, could this ticket really win? Great. Hang on, here we go. Lin Chen whistled as he drove towards Zishangshen. At noon, there weren't many people eating, but Zishangshen was still packed with guests. This was the best restaurant in Jianhai City, and reservations were usually required in advance. Lin Chen and the others followed Lu Piao and walked directly towards the second-floor private rooms. "Wait a minute. Why? They came later and have private rooms, but we came early and have to wait?" A bearded man yelled loudly. Seeing this group of women and children, plus a few college students, he thought that these people might be bullied into giving up their box. No, their beautiful waitress Xiaoyu was so anxious that she didn't know how to explain. This customer had been pestering Xiaoyu for a long time, and was also taking the opportunity to take advantage of her. Grabbing Xiaoyu's hand, he said, "Then you explain it to me clearly, or it's not over today." Lin Chen and Lu Piao, who had reached halfway up the steps, returned and went down the stairs. "Let go!" Lu Piao snapped. The bearded man still looked up and down at Lu Piao, his eyes fixed. "Today is really a good day, I have met a beautiful waitress and a beautiful woman who looks like a fairy." "Beautiful woman, why don't you take me with you? I have a lot of money, as long as you accompany me to dinner." The bearded man let go of Xiaoyu and moved closer to Lu Piao. The real Xiaoyu was like a frightened fawn, scampering behind Lin Chen for protection. Lin Chen motioned to her not to be afraid, and with a flash of his body, he came to Lu Piao's side, extending his hand to block the bearded man's path. "Get out of the way!" the bearded man shouted. "No way!" Lin Chen responded coldly. "I'll count to 3. 3. Bam!" The bearded man had just counted to 1 when his body flew towards the door like a kite with its string cut. Did Lin Chen just make a move? Lu Piao and Xiaoyu both stared with wide eyes in curiosity, and rubbed their eyes again as if they hadn't seen clearly. His move was too fast. The bearded man lay motionless on the ground, and no one dared to go up and help him. "Let's go. We're going up." Lin Chen didn't even look at the bearded man. He knew in his heart that he had just used a move to teach the bearded man a lesson, and he hadn't used a heavy hand. Lu Piao's eyes were filled with wonder. It seems that this partner is really extraordinary. It seems that this time I have bet on the right one. He sighed inwardly. I will find an opportunity to discuss it with him. After all, he is also a shareholder of Zixiangshuan now, and he will find a solution. The bearded man waited until Lin Chen had left before he stood up from the ground with gritted teeth and clenched fists, staggering away. He cursed and said, "Just you wait. I can't swallow this humiliation. In the box, everyone is having fun around the babies. It's just that the 4 little ones don't know what's wrong today, and they keep cooing, and no one can make them happy. As long as Chunmei and Xiaoshan hold them, no one else here will do." As soon as Lin Chen entered the box, all 4 babies held out their hands for Lin Chen to hold. "Ha ha! Babies, did you miss your daddy?" Lin Chen happily went up to meet them and held all 4 babies in his arms at once. 1 in each arm, 1 on the back, the 4 babies hung from Lin Chen like pandas, causing everyone to laugh until they were bent over. "Okay, babies, come down." Ding Xiaoya felt sorry for Lin Chen and went up to hug the babies down, and Chunmei and Xiaoshan each took one to nurse. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task of holding 4 treasures by yourself. You are rewarded with a universal mop. You have been awarded 50 babysitting points. Lin Chen discovered that the points for spoiling his wife and the points for nursing babies are separate, but the growth of both will be accumulated in the system points. The points are now 86. In other words, the system points are the sum of the 2, while the points for spoiling his wife and the points for nursing babies are separate. It's really amazing. I just don't know what the difference is between the points for spoiling his wife and the points for nursing babies. 4th son, hurry up and order. We're all hungry. Carrot and the others urged Lin Chen. Since they had come to Zishanxian for the first time, they decided to have a good meal, since someone was treating. Ding Hui also remembered what Lin Chen had done earlier, giving Yi Qingqing the lottery ticket, and decided to return the favor. Why don't you work a little harder today? Your aunt hasn't tried your cooking yet. Dad. Ding Xiaoya couldn't stand it anymore and pouted. Isn't this clearly using Lin Chen as labor? Cooking a whole table of dishes is not that simple. Last time there were few people, but this time there are so many, so Lin Chen will definitely be exhausted. Oh? Lin Chen can cook? Then I really want to try it. Yi Qingqing heard that her son-in-law had this skill, and felt that it was still necessary to keep an eye on her daughter. When did the youngest son learn this? How come we didn't know? Xiao Baiyanku blurted out. Suddenly, she thought that it seemed inappropriate to say such things on such an occasion, and she closed her mouth again. They didn't come here to talk today, but to eat and drink for free. Everyone, just wait a moment, I'll be right back. I promise I'll satisfy everyone. Zixiangshuan, back of the house. Fatty Wang is busy. Lin Chen comes in and picks up a pot and places it on the stove next to Fatty Wang. This surprises Fatty Wang. Who is so bold as to place a pot next to him to cook? Even the boss's wife, Lu Piao, would never do such a thing, right? So he raises the spoon in his hand and is about to hit the clueless guy next to him. SSSHH. Plop. Wang Fatso's legs went weak and he fell to his knees. Master, why have you come? Get up at once. Give me the menu. I'll cook whatever you cook. I'll only do it once, so how much you learn is up to you. Lin Chen said matter-of-factly. What? Is Master going to teach me to cook? Wang Fatso was so excited that he had nowhere to put his hands and his face turned red with excitement. Hurry up. Oh. I'll read out the names of the dishes. Wang the fat boy scrambled to his feet, quickly grabbed the menu and began to read it out. Kung Pao chicken. Chapter 16 I won't dare anymore. Knock, knock, knock. Next. Sliced pork and garlic sauce. Knock, knock, knock. Next. Pork trotter in black bean sauce. Knock, knock, knock. Next. Marinated chicken feet. This continued, and each dish was completed with the most reasonable speed and perfect culinary skills, directly shocking Xiaoyu, who was standing by watching. In theory, this waiter is not allowed to stand in the kitchen for more than a minute. This is the rule, otherwise won't the culinary skills be stolen? But today Lin Chen did not ask her to leave, and Wang the fat man could not attend to it. The speed of the master was too fast, and even Wang the fat man, one of the 3 famous chefs in Shanghai, could not keep up. Fortunately, Lin Chen slowed down, allowing Wang to barely keep up. Even so, Wang was exhausted and sweating. After cooking 30 dishes, none of which were repeated, Lin Chen put down the spoon. That's enough for today, we'll continue next time. Lin Chen coolly walked out of the kitchen. As he passed by Xiaoyu, he gave her a look and said, "Please take the dishes I just cooked to box 222 for me." Yes. Xiaoyu stretched out her long legs and went to serve the food happily. In room 222, everyone looked at the table of food and opened their mouths in surprise. Even Ding Hui, who had seen Lin Chen's amazing skills, didn't expect Lin Chen to be that amazing. Not only was his cooking good, but he was also fast. He cooked this whole table of food in half an hour. Is he still a normal person? You cooked this table of food? Yi Qingqing didn't seem to believe it. Without waiting for Lin Chen to explain, everyone started eating. Seeing the satisfied looks on everyone's faces, Yi Qingqing couldn't wait for Lin Chen's answer and picked up her chopsticks to join in. If there's something that can't be solved easily, just invite them to a meal. If that doesn't work, then 2 meals. Lin Chen had definitely achieved that. 2 meals solved the problem with the father-in-law, 1 meal solved the problem with the mother-in-law, and 1 meal silenced the roommate. They all patted their stomachs contentedly and said they had to go. Before they left, Lu Piao gave them all a business card, saying they were welcome to come to Zishan for dinner anytime. Anytime? I guess they don't have that much money in their pockets. If they want to come, they can just say they're Lin Chen's friends, but I don't have that kind of face. But there was one person who had a thick skin, and that was Ding Hui. Before he left, he gave these instructions: Lin Chen, be good to my daughter. If you really want to marry her, we can't make that decision for you. You have to prove it to my father. I'll be here to monitor your progress at any time. I have to think about my daughter's future. Dad. Ding Xiaoya stamped her feet in agitation. Yi Qingqing went over and grabbed Ding Hui by the ear, scolding him, "If you want to eat for free, just say so, don't make it sound so noble." After watching the old kids leave, Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya smiled at each other. 4th child. We can walk back on our own, the school is just across the street anyway. Teacher Ding, we'll be going now. Carrot and the others said goodbye to Lin Chen and left as well. Come again next time. Ding Xiaoya nodded politely. Come again next time? Does that mean there's still a chance to eat at this high-class restaurant? Next time, I must bring my girlfriend along. In the end, only Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya were left, along with 2 nannies and 4 babies. Pushing the stroller, Lin Chen threw the car keys to Chunmei and told her to go get the car, while he stayed behind to take care of the 4 babies. The group stood at the door waiting for the car. Not far away, a man with a beard, his hand bandaged, pointed in Lin Chen's direction and shouted, "Chungu. That's the guy, so arrogant. I told him that Chungu is my big brother, but the guy just looked down on you." Hurry up and say it, what did he say? A yellow-haired man known as Brother Chun threw away the cigarette but in his hand, picked up the steel pipe next to him, and kept his eyes fixed on Lin Chen, who was not far away. Lin Chen, on the other hand, had been standing at the door since he arrived, and had been feeling uneasy, with his eyelids twitching non-stop. Strange. What's with these twitching eyelids today? They won't stop. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Reminding the owner that there is danger in the surroundings, or you may suffer from a villain, so the eyelids will jump. This is a reaction of your body to the surrounding environment after the system is bound. Ha? Is there such a thing? I haven't offended anyone. Who would harm themselves? Strange. Chun led a group of 10 or so younger brothers directly towards Lin Chen. Get out of the way. Chun is doing business, so all other people should get out of the way. Wow! The customers at the door of Zishan all moved aside one by one. This brother Chun seems to be quite famous in this area. He hangs out here all day, but it's not that everyone is afraid of him. It's just that getting involved with someone like this will bring bad luck to the whole person, and things won't go too smoothly. So everyone avoids him, as better to stay out of trouble than get into it. Lin Chen patted Ding Xiaoyao on the shoulder and reassured her, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." He said this and handed the children to Ding Xiaoya and Xiao Xiang before he walked towards the thugs who had surrounded them. Lin Chen. Husband. Ding Xiaoya called out Lin Chen's name anxiously. Lin Chen turned around and gave her a reassuring look. Even Xiao Xiang, who was standing nearby, comforted Xiaoya, "Don't worry. Lin Xiao will be fine." Ha? How does she know he'll be fine? Over here, Brother Chun has already surrounded Lin Chen with his men. "Kid, you know who I am, right?" Brother Chun asked, pointing at himself. "Yes." Lin Chen responded indifferently. "You know and you still don't run? You're still so arrogant in the face of my siege, who do you think you are? Go! Break my legs!" Brother Chun waved his hand and everyone responded. A dozen thugs surrounded Lin Chen. "Who dares to mess with me in front of my door?" Suddenly, Lu Piao came running with a group of bodyguards. Lu Piao? Chun Ji's eyes narrowed, and he was tempted to back out. This woman is not someone to mess with. I heard that Zishang Pavilion has a complicated background, and it's not something a small-time thug like him can handle. Oh, so you're friends with Boss Lu? I'm sorry, I'll leave now. Chun Ge waved his hand and turned to leave. No. Chun Ge, the kid's leg hasn't even been broken yet. The bearded man stopped Chun Ge and yelled. Today, the bearded man had spent 20,000 yuan to hire Brother Chun to come out and do this. If he just left, wouldn't that 20,000 yuan be wasted? He had suffered humiliation and a beating, and now he couldn't get his revenge. How could the bearded man just let it go? He directly got his hands on Brother Chun and grabbed his arm. The implication was that he wouldn't let it go until he got an explanation today. It looked like this bearded man was being unreasonable. Brother Chun frowned and glanced at Lu Piao. Sigh. This woman hates me. If she gets her hooks into me, I won't have a good time. Brother Chun waved his hand and ordered, "Break one of her legs." The bearded man was overjoyed, thinking that Brother Chun had been moved by his words. Ha ha. Now see what you're so pleased about? You offended me, the bearded man, and I'll teach you a lesson just the same. But suddenly the bearded man felt something was wrong. The thugs raised the sticks in their hands and brought them down on his legs. Ah! A scream was heard. Then came the voice of regret from the bearded man, "Brother Chun, I dare not do it again." Chapter 17, First Love Rival. Boss Lu, are you satisfied? Brother Chun asked cautiously. Get lost. Lu Pao responded coldly. Go. Brother Chun quickly left with his subordinates. Sigh. What a ruthless person, this Brother Chun is no good guy, even if he lets him go today. In Lin Chen's heart, this person has already entered his blacklist. Squeak. At this time, Chun Mei had already driven the car to the door. Lin Chen hugged the baby and got into the car, and also helped Ding Xiaoya, who was still in her tracks, get into the car. My wife is scared, I'll take you to school. Lin Chen said softly. Ding Xiaoya grabbed Lin Chen's arm with both hands and said worriedly, Hubby, promise me that you will protect yourself well, I and the baby need you, you must not get hurt. Silly girl. How could I get hurt? Lin Chen whispered reassuringly. He looked behind the car, with a fierce look in his eyes, and secretly vowed, if anyone dares to touch my woman and child, I will make them regret being born. It seems that I need to continue improving my strength and abilities, otherwise how can I protect them? He roared in his heart, System, I want money, I want strength, I want power. System, as long as you dote on your wife and baby, you will have everything. Ha? Dote on my wife and baby? Don't worry, I, Lin Chen, absolutely dote on my wife and baby. In front of Jianghai University, an Infiniti QX80 pulled up and Ding Xiaoya, who is usually aloof, got out of the car. It immediately caused a sensation. Look! Who is that? Isn't that the beautiful teacher? But she was the school flower of Jianghai University back then and later stayed on to teach. Didn't I hear that she kept to herself? The guys who chased after her could line up from the front gate of Jianghai University to the suburbs. But she rejected them all. So what just happened? Have you come to terms with it? In the end, this cabbage was still plowed by a pig? Hey! Everyone at Jianghai University let out a sigh from the bottom of their hearts. Why do all the good cabbages get plowed by pigs? Wait! There seems to be someone else in the car, getting off. Swish! All the gazes focused on Lin Chen's face. Ding Xiaoya felt curious, what are these people looking at? When she turned around, she realized that Lin Chen had gotten off the bus at some point and was walking towards her. Ding Xiaoya stood still, feeling a rush of panic. She had told him not to come down, but now the whole school knew. Isn't this the campus heartthrob Lin Chen, who was just voted the most popular guy on the campus website a few days ago? Yes, it really is. But he is really handsome. Wow. I want to marry him. What's wrong with you? Can't you see that he is with Ding Xiaoya? Quiet. Then suddenly someone whispered softly, breaking the silence, this is not a teacher and a student. Wow. There was an uproar, and then many people took out their phones to take pictures and upload them to the campus website. Suddenly, the story of Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya was all over Jianghai University. It's all your fault. What now? Ding Xiaoya pouted and acted cute. Wait. What are we seeing? The goddess is acting cute with the school hunk. Ah. This is really heartbreaking. Is this torturing us single guys? With a rumble, a sports car full of wildness roared up. With a screech, it braked sharply and came to a halt not far from Ding Xiaoya, and a well-dressed young man got out. Someone in the crowd recognized the young man and exclaimed, it's Wan Kevin, son of Wan Kuan, one of the top 3 chefs in Jianghai. Wan Kevin? Hasn't he always been the one Ding Xiaoya has been after? This is going to be good. The crowd became even more curious and waited with bated breath. Kevin Wan got out of the Cadillac supercar, picked up a bouquet of flowers from the passenger seat, and walked towards Xiaoya Ding. Ha! Ding Xiaoya grabbed Lin Chen's arm with both hands and whispered in his ear, this Kevin Wan is someone you can't offend, so let's just leave quickly. Leave? Hey, Lin Chen had no intention of leaving. You have to get rid of these kinds of people, and the more you avoid them, the more they'll come back for more. Plop! Wan Kaiwan actually knelt down on one knee in front of Ding Xiaoya. A ring box suddenly appeared in his hand, which he opened gently and looked at Ding Xiaoya lovingly. Xiaoya, marry me. This is a diamond ring, and you can only buy one with an ID card. Xiaoya, for the sake of my unrequited love, marry me. Xiaoya cast a pleading look at Lin Chen. Crazy about you? I think you're just passionate about other people. Lin Chen smiled and grabbed the ring from Wan Kaiwan's hand, then reached for his ID with the other hand. Give me your ID. Wan Kaiwan felt a chill in his heart. Where did this guy come from? He's so close to the goddess. He wants my ID? Did he see something? Ha, I'll give it to you. Even if he really goes to verify it, this ID is fake. Ha ha. Wan Kaiwan thought he was completely safe and handed over his ID generously. Lin Chen glanced at the number and photo on the ID card, which was obviously photoshopped. In other words, the ID card was forged. As for forging an ID card, I think this Wan Kaiwan knows the charges very well. Lin Chen put the ID card in his pocket with his back hand. Give me back my ID card. Wan Kaiwan frowned. He became a little wary of this guy. Don't worry about the ID card for now, let's verify the authenticity of the ring first. Saying this, Lin Chen took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Help me verify the information on Kevin Wan's ID card. After hanging up, Lin Chen looked at Kevin Wan with a smile, which made Kevin Wan feel insecure. With a slap, he knocked the diamond ring out of Kevin Wan's hand. You think you can fool me with this $10 item? If you don't have any money, don't pretend to be rich. Can't you just be honest? Click, click, click. Lin Chen's mouth popped out a series of questions, which made Kevin Wan furious. Where did this wild kid come from, daring to question me, Wan Xiaoyu? This diamond ring cost me more than 100,000 yuan, and now it's fallen into the gutter, you pay me back. Wan Kaiwan jumped up from the ground. He had spent a month's worth of pocket money on this, just to trick Ding Xiaoya into going out with him. Now, he hasn't even touched Ding Xiaoya's hand, and the diamond ring is gone. The ID information is fake, but the diamond ring is real. He had to hold on to the culprit, Lin Chen, or he would lose a lot today.
Diamond ring? Ha ha.
Lin Chen laughed wildly. In fact, his phone call just now was fake, as was the confirmation of the ID information. As for whether the diamond ring was fake, he didn't know either. Lin Chen was just trying to gain the upper hand. Even if the diamond ring was real, if Wan Kaiwan had something to hide, he would reveal himself.
Now it seems that there is indeed something fishy going on. Either you pay compensation or you go to the police.
Wan Kaiwan's ferocious glare revealed his true nature, completely unlike the gentle and refined man he had just been.
You can try. A cold voice came from nowhere. Chapter 18, An Exaggerated System Reward.
Everyone looked up in that direction, and it turned out to be Lu Piao Piao.
Why is this woman here? That's right.
This, Zixiang Xian, is right across from Jianhai University, and she can clearly see everything that happens at the entrance of Jianhai University.
Lin Chen had a suspicion in an instant. Did Lu Piao open Zixiang Xian across from Jianhai University for a purpose?
Wan Kaiwan, who saw that it was Lu Piao, immediately greeted her with a smile. Boss Lu.
I'm so embarrassed.
Today, I, Wan Kaiwan, am proposing to Ding Xiaoya.
Why don't you come and be a witness?
Lu Piao waved her hand. No need.
You can go.
What? You have to know that Wan Kaiwan is the son of Wan Kuan, one of the 3 famous chefs in Jianhai City. Even if he doesn't give him face, he has to give his father Wan Kuan face. Boss Lu, it's like this. I, Wan Kaiwan, regained my composure and continued to explain. Lu Piao still didn't bat an eye, and waved his hand. Get out of here. Wan Kaiwan was so embarrassed, he didn't dare express his dissatisfaction with Lu Piao, but that didn't mean he was afraid of Lin Chen. This nobody not only broke his diamond ring, but also ruined his good thing. You. If you don't pay me back for the diamond ring today, I'm going to break your legs.
Sigh. What's wrong with these second-generation masters? They want to break someone's legs at the slightest provocation.
The former one had a beard, and they had just met, so neither owed the other anything. He had to come looking for trouble, and ended up with his leg broken.
Now this Wan Kaiwan has run right into Lin Chen's crosshairs. Ding. Remind the owner.
Break Wan Kaiwan's leg, and you'll be rewarded with a Porsche Cayenne. Let Wan Kaiwan go, and you'll be rewarded with the title of worthless piece of shit.
Damn it. This is intolerable.
Besides, I can't let the system look down on myself. He dared to propose to Ding Xiaoya in front of me. That's not giving me face. Lin Chen glanced left and right, and at this time there happened to be a septic tank truck operating on the side of the road.
Lin Chen directly picked up a shovel and walked back. Ha ha. That guy is a moron, right? He actually took a shovel and played with it.
I can't believe the goddess is looking for a moron. And Lin Chen still calls himself the schoolgrass.
He's shameless.
Lin Chen never said that from beginning to end. And he never admitted it either. All kinds of rumors immediately started flying around.
Ha ha. Ding Xiaoya, you'd better follow me.
Look at this idiot, he's just a country boy, he's not good enough.
Wan Kaiwan was laughing with his hand over his stomach. Whoosh.
Lin Chen didn't even stop for a second, and rushed directly towards Wan Kaiwan.
Hiss. Wan Kaiwan suddenly felt that something was wrong. This guy wouldn't have gotten it figured out before he got hit in the leg with the shovel. A scream shocked the entire Jianhai University.
Lin Chen returned the shovel to the worker and turned back to the gate of Jianhai University, shouting, Ding Xiaoya is my woman.
Whoever dares to have any ideas, Wan Kaiwan is the precedent. Well, if you don't believe me, you can try it.
Not only did the school hunk get the goddess Ding Xiaoya, but he also broke Wan Kuan's son Wan Kaiwan's leg with a shovel. Suddenly, the campus website was full of news about Lin Chen.
What should we do? How about we pay some money?
I still have the 990,000 yuan you gave me on my card, and with the 5 million lottery ticket, I should be able to suppress this matter. Ding Xiaoya was all over Lin Chen, afraid that he would suffer the slightest injustice.
Isn't Lin Chen the same?
Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken Kevin Wan's leg in front of so many people. Kevin Wan was carried into the car by the driver and left in a hurry.
The onlookers were afraid of getting into trouble and ran away. That left Ding Xiaoya, Lin Chen, and Lu Piao.
At this time, Lu Piao was even more certain of her own judgment. It seems that Lin Chen is right, and I believe he can definitely help me. I'll go first. Call me next time if something happens, and I'll help you solve it. After saying that, Lu Piao Piao turned around and left. That enchanting back view made Lin Chen's heart itch. Whoever got this woman would be drained dry. Ah! Lin Chen felt a pain in his ear and let out a cry. Ding Xiaoya grabbed Lin Chen's ear with one hand while lecturing him. Have you fallen for someone else? No, no, no. Are you kidding? I know my own weight. Lu Piao Piao is still a good partner, and if I mess with her, I'll probably be in trouble for the rest of my life. Lin Chen shrugged and replied seriously. Ding Xiaoya was very satisfied with this answer and immediately let go of his hand. Lin Chen immediately received a reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have broken the leg of your first rival in love and are rewarded with a Porsche Cayenne. 500 million Huaxia currency has been credited to your account. Wow, that's a lot. Lin Chen glanced at the spoiled wife point, which had secretly increased a lot, to 85 points. As for the system points, they had accumulated to 128. Hey, with points, you can exchange things in the system mall, and the main thing is that you can activate the Eye of Prediction. Lin Chen threw the car key in his pocket to Ding Xiaoya, pointed to the red Porsche Cayenne not far away, and said to Ding Xiaoya, "That's the car I bought for you. You can drive it to and from work in the future." What? When did you buy a car? Ding Xiaoya looked curiously in that direction and sure enough, a brand new Porsche Cayenne was parked there. This was the car Ding Xiaoya had always wanted, so how did Lin Chen know that he liked this model? This is too happy. Ba da. Ding Xiaoya stood on her tiptoes, pressed a red lipstick on Lin Chen's face, and then ran away quickly. Women are easily satisfied, not to mention that Lin Chen spoils her so much. There was a 2-year gap in the middle, but suddenly she was back by his side. Ding Xiaoya's face was full of a satisfied smile. She secretly admonished herself, I must cherish my current life, for myself and for my child. She, Ding Xiaoya, must support Lin Chen. Zhanghai University, President's Office. President Zhang, my son's leg was broken by a student who was uneducated and knows nothing at your school. What do you think should be done? At this time, Wan Cohen was sitting in the president's office, yelling at President Zhang angrily. Despite this, President Zhang greeted him with a smile. This is Wan Cohen, one of the 3 famous chefs in Zhanghai City. To say that this is just a famous chef is no big deal. But nowadays, many large families and conglomerates like to recruit these famous chefs under their names to cook for them exclusively. This has made the backing of these famous chefs stronger, and with backing, these famous chefs have become arrogant. As the water rises, their status has also risen. Mr. Wan, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. I will also make it public, so that everyone will know. You'd better go back first. Principal Zhang couldn't stand the condescending manner of these people. So what if you're powerful and influential? Principal Zhang was a scholar turned principal, and while he was polite on the surface to these people, he looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. No. I want a solution today. And it's now. Wan Cohen loudly refused. Chapter 19, Is the world going to be turned upside down? No. Principal Zhang frowned, and the smile on his face immediately disappeared. What's wrong with this guy? I've already given him face, can't he see that? Humph. Whatever. Principal Zhang also got angry and tilted his head. Wan Cohen was not impressed by this, and warned Zhang, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't find the student who caused the accident, I'll go find him myself. If that student is missing limbs, then don't blame me for being rude. Faced with Wan Cohen's threat, Zhang had no choice but to ask his assistant to find Lin Chen. At this time, Lin Chen had just returned Chunmei, Xiaoxiang, and the babies to number 28 Jingxi Wafu. He was playing with Bao Bao when the phone rang. On the line came the anxious voice of his eldest brother, fourth brother, where are you? Come to the school immediately. Ha? What's wrong? Lin Chen had a bad feeling, and his whole body immediately became murderous. Bao Bao cried in fright. Be good, Bao Bao, don't cry. Daddy will be right back after I step out for a bit. Saying goodbye to the 4 babies at home, Lin Chen drove the Infiniti QX80, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed directly to Zhanghai University. Lin Chen did not go back to the dormitory, but went directly to the principal's office. Because on the phone, the boss had made it very clear, the 3 of them were taken to the principal's office.
Principal Zhang's office. Tell me. Where the hell is Lin Chen? When is he coming?
Wan Cohen, who had already been restless, pointed at Carrot and the others and scolded them. They treated the carrots as if they were fish and meat, ready to be slaughtered at any time. Principal Zhang's face was overcast, and fire was about to burst from his eyes. If it weren't for the lack of school funding in recent years, most of it would have to be maintained through social donations. And these donors are basically related to this Wan Cohen. In just half an hour, Principal Zhang has already received no less than 20 phone calls, all threatening Principal Zhang. If they want to donate this year, they must hand over Lin Chen today, and it would be best if they fired him. Lin Chen has made a complete mess of things, so maybe they will be happy to donate more.
This is really nerve-wracking. What kind of student is this Lin Chen?
Not only has he hooked up with the prettiest female teacher in the school, he has also offended this almighty God.
This has really put the school principal in a difficult position. This is my student, and I hope I can question them. Please don't be impatient. The school principal Zhang's face was stern. Wan Cohen was getting himself into trouble, pacing back and forth in the office. The seniors had all said good things about Lin Chen in front of the school principal Zhang. What about being in the top 3 in the grade? What about doing good deeds like Lei Feng? What about having a clean family background and being righteous? Principal Zhang shook his head. How could such an outstanding student have done such an irrational thing? Even if he was bullied and provoked, he should have trusted the school and society. Alas! Let's wait until someone arrives. If that doesn't work.
And I think of that helpless and already doomed ending, Principal Zhang's face wrinkled with a few more lines. If this continues, the century-old reputation of Jianghai University will be ruined in an instant, and the school will slowly deviate from its original path.
Knock, knock. A knock on the door made everyone inside jump. Is he here?
Wan Cohen, one of the students, was the most excited and rushed to the door.
Bang! The office door opened. A handsome man with a height of 183 centimeters stood in the doorway. Yes, this person was Lin Chen. He gave a stunning impression of being handsome. Is this guy even a man? How can he be so handsome? Even Wan Cohen, who has always been proud of his appearance, is jealous. How can he be so handsome? He is several grades above him. Compared to others, he is really a small fish in a big pond. Principal. You're looking for me? Lin Chen bypassed Wan Cohen and walked towards Principal Zhang.
Wan Cohen was about to speak but stopped. Since he is here, there is no rush.
He has ways to deal with Lin Chen. Now it depends on how Principal Zhang behaves. If it really doesn't work out, just cut off the donation, that will save a lot of money.
Principal Zhang felt from the bottom of his heart that this student was definitely not simple when he saw Lin Chen for the first time.
Classmate. Your name is Lin Chen? Yes.
Principal Zhang, just give me a call if you need me, there's no need to get my roommate involved, right? Lin Chen complained. If it weren't for the fact that the other person was the principal and he still had to study here, Lin Chen would have flipped his lid long ago.
This is a threat. This is taking a hostage to threaten Lin Chen. It's like this, classmate.
Today, President Zhang calmly asked about what happened today.
Yes. I did it.
Without even thinking, Lin Chen readily admitted his guilt.
You see, President Zhang, for this kind of unrepentant student, I think you need to directly expel him.
Wan Cohen, who was standing nearby, could no longer hold back and spoke up.
Ha! Lin Chen looked at Wan Cohen with a gloomy face. This is Wan Kaiwan's father? Humph. Like father, like son.
It seems that this old man is no good either, and that's why he taught such a son.
Who do you think you are? This is a school, and it's not your turn to be an outsider telling others what to do.
Besides, Principal Zhang is the headmaster.
He is still in charge of Jianghai University. It's not you, so what are you yelling about here?
Lin Chen questioned, while approaching Wan Cohen, pushing Wan Cohen into a corner, overwhelming him in terms of momentum. His words left Wan Cohen speechless. Principal Zhang also felt much better, as Lin Chen had indirectly helped him vent his anger. For many years, he had been suppressed by these people and dared not speak his anger. This young man Lin Chen, being young and not afraid of offending people, was just the right person to kill this guy's arrogance.
Wan Cohen immediately countered, Principal Zhang, do you still care about your students? Are you planning to give up this year's donation? I'll tell you, they've just entrusted me with this. I can represent them with full authority. As long as I want, starting now, our cooperation with Shanghai University is terminated. Terminated? That means all of Shanghai University's funding for this year is gone, which means that this old university will be surpassed by other universities, and it may even close down. You can't do that. Although it is honorable to refuse to stoop for a pittance, in the face of the collective interest, President Zhang had to stoop. This is not the time to be stubborn, you have to bow your head, otherwise the consequences could be huge. It's not impossible to do otherwise, expel Lin Chen and then convince Ding Xiaoya to marry my son. Wan Kuan's face was full of a smile. Because the balance of victory had begun to tilt in his favor. President, no. Lin Chen is a good student, you can't fire him. Besides, it was Wan Kaiwan who was in the wrong, not Lin Chen. We can't let the old thief Wan Kuan get away with it. The world is a just place, we can't let black become white. Lin Chen's roommates spoke up in his defense. Principal Zhang's wrinkles deepened, his face darkened, and he suddenly looked much older. He shook his head. Lin Chen. From now on, you. Wait a minute. Lin Chen interrupted Principal Zhang. Chapter 20, I have one condition. Lin Chen thought, my wife Ding Xiaoya works here, and I am a student in the computer science department of Shanghai University. If Shanghai University were to close down, that would be unacceptable. Besides, if Shanghai University were to survive under the control of a villain like Wan Kuan, that would not be something Lin Chen would like to see. Therefore, he must intervene. What was this donation you were talking about earlier? Lin Chen's gaze was fierce, directed at President Zhang, hoping to get a real answer from President Zhang's mouth. Hey! Donation, without us, this. Mention of a donation, Wan Kuan became extremely arrogant, his tail immediately curling up to the sky. Shut up! Lin Chen glared at him fiercely. Suddenly a murderous intent directly drilled into Wan Kuan's body, and he couldn't help but shiver, never daring to make a sound again. His gaze once again fell on Principal Zhang, who this time returned it. He never imagined that a student could have such a fierce gaze. Lin Chen was really something. Even Principal Zhang, who was at an age and had experienced vicissitudes, could not withstand Lin Chen's gaze for more than 3 seconds. Principal Zhang immediately averted his gaze and muttered in explanation. This is not a glorious thing, but it is the truth, and Principal Zhang did not want to hide it anymore. After listening to Principal Zhang's words, Lin Chen did not find it difficult to solve. If it can be solved with money, is it a problem? I was just rewarded 500 million by the system. How much do they donate every year? Principal Zhang held out a hand and swallowed, 50 million. Ha ha. What do you think? 50 million is no small amount. Without this money, Shanghai University will be left with nothing. Damn it! How could a prestigious university like Shanghai University have fallen to such a state, having to look to these petty people for favors? Boom! Lin Chen's righteous indignation was bursting at the seams, and he turned to President Zhang and promised, I will donate 400 million yuan, and I will invest this much every year in the future, and it will only increase, not decrease. What? Wan Kuan felt a little amused. This joke is not funny at all. Lin Chen actually did this just to show off. He will regret this later. President Zhang, do you feel the same way? Now Principal Zhang was in a difficult position. It would be best if he could get rid of Wan Kuan and the others. But this investment is real money, and if Lin Chen, a student, speaks out of turn, he will not be doing the school any good, will he? I saw that Principal Zhang was hesitant, so Lin Chen decided to wait and see what the principal's attitude would be. Of course, he would not let Wan Kuan get his way. He just wanted to see what attitude Principal Zhang would take. The sweat on the principal's forehead fell down in big drops. It was really difficult for a man of his age to make such a difficult choice. Hurry up? I don't have that much patience. You have 3 minutes to choose. Wan Kuan pressed the principal further. Phew! These 3 minutes were really torture for the principal. On the one hand was righteousness, isn't teaching students what to do and what not to do what teaching is all about? On the other hand was the reversal of right and wrong, but it would allow the school to continue. Finally, Principal Zhang spoke, Wan Kuan, you can go. As for what will happen to the school in the future, it's none of your business. I'm tired. I'm also old and don't want to mess around anymore. Pa! I think you're really old and senile. Wan Kuan cursed and walked out, not forgetting to turn around and warn Lin Chen, "You brat better not step foot outside the school, or else you'll be waiting for my revenge." Revenge? Hey! When has Lin Chen been afraid? Is there a system that is afraid? Are you kidding me? If you keep talking, I'll break your legs too, believe it or not. Wow! Upon hearing that his legs would be broken, Wan Kuan ran outside like a bat out of hell, not daring to stop for a moment. Seeing Wan Kuan leave, Principal Zhang sat down in his chair, too weak to do anything, and waved his hand. "Classmates, go back to your seats. Stay away from Wan Kuan in the future, he might really do anything. Principal Zhang is really old." Lin Chen looked at him in this state and couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Offending these Jianghai bigwigs like Wan Kuan for the sake of Jianghai University and him, the days of Jianghai University will not be easy in the future. "You guys go back first." Lin Chen dismissed his 3 roommates and then sat down opposite Principal Zhang. "Ha? Do you still have something else?" Principal Zhang suddenly looked up and noticed that Lin Chen still had no intention of leaving. "President Zhang, I will be donating the funds for Jianghai University in the future." "Ha? You're joking, right? This is no small amount of money." President Zhang double-checked. "Ha?" Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. However, without seeing the money, President Zhang was still uneasy and did not dare to completely trust Lin Chen. So Lin Chen asked for the school's account number and immediately used his mobile phone to transfer 10 million yuan to the school account. If there wasn't a limit on the amount, Lin Chen would have transferred 400 million yuan to the school. What? It turns out to be true, the school is saved. Jianghai University is saved. President Zhang shouted out loud, letting out all the pent-up anger from the past years. After President Zhang calmed down, Lin Chen calmly said, "I have one condition." "Just name it. As long as the school can do it, I will basically agree to it. And the reputation of you and Ding Xiaoya, the school will also clarify and clear your names." President Zhang patted his chest and promised. "Clarify what? Let them think whatever they want. The condition is that the school and I cooperate to set up a company, so that we can not only generate our own income, but also provide students with opportunities for exercise and development, and also contribute back to the school." Air. Quiet. It's very quiet. Principal Zhang looked up and down at Lin Chen incredulously, his eyes shining. No wonder he's a good student, no wonder he's the man Ding Xiaoya has her eye on. This one condition has solved the real problem at Jianghai University. Good. 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 President Zhang said 3 times in a row. When Lin Chen walked out of President Zhang's office, the sun was already setting. Just then, his phone vibrated. "Is that Ding Xiaoya?" "Hello? Lin Chen, where are you?" Ding Xiaoya's voice came over the phone, sounding a little anxious. "Ha? I just came out of President Zhang's office, what's wrong?" Lin Chen asked curiously. "Ah." Ding Xiaoya let out a scream, her chest pounding. What could Principal Zhang want with Lin Chen? Seeing that Ding Xiaoya was not speaking, Lin Chen said, "Wait for me at home, I'll be right back." When Lin Chen pushed open the door to number 28 Jingxi Wafu, he didn't expect to find his future father-in-law and mother-in-law there. "Uncle! Auntie! You're both here? Ahem! Lin Chen, look, when are we going to collect the lottery ticket, otherwise I won't feel at ease." Ding Hui spoke up before Yi Qingqing and said the reason for their visit. "Yes, it's time to claim the lottery ticket." Lin Chen remembered that the winning ticket had not been claimed yet. Jianghai City is the capital of Jiangnan Province, so there was no need to go elsewhere to claim the prize, it could be done right here in Jianghai. However, Lin Chen glanced at his future mother-in-law Yi Qingqing and noticed a faint glimmer of light on the top of her head. "Ha!" Lin Chen couldn't help but activate the predictive eyes and looked at Yi Qingqing. "Ha! How could this be?" Chapter 21, Form a group to claim the prize. Go. It's still related to the baby, which is strange. Why is that so? Lin Chen couldn't believe what the eye of prediction saw either. "Auntie, do you believe me?" Lin Chen suddenly said this without any head or tail. This confused everyone. Isn't it normal for a mother-in-law to believe her son-in-law? Why did you suddenly say such a thing? Lin Chen didn't know where to start. At this time, Sibo, who never cried much, burst into tears. Xiao Xian hugged her and kept coaxing her, but it didn't help.
Yi Qingqing went up to take her, shouting in her ear, "Sibo, don't cry. Grandma's got you." "No!" Lin Chen cried out, covering his face. Voila! A warm current ran down Yi Qingqing's cheeks, into her neck, and then along her belly, soaking her entire body. "Ah!" Yi Qingqing screamed. Since she married into the Ding family, she has been considered a rich wife, and she has never experienced this before. Today, she was actually wet by her grandson's urine. What a pity! Lin Chen saw the same scene just now, and he didn't know where to start, so there was this real scene later. Hurry up and take Bao Bao to take a bath, otherwise his pants will get wet and he won't catch a cold. Ding Xiaoya instructed Qiu Xiang. Then she turned her head and pulled Yi Qingqing upstairs. "Mom, you should go take a shower too." This kid, Lin Chen took Sibao from Qiu Xiang's arms. "You guys go ahead, I'll take care of Sibao." Seeing Lin Chen carrying Sibao into the bathroom, Ding Xiaoya felt a surge of warmth in her heart. This man can not only protect them, but also do these meticulous things. Is this a blessing that has been cultivated over many lifetimes? As Lin Chen carried Sibao into the bathroom, the baby waved his hands and feet, getting water all over Lin Chen's body. Ding! Completing the first baby bath rewards you with a grade 10 piano certificate and a 500,000 yuan Helen piano, which will be delivered in an hour. Grade 10 piano certificate? And a 500,000 yuan piano? Great, I can teach the kids piano and take early childhood education classes myself. After Yi Qing finished showering, everyone finished packing and was about to go out to claim the prize when there was a sound of a truck outside the door. As soon as the door was pushed open, a man in blue overalls politely asked, "Is this Mr. Lin Chen's home?" "Looking for Lin Chen?" Ding Xiaoya and the others all turned their attention to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, thinking, "Looks like the piano has arrived." "Oh. Yes. Hello? Mr. Lin Chen, your piano has arrived." "Oh. Help me move it to this position." Under Lin Chen's leadership, the workers had a lot of trouble moving the 500,000 yuan Helen piano into the hall. "Piano? We were still discussing it in the school office yesterday. The school is holding a literary and artistic evening this week, and as the only female teacher with talent, Ding Xiaoya has everyone's expectations on her. But even if you have the skills, you can't do it without the tools. Where can I borrow a piano?" "This. I'm thirsty, and someone just brought me some water." "Lin Chen. I want to tell you something." Ding Xiaoya pulled Lin Chen aside and whispered. "Huh? What's so mysterious? What's Ding Xiaoya up to? Just tell me, if there's anything I can do, I'll do it." Lin Chen patted his chest and promised. Ding Xiaoya blushed again when she heard the word husband. She stamped her foot lightly and said, "There are 3 things. First, the child's household registration has not yet been done, but the father's name is written in the birth certificate, so there should be no problem with the registration, but we need to hurry up and do it." "Well, this is only natural, the child is important." "Second, when are we going to get our marriage certificate?" Ding Xiaoya's voice became quieter and quieter as she spoke. Lin Chen caught it, however, and looked at her with a smile, feeling a rush of joy. "So he's won Xiaoya's heart? She's agreed to marry him without anything in return?" Looking at Lin Chen smiling at her, Ding Xiaoya of course knew what he was smiling at, and punched him in the chest. "Humph. You're lucky, if it weren't for the baby, I wouldn't go and get a marriage certificate with you." Yes, to apply for a household registration, a marriage certificate is necessary. Ding Xiaoya is still considerate. Lin Chen nodded and asked, "What else? And the other thing is, can I borrow the piano next week?" As Ding Xiaoya spoke, Lin Chen's face darkened. Ding Xiaoya pouted in exasperation, "Forget it." Then she turned to leave. Lin Chen pulled Ding Xiaoya into his arms and said softly, "Honey, I bought the piano for you. And even if it's not yours, you can use anything in this house as you like. You're the mistress of the house. Understand?" Looking into those burning eyes, Ding Xiaoya knew she was wrong. She was wrong in not treating Lin Chen as her real husband. The experiences of the past 2 years had made Ding Xiaoya cautious, and that had become a habit she liked. This was also what made Lin Chen feel so sad, and he wished he could spend the rest of his life making up for it with everything he had. Feeling Lin Chen's anger and love, Ding Xiaoya gently patted Lin Chen's chest. "Okay, stingy, I won't do it again next time. What's yours is mine." They looked at each other and smiled. Over there, Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing couldn't wait any longer. They couldn't bear to watch Lin Chen and their daughter, Ding Xiaoya, cooing at each other, and shouted directly, "Are we still going?"
Yes, yes, let's go. Lin Chen took Ding Xiaoya and walked towards the car. Today, Lin Chen left the baby and the two nannies at home. Before leaving, he also explained a lot about the baby. Before setting off, he also sent a message to his roommate, going to collect the prize. The car stopped at the gate of Jianghai University, where the carrot trio had been waiting for a long time. As soon as they met, Xiaobian shouted, "Fourth brother, did you come back through time? How did you know the winning numbers?" Lao San also said excitedly, "This is amazing, we three all won 5 million. Ding Xiaoya replied indifferently, "And me? I'm 15 million plus 5 million. Ding Hui added proudly. Carrot and the others looked at Lin Chen even more incredulously. Did so many people go to claim the prize? Have you brought your ID cards? You need your ID card to claim the prize, Lin Chen reminded everyone. How could you not bring such an important thing? Today, Ding Hui's voice was particularly loud, as if he was afraid that no one knew he existed. He was glared at by his future mother-in-law several times, but he still pretended not to see it. The three roommates got into the car, checked the lottery tickets and ID cards again, and then answered Lin Chen, "We've got them all. Are we going to claim the prize as a group?" Ha ha ha. With a rumble. With the accelerator, they went straight to the front door of the Jianghai City Lottery Center. There were never many people here on weekdays, and even if there were, they were all lottery store owners coming to discuss business. As for prize claims, there would only be 1 or 2 a month. Lin Chen and the other 6 people walked into the lobby of the lottery center. "Hey! Stop! What do you do?" The security guard, who had just been lying on the table, suddenly woke up and asked, holding the stick in his hand. Chapter 22, Refusing to Pay Out the Prize. "Hey, buddy, we're here to claim a prize." Carrot greeted him with a big smile. The security guard held the stick he was holding up against Carrot and warned him, "Stay away from me." "Who are you calling buddy?" "But we're here to claim a prize." Carrot was a little angry, but he tried to remain as restrained as possible for the sake of the money. As soon as he heard about claiming a prize, the security guard's attitude improved slightly. There are only a few people who come to claim prizes every month, so why are there so many people here today? And it seems like they all know each other. These people are really strange. When others win the lottery, they are afraid that the people around them will know, so they even call their relatives and friends. Indifferently, he asked, "Who wants to claim a prize?" This is the lottery center, not some small lottery shop. Only the winners can enter, so everyone else should wait outside. But no one was about to leave. I repeat, this is not a lottery store, but the lottery center. If you continue like this, don't blame me for being unkind with the electric baton in my hands. As he said this, the security guard even jiggled the electric baton in his hands, looking threatening. "We all are," Lin Chen said coldly. "Show me the lottery tickets." The security guard reached out his hand. "What? You want to see the lottery tickets?" Lin Chen's eyes narrowed into slits. How could Lin Chen possibly feel at ease showing the security guard the lottery tickets, given the security guard's character? "What right do you have to look at our lottery tickets?" Lin Chen yelled indignantly. He shouted out the thoughts of everyone. This yell startled many people in the lottery center. Usually it is very quiet here, but now suddenly so many people are here, and someone is yelling, so obviously something is wrong. What's going on? At this time, a young man in a suit walked over. Manager's son, this person would not listen to reason, winning the lottery by himself, and insisting that so many people go in together. I could not persuade him, so when the security guard saw that person walking over, he felt a little weak in the heart. "Oh?" Manager's son looked at Lin Chen and his group, sizing them up. Suddenly his gaze locked on Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing. He quickly went up to Ding Hui and shook his hand. "It's Mr. Ding, it's our employee's fault for not doing a good job, don't hold it against him. If any of you want to claim the prize, just follow me." It turned out that this manager's son recognized Ding Hui's identity. Ding Hui was at least the heir of the Ding family, so it was not surprising that someone in society knew him. The security guard felt a chill in his heart. "It's over, it seems that I have offended manager's son's acquaintance," so he took the opportunity to quietly slip away. Lin Chen and his entourage were taken to manager's son's office. "Whoever wants to redeem a prize, give it to me." Manager's son brewed a cup of fine Longjing tea for Ding Hui. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone handed him a lottery ticket. "What? Ding Hui coughed twice. Don't worry, one at a time, redeem it for us first. That's because Ding Hui has a 15 million ticket, and he's afraid of getting it mixed up. As he said this, Ding Hui nudged Yi Qingqing, who handed the 2 lottery tickets to Manager Sun, and added, put it all on my account. It turned out to be a futile effort, and Ding Hui's face didn't look very good. Manager Sun had been busy all morning, and had redeemed a total of 6 lottery tickets, totaling 40 million. Alas! After working at the lottery center for so long, this is the first time this has happened. Well, Mr. Ding, we have regulations at the lottery center. Before the money is transferred, we need your donation. Manager Sun gave an embarrassed smile. Whether they can recover some of their losses depends on their donation now. Donation? Lin Chen stepped forward and took the row of donation units from Manager Sun's hands. None of them were heard of. We'll donate to Jianghai University. 500,000 yuan each. Lin Chen made the decision for them. Yes. We will donate to Jianghai University. Carrot and the others agreed. This has never happened before. It suddenly left Manager Sun at a loss for words. He immediately excused himself to consult his superiors, asking them to wait a moment. Lin Chen, why don't we just donate to any organization we choose? We just need to take the money and leave. Don't cause any trouble. Yi Qingqing said worriedly. 20 million, minus taxes, and a random donation of 1 million, she'll still get 15 million back. Seeing the money about to go into her pocket, she felt a little panicky. After saying that, she looked at Lin Chen, hoping that he would withdraw his suggestion. Of course, Lin Chen was not going to change his mind. He explained, do you know who these people are? Our donations all go into personal pockets. It's better to donate to those in need than to these people. Right. I support Lao Si's idea. Carrot stood up in support. Me too. I support it. All 3 roommates spoke up. Ding Xiaoya also replied softly, I'll listen to Lin Chen. Xiaoya. This is 16 million yuan. If I donate a little bit casually, I can get back 15 million yuan. With this money, we won't have to look at the old man's face in the future. Yi Qingqing spoke bitterly. It can be seen that they haven't been doing well in the Ding family over the years, otherwise why would they have no bottom line as a person because of the 15 million? Regardless of right and wrong, they are at the mercy of others. As long as Lin Chen is around, this kind of thing will never happen to him. Mom! How can you be like this? You didn't teach me like this before. Now you have a grandson, so let's see how you set an example in the future. Ding Xiaoya angrily scolded. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. Lin Chen came to the rescue. Uncle, Auntie, I know you worry about money, but as long as I'm around, you don't need to worry about money. Even if you leave the Ding family, I can support you. What? Leave the Ding family? Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing exchanged glances and shook their heads. They didn't have the courage to throw away such a good hand and start over. No matter how good Lin Chen is, he is only good to his daughter, and he is not rich. It's just a matter of Lin Chen himself saying, I'm rich as oil, so you leave the Ding family. Of course, Lin Chen wouldn't say something like that, and it's up to them to make their own decisions. If Lin Chen is willing, isn't the money just floating in the air? Even though he previously donated 400 million to Jianghai University, there's still 100 million lying in his account. According to Mr. Ma's words, I'm not interested in money. It's just a bunch of numbers. Bang! Suddenly someone barged in the door, shouting, Who? Daring to mess around? Believe it or not, I won't give you the prize. Sigh. Not give the prize? Yi Qingqing and the others' hearts immediately cooled. What if they really don't give it? They saw a bearded man barging in. Bearded man. So it's you. It seems that they are destined to meet. This bearded guy is the same guy who snatched the box with Lin Chen at Zishanxian. The bearded guy is actually from the lottery center, so. Lin Chen couldn't help but open the predictive eye and look at the bearded guy. Humph. If you fall into my hands today, you won't get a penny. The bearded guy threatened them. Chapter 23, Another Broken Leg. The bearded man dared to threaten them. Ding Hui's face showed his reluctance. No. You can't do this, aren't you afraid of being investigated? Investigated? By whom? I made the accounts myself, what can they find out?
The bearded man sat down in a chair, carefully moving his injured leg. He had been angry with Lin Chen before, and he had also had his leg broken, and it was still in a cast. Today, I will get my revenge no matter what. Not only that, but none of this money is going anywhere, it's all going into his beard's pockets. Today, I will get my revenge for my broken leg. Is there no justice in the world? Ding Hui was getting anxious. What if they really didn't let him collect the money and watched it go into someone else's pocket? That would really be upsetting. Justice. Ha ha. Here, I am justice. The bearded man roared angrily. He was taking revenge on Lin Chen. He wanted to slowly torture the other party, not only making them unable to collect the money, but also making this man unable to look away from Ding Xiaoya. Why hadn't I noticed last time how beautiful this woman was? I, Big Beard, have never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. While sizing up Ding Xiaoya, his drool was dripping everywhere. Ding Xiaoya felt the strange gaze and hid behind Lin Chen. Sigh. Little girl. If you can make some sacrifices, I might consider letting them cash in all these lottery tickets. Otherwise, you know what's going to happen. The bearded man said with a big mouth. He really doesn't know how to live or die. He might have forgotten how he broke his leg last time. His words provoked everyone's discontent. Carrot, screw you, bearded man. I don't want this money. If you dare to lay a finger on my brother and sister-in-law, I'll fight you to the death. Little bench, I really can't watch anymore. Money is not important, the point is that one is my brother and the other is my teacher, I may let them suffer. Old 3, we have to take the money, and we have to teach this guy a lesson. Yi Qingqing, how dare you hit my daughter? Ding Hui, good. In that case, we won't be gentle with you either. What's the point of reasoning with a rogue? Lin Chen took a breath and went up to lift the bearded man sitting in a chair. This really scared the bearded man, who didn't expect this guy to dare to mess around on his own turf. He suddenly yelled, "Help! Someone's going to kill someone!" Clatter! Several security guards from the lottery center all rushed into the office of this account manager. When they saw Lin Chen holding up the bearded man in his hands, they were all dumbfounded. Who is this guy? How dare he be so rude to their director? Lin Chen didn't know what to do next, because he had just seen that the other leg of the mustache was also broken. He hadn't seen exactly how it broke, but the mustache had interrupted his train of thought. Forget it. Just let nature take its course. This kind of person deserves it, no matter who breaks it. It's enough for him to be punished. Plop. As soon as Lin Chen let go, the mustache sat on the ground with a thud, and yelled, "Ouch! Get them all out!" The mustache shouted. I dare you to do it. Ding Xiaoya said to the bearded man, holding her phone up to him. My phone is live streaming, this is the Zhanghai Lottery Center, and this is my lottery ticket. Ding Xiaoya had gone live streaming. The bearded man's pair of small, rice-sized eyes were wide open like green beans. He knew exactly what Ding Xiaoya was doing, and if she was allowed to continue, her end would be even more miserable. Quickly grab her phone for me. The bearded man ordered. Don't move. Lin Chen stood in front of Ding Xiaoya. Ding Xiaoya continued to broadcast live, everyone, look. This is the director of the lottery center. It was him who not only refused to pay out the prize, but also forced donations. And what kind of units are those donating? I believe that as long as you check. This is explosive. The lottery center refused to pay out the prize, forced donations, detained the prize winner, and there is something wrong with the donating units. Just these 4 items are enough to put this bearded man in jail for the rest of his life. Ding Xiaoya's live broadcast room instantly exploded. Everyone said that the people collecting the prizes were the relatives of the director. Today, when the director saw that they weren't his people, he immediately turned his face away. Social parasites. Let him eat prison food for the rest of his life. Disgusting. It's only natural for someone to win the lottery, but kidnapping people to make them donate is a moral abduction. Investigate. Get to the bottom of it. The number of followers in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. Ding Xiaoya never imagined that this unintentional action would lead her to the path of a major live broadcast blogger. Beard's sweat drops on his forehead dripped down, and his body lay limp in the chair, with not an ounce of strength left in him. He was heartbroken. It's over. It's all over. No. There's still hope.
There's still hope. Beard immediately changed his attitude and asked manager Sun to help them with the prize redemption procedures right away. Half an hour later, all the people Lin Chen brought with him had successfully claimed their prizes, and the money had all been transferred to their accounts. Let's go home and celebrate. Carrot shouted happily. At that moment, a siren sounded outside the lottery center. Stop. The bearded man's body trembled, and he lost his balance. He fell to the ground with beads of sweat dripping off his head, screaming in pain, "It's broken! It's broken!" Yes, he broke the other leg when he fell. At that moment, the police officer happened to walk up to the bearded man. "We received a report from the public, please come with us." The bearded man gnashed his teeth and said, "Can you see that I can still walk? Take him away." So the director of the lottery center was taken directly to the police station. At this point, the lottery incident came to an end. Why don't we go celebrate? Xiaobianku reiterated Carrot's opinion just now. It's not impossible, but this is such a big deal, I think I should tell my family about it. Lao San said carefully. Lin Chen's 3 roommates were all very different from one another. Lao Dao, the eldest, was very generous with money and never seemed to worry about money. Lao Er, Xiao Ben, also never had a concept of money, but he also never wasted money. Lao San was always very careful and thrifty. Lao Si, Lin Chen, needless to say, had been working part-time for the past 2 years to pay for his own schooling. Now that they have money, the eldest and second eldest are of course thinking about spending it, while the third eldest wants to supplement the family income. Well, in that case, let's not celebrate today. Everyone has classes in the afternoon, so don't get carried away. In the evening, the 3 of you come to my house, I have something to discuss with you. Lin Chen patted the eldest's shoulder. The eldest, Carrot, was first taken aback, then took over the conversation. Yes. When you have money, isn't it the same to celebrate whenever you want? We should think about our future. Then we'll listen to the 4th eldest. Lin Chen sent them back to Jianghai University, and then returned to number 28 Jingxi Wafu. At the door, Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing did not go inside either, but hurried home. Suddenly having such a large sum of money, they wondered how to invest it. On this side, as soon as Lin Chen entered the house, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Go check on the baby. Ding Xiaoya reminded him. Chapter 24, Teacher Ding, I love you. What came into view was a mess in the hall, as if it had been robbed. Reminded by Ding Xiaoya, Lin Chen quickly ran upstairs to the room. He saw Chunmei and Xiaoxiang sitting on the floor, looking weak and powerless, and the 4 babies also sitting on the tatami mats. Diapers were wet everywhere, and the tatami mats were dark, with something black stuck to them. What's going on? Lin Chen picked up the oldest baby closest to him, ignoring the mess. Looking at the baby's blackened face, Lin Chen's eyes were filled with rage, as if he wanted to eat someone. Chunmei said weakly, we don't know what happened either. The 4 babies got ink on their hands somewhere and made a mess everywhere. What? Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya were shocked. Is the baby okay? It should be fine. Xiao Xiang answered in a low voice. Lin Chen examined the 4 babies and found that there was nothing serious, and the black stuff on the babies' faces and bodies was probably ink. Alas! After so long apart, they got into such a state. Fortunately, it wasn't some other accident. Ah! I'm going to be late. Lin Chen, you've worked hard. I'm going to work first. Ding Xiaoya looked at her watch, let out a cry, and hurriedly left. The 4 babies and Lin Chen were left alone. The 5 of them looked at each other and laughed heartily. Okay, today I'll give you all a bath. Lin Chen carried all 4 babies into the baby bath, put warm water in the bathtub, then put swimming rings on the babies and let them have fun in the water. The 4 little ones were so happy that they kept splashing around. Before long, the whole bathtub was pitch black. Lin Chen immediately changed the water for them again, and repeated this until the water was completely clear. Phew! Lin Chen was panting from exhaustion. Ding! Completing the first baby bath rewards you with 4 baby health pills, which make it less likely that the baby will fall ill. Lin Chen quickly looked in the system's storage area and saw that the points had not decreased, but rather increased. Spoiled wife points, 85. Spoiled baby points, 188. System points, 273. Lin Chen discovered that the points were spoiled wife points and spoiled baby points. Baby health pills? Lin Chen did not hesitate to feed the 4 babies. The baby health pills might have been a little sweet, and after the babies had eaten them,
they all started to wave their hands at Lin Chen, asking for more. Big treasure, daddy. Giggle, giggle. Second treasure, daddy. Third treasure, iya, 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 iya. Fourth treasure. These four guys made Lin Chen like them more and more as he watched. The feeling of being connected to them was so strong that Lin Chen would not trade the whole world for just a glimpse of them. Because these four babies were his whole world, and of course there was also Ding Xiaoya. After Lin Chen had bathed all four babies, Chunmei and Xiaoxiang tidied up and came to help. They looked at their watches and saw that it was still early, so they accompanied the babies as they took a nap. Ding Xiaoya arrived at the office in her red Porsche Cayenne. Her colleagues gathered around the entrance, watching her. Xiaoya, you have the best relationship with Zhou Jia, don't you? Zhou Jia asked, pointing at the luxury car. Zhou Jia had just graduated from university and looked up to Ding Xiaoya as a role model. She was jealous of Ding Xiaoya's new car. You can learn from her in other ways, but you can't just get a luxury car like that. Sister Xiaoya, teach me. I want a car too, not a fancy one, just any car will do. Can you teach me? This was a gift from my husband. Ding Xiaoya didn't hide it, and openly admitted that it was a gift from Lin Chen. Wow! So everything on the campus website is true. Someone exclaimed, as if they had discovered a secret. It turned out that everything was true, that Ding Xiaoya was with a student from the school, and that the student was super rich. Of course, Ding Xiaoya ignored all these comments. Fortunately, her colleagues were not that snobbish, just a bit nosy and making small jokes. Xiaoya, sister. Zhou Jia couldn't help but come up to Ding Xiaoya during a break. What's up? Ding Xiaoya put down her work and turned to look at Zhou Jia. I'm still single, Zhou Jia said, blushing. Ha? Ding Xiaoya looked up and down at Zhou Jia, a little confused, but then suddenly she thought of the changes in herself and immediately reacted. My husband's roommates all have girlfriends, so you can forget about that. Hey! It seems that she guessed her little plan, and Zhou Jia's face turned red. Xiaoya, that's not what I meant. I meant how come you've changed so much? You have a husband, and 4 kids, and this body, this skin. Gee, if I were a man, I'd be attracted to you too. Zhou Jia exaggeratedly praised her. While talking, she pinched Ding Xiaoya's flawless face with her hand. You want to die. Kiki is really younger than an 18-year-old girl. The two women played around for a while before calming down and whispering. After a while of conversation, Zhou Jia became even more interested in this Lin Chen. Xiaoya, when can I go to your house for dinner? Your husband's cooking is really as good as you say it is. I won't know until I try it for myself. Okay. Come with me after work. I have to go to class now. Ding Xiaoya stood up and tidied up her teaching plan. Zhou Jia was still thinking about what to bring when she went to Ding Xiaoya's house later. You have to bring something when you go to a colleague's house for the first time, right? Zhou Jia said to herself. A colleague passing by, Guan Jia, chimed in, what's the point of bringing anything? They're so rich, they won't care if you bring anything or not. Ha ha. I'm going to go too, I want to see those 4 cute babies. At this time, Ding Xiaoya happened to come back to get a pen. Hearing their discussion, she simply announced, I'm having guests at home today, if you're not doing anything, you're all welcome to come over for dinner. Yay! There was a burst of cheers from the office. They are in the music teaching group, so most of them are female teachers. Because it is an elective course, Shanghai University has been financially constrained in the past 2 years, so there are not many teachers. Ding Xiaoya, Zhou Jia, and Guan Jia are the 3 teachers in the entire music department, along with a director. Lin Chen's 3 roommates took this course because there were many beautiful women in the class, and most importantly, it was the class of the goddess Ding Xiaoya, which was basically full every time. Before Ding Xiaoya even entered the classroom, the music lecture hall with a capacity of 200 people was already filled with 250 students, some of whom were sitting directly on the steps. Click. Click. Ding Xiaoya walked into the classroom with an elegant gait. A cheer went up, long live the goddess. Teacher Ding. I love you. Chapter 25, 3 roommates dumped. Cough. Ding Xiaoya coughed twice deliberately. The room fell silent. These 250 pairs of eyes stared at Ding Xiaoya without moving. Among them were Lin Chen's 3 roommates, who kept warning their classmates around them, don't have any thoughts about Teacher Ding. Teacher Ding, why do you have such good skin? Someone suddenly asked.
Ding Xiaoya answered without thinking, because my husband spoils me. Ha! Although it's a bit outrageous, it seems like there's nothing wrong with that answer. Teacher Ding. Why do you have 4 babies and still have such a great figure? Because my husband spoils me. Teacher Ding. Why are you more confident than before? Because my husband spoils me. Many questions were answered by Ding Xiaoya's response, because my husband spoils me. This class not only allowed the students to see the sweetness of Ding Xiaoya, but also made everyone curious about Lin Chen, who had won Ding Xiaoya over. What kind of person is this sophomore who has been voted the school's most handsome guy? Finally, the class was over, and Ding Xiaoya returned to the office with a confident stride. Her 2 colleagues had been waiting there for a long time, and they had finished their work early so that they could go to Ding Xiaoya's house for dinner. Let's go to Xiaoya's house for dinner. As soon as they walked out of the office, Zhou Jia exclaimed happily. This made the students who had just finished class feel so envious. Boss, I think the 4th one told us to go to his house to find him and discuss something with us, right? The second one, Xiao Bianzi, asked. It seems like that, but isn't it a bit early to go now? Boss, Carrot, scratched his head. What's early? It's just in time to have dinner. Xiao Bianzi glared at the 2 of them, as if to say, don't you even have the intelligence to see that? They had only taken 2 steps when they were stopped by 3 female students. Lily. Jin. Xiao Xiao. It turned out that these 3 girls were their girlfriends. They were just holding hands, and they had never even kissed. Now, they had appeared again, and they were up to no good. Carrot. Let's break up. We're not suited for each other. Little Bench. Let's break up. You can't support me. Useless Wu Yong. Let's break up. You're not my type. The 3 girls actually proposed to break up with the 3 of them. What? Lily. Are you serious? Haven't you ever loved me? Jin. You can't be serious. Xiao Xiao. What did I do wrong? Can't I change? Wow. There are a lot of people around, all here to watch the show. What a melodrama. 3 women dumping 3 men at the same time. Get lost. You poor guys. You poor guys. It seems that they really haven't spent money freely before, but that was all they had. Eldest brother and second brother didn't like asking for more money from home, and 4th brother really didn't have any money. Just now, they were debating whether to tell their girlfriends that they were now rich. But now it seems that there is no need. I don't have any money, but I spent all your allowance on you. Eldest brother Carrot shook his head helplessly. Me too, apart from money, I did so much for you, I was like your maid, you're like my queen. Second brother looked deeply into Jinjin's eyes. I, the 3rd brother, wanted to say something but stopped. Sigh. Just a sigh. Okay. We're not here to seek advice, we're just here to inform you. With that, he turned around and left. He watched them leave with panache, and the 3 happy backs. They 3 shrugged their shoulders, and the original melancholy mood suddenly became a little relaxed. Now let them lick the dog's ass in front of the public, there are only 3 words, can't do it. Never mind. Let them see each other's faces clearly, and they parted cleanly enough. Let's go. Dinner at the brother's house. Let's go. Dinner at the god of wealth's house. Let's go. Dinner at the goddess's house. Lin Chen is at home, sleeping with the 4 babies. The phone rang. Hello? Lin Chen answered drowsily. I'll be home soon. Some colleagues are coming over for dinner, so my husband will have to cook. On hearing that he had to cook again, Lin Chen was a little reluctant, because he was still half asleep. But I'm not awake yet. I'll reward you with some black silk tonight. Whoosh. Lin Chen immediately woke up and asked, trembling, really? I'll see how you behave. He hung up after saying just those 2 words. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoya had brought her 2 colleagues to her red Porsche Cayenne, when Director Lu from the music department, who was driving a BMW X1, happened to pass by. First, he honked his horn, then he whistled at them, Hey, girls, where are you going? Can I give you a lift? If it had been any other day, the director would have gladly given them a lift. But today was different. Ding Xiaoya had her own car, and they naturally listened to her. No, we'll go back ourselves, Ding Xiaoya coldly refused. Director Lu was not yet convinced,
patted his brand new BMW X1, and said cheerfully, "I just bought it, come and feel it." Beep. Ding Xiaoya pressed the key to her car, and the lights of the red Porsche Cayenne next to her flashed twice. Ding Xiaoya got into the driver's seat and called out to them, "Hurry up and get in, I'll show you my new home." Porsche Cayenne? Looking back at her BMW X1, she suddenly felt uninspired. The euphoria was gone, and she felt like she had eaten shit. Ding Xiaoya and the others were giggling in the car. Zhou Jia, ugh. You can bet Director Lu's face didn't look good. Guanjia, who cares? He's just being presumptuous, showing off and trying to get us into bed. He's old enough to be my father, and he still wants to hit on us. That's really something. Ding Xiaoya, anyway, we should be careful in the future. Director Lu is not a very honorable person, and we girls still have to protect ourselves. You guys remember that. Got it. Xiaoya. Hey, who's to say that's not true? Director Lu is good at everything else, but this person always wants to take advantage of the three of them, which makes them feel insecure. Especially Ding Xiaoya, Director Lu always looks at her with eyes that make her feel like he wants to devour her alive. Maybe it's best to tell Lin Chen about this at some point and let him handle it. At this time, Director Lu was really unhappy. Sitting in the newly purchased BMW X1, he pounded on the steering wheel and said fiercely, "Don't give me a chance, or else all three of you bitches will have to beg for mercy from me." He. You won't be able to help yourselves then. Ha ha ha. Chapter 26 The Bold Die Young, The Timid Die of Hunger. Ding Xiaoya led two colleagues and entered number 28 Jingxi Wafu. Zhou Jia, oh my god. Is this your new home? It's really luxurious. Guanjia, Xiaoya. Does your husband like my type? If it doesn't work out, Zhou Jia and I will be his second wives. Zhou Jia winked, I have no objections. You're embarrassing me. Ding Xiaoya gave them a glare. Giggling and giggling, their happy laughter attracted Chunmei and Xiaoxiang over. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, and these 5 women were in a ring. They chattered and chattered, never stopping. Lin Chen was busy clanging around in the kitchen, and every now and then a fragrance drifted out, distracting Zhou Jia and Guanjia from their thoughts. 10 dishes in 1 soup. Enjoy your meal, ladies. Lin Chen politely made a gesture of invitation after serving the last bowl of hot and sour soup. As soon as they were seated, Zhou Jia and Guanjia resisted the temptation of the food and kept taking photos with their phones. They used the 9-grid layout last time, paired it with a beautiful text, and sent it to their circle of friends. Only then did they pick up their chopsticks and join the ranks of those enjoying the food. Ding dong. Someone rang the doorbell at this time. Did they come because they smelled the aroma? When Lin Chen opened the door, he saw 3 of his less than cheerful roommates standing there. What's going on? Lin Chen asked curiously. We're here for dinner. The eldest waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to talk about it now. Come in. Don't be shy, join us for dinner. Ding Xiaoya politely invited them in. Just as they were sitting down, the sound of a baby crying came from the baby's room upstairs. Suddenly, Ding Xiaoya subconsciously stood up and went upstairs. Lin Chen stopped her, you sit down and enjoy your meal. I'll go. I've got this. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Chen took a few steps and went up to the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered the room, the baby stopped crying. At the dinner table, Zhou Jia and Guanjia looked at each other, then at Ding Xiaoya. Xiaoya, what have you taught him? Your husband is too good to you. Ding Xiaoya blushed and retorted, no way. But he really has nothing to say to me. Sigh. It's so frustrating to see other people so in love. The 3 roommates saw this scene and their hearts bled. Why are other people so in love, and why am I so miserable? I might as well use delicious food to anesthetize my wounded soul. Upstairs, Lin Chen was busy. 1 minute he was making formula, the next minute he was changing diapers, the next minute he was holding the crying second child, the next minute he was amusing the smiling first child. It was like he was Superman, rushing back and forth between the 4 children. Ding! Completing the first time of taking care of 4 babies alone rewards you with a 10-level music talent. Holy cow! This is possible? This is literally a life of winning. It's so boring. So lonely. But the life of spoiling your wife and babies is really beautiful. Thank you, system, for giving me a different life. Master. You don't need to thank me.
With great power comes great responsibility. You need to work hard. Air. Lin Chen had a dark line on his forehead. It was the first time he had seen a system that flogged its master. Lin Chen didn't have any major revenge. His only hope was to find his goddess, Ding Xiaoya. Now that he had found her, they were not only together, but they also had 4 cute babies. This made him achieve his goal in an instant, and it seemed that life had lost its meaning. But something that happened in the past 2 days also made Lin Chen understand. Just as the system said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The things that happened in Zixiangshuan, Zhanghai University, and the Lottery Center were quietly changing Lin Chen one thing at a time. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely offend them. After the babies had eaten and drunk their fill, Chunmei and Xiaoxiang came up to take over from Lin Chen. Lin Xiao, you go and eat, Xiaoxiang said politely. When Lin Chen arrived in the dining room, all the 10 dishes and 1 soup had been eaten, and there was nothing left for him. What was even more annoying was that Ding Xiaoya's 2 colleagues, plus his 3 roommates, all 5 of them were staring at Lin Chen. Sigh. Lin Chen shivered. What are you doing? Was it not delicious? Delicious. I want more. Zhou Jie put the last piece of meat in her mouth. Yes, we want more. The boss, Carrot, nodded. Hey, okay. Lin Chen put down the bowl and chopsticks he had been holding, cleared the empty bowl away, and went back into the kitchen. I'll help you. Ding Xiaoya took up the apron and followed Lin Chen into the kitchen. But once again, Lin Chen pushed her out of the kitchen. Just enjoy chatting with your colleagues. Ding Xiaoya reluctantly backed out and gave her 2 colleagues a helpless shrug. Lin Chen's 3 roommates really couldn't bear to watch anymore, and if Lin Chen hadn't needed to discuss something with them later, they would have left after dinner. In a moment, Lin Chen served out several plates of fruit, strawberries, cherries, starfruits, and mangoes. A total of 10 or so kinds of fruit. Zhou Jie screamed, Sister Xiaoya, are you this happy every day? I'm so jealous. Guan Jia looked at Lin Chen with a face of obsession. Do you have any thoughts about taking concubines? Ding Xiaoya slapped her on the arm and scolded her, get out of here. Then there was a giggle, 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 giggle. The way she was trembling made the 3 guys, who had just broken up with their girlfriends, go weak in the knees and drool at the corners of their mouths. Lin Chen went straight up to them and said, You 3 come with me for a moment. Carrot quickly wiped the drool off his face, straightened his clothes, and tried his best to maintain his image. Lin Chen's study. What are your plans? Lin Chen asked as soon as he closed the door. Plans? The 3 roommates were suddenly at a loss, and at this time of day, where were there any plans? They've all been dumped by women. No. Carrot answered dejectedly. Second oldest little bench opened the campus website on his phone and handed it to Lin Chen. Look, Zhanghai female students have formed a group to dump their boyfriends. What's even more outrageous is that the 3 of you have been dumped. It makes me so angry. Where? Let me see. Third oldest one-trick pony came over to take a look, and his face turned green. There was an instant silence in the study, and Lin Chen could feel how hard it was for them. That's enough. Lin Chen snapped. Then he slammed his hand on the desk, bang. This sound woke them up from their sadness. A real man doesn't need a wife. Besides, your 3 ex-girlfriends weren't that great, both in appearance and character. They were mediocre. Don't you look at the whole forest outside? Just take a look at the 2 in the hall. Do you dare? As soon as he mentioned the 2 beautiful female teachers in the living room, their eyes lit up, and the sadness they had just felt disappeared instantly. Look. This is the power of a good woman, it can cheer up a decadent man. And those women full of greed and corrupt ideas can only make men more decadent. Dare you or not? The eldest roommate, Carrot, said to himself. Never mind. The bold die young, the timid die of hunger. Unexpectedly, the timid Lao San was the first to speak up. Chapter 27, Preparing for Zhengda Technology. When they returned to the living room, the 3 roommates were ready to show off. In the large living room, there were only Ding Xiaoya and the 2 nannies, as well as 4 babbling babies. They waved their hands when they saw Lin Chen's appearance. Big treasure, daddy. He. Second treasure, oh. Third treasure, daddy. Fourth child, yay. Phew. The three roommates let out a long breath, not sure if they were relieved or disappointed. Perhaps they weren't quite ready to move on, having just broken up with their lovers that day. Fourth child, we're going back to school too. Carrot was about to say goodbye to Lin Chen. Hey, wait. Huh? Lin Chen patted Carrot on the shoulder and said, I'll take you to meet someone and talk about the future. Meet someone? Development. Yes. You can't just take the money and hide under the covers, never to be seen again. Lin Chen led his three roommates directly to Principal Zhang's office. Principal Zhang, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Here's some home cooking for you. Lin Chen placed the lunchbox in his hands on Principal Zhang's desk.
Principal Zhang, who was slumped over the desk writing, looked up, glanced at the lunchbox, and sniffed.
Wow, it smells good. I'm really hungry. So Principal Zhang ate while the four of them watched. The oldest, Carrot, nudged the third one closest to him and asked in a low voice, Do you know why the fourth one brought us here? The third one replied, How would I know? Ha! Perhaps the third one's voice was a little loud, attracting the attention of Lin Chen and Principal Zhang.
Principal Zhang only looked up slightly before immediately returning to his meal.
While eating, he said, It's really delicious. Is this really just something you brought from home? It feels even better than at a restaurant. To ease the awkwardness, Lao San quickly nodded, That's right.
Lin Chen personally cooked all this, and ordinary people can't eat it.
Principal Zhang is in for a treat today. Ha ha ha. It really is a treat.
After Principal Zhang finished eating, Lin Chen waved at the three of them. I have already decided to donate 100 million yuan to Jianghai University.
Lin Chen had not finished speaking when Zhang, wiping his mouth, interrupted him and asked, Wasn't it 400 million? Did this Lin Chen go back on his word?
Alas, he is still too young. If I had known, I would not have agreed so easily.
Where would a young man like him find that kind of money? Even if he did have that kind of money, he would have to discuss it with his family, right? Reckless. Did Zhang only want the 400 million, or did he want Jianghai University to provide its own blood supply in the future? What? Boom.
President Zhang stood up abruptly, knocking the chair behind him to the ground. His lips were trembling slightly.
Supply its own blood? He was.
I plan to establish a technology company in the name of Jianghai University. I will own 50%, the three of them will each own 10%, and the remaining 20% will go to Jianghai University.
President Zhang, what do you think?
Swish swish swish.
The three roommates' eyes sparkled as they looked at Lin Chen. Are they going to become shareholders and start a business? Gee. With this company, won't they be able to make money just sitting back and relaxing? It's just that Jianghai University only gets 20%, will President Zhang agree to this?
Swish swish swish.
The three of them turned their attention back to President Zhang. President Zhang's face twitched slightly, and in fact, his heart was surging with emotions.
It is the dream of all universities to establish their own company and then provide their own funding.
No one wants to ask for money every day.
If you can provide your own funding and create opportunities for experimentation and more opportunities for academics, that's a profit. What's more, the university can still get 20%, so it's not that bad.
Okay. As long as you can contribute, we'll provide the talent. Great. I'll contribute 300 million.
They contribute, and each of them has to contribute 4 million.
Lin Chen looked back and forth at their three roommates. What?
So the fourth one is playing with their lottery winnings.
Forget it. They just need to contribute. Principal Zhang waved his hand, pondering, how much money does this student have? No way.
The fourth one wants us to contribute, so we'll contribute. The eldest, Carrot, answered dryly.
So they hit it off and decided so happily. But what should the company be called?
The third one, who had always been quiet, suddenly asked.
Ha? The name? Everyone felt that this matter should be left to Lin Chen. Jiangda Technology.
Lin Chen slowly uttered these 4 words.
Jiangda Technology? Great. That's a simple and grand name, I think it's fine. President Zhang laughed heartily.
Perhaps Lin Chen had helped him solve a problem regarding the survival of Jianghai University in the future, and he was in an indescribable good mood.
What does our company research? What does it produce? President Zhang put away his smile and asked with a stern face. He had been so happy for a long time, but still didn't know what they were going to do. It was ridiculous. Lin Chen gave a mysterious smile. It's confidential for now. Next came the division of labor. Principal Zhang collected some of the school's existing data and then selected an empty teaching building to be used as the company's office. The boss, Carrot, went to the Industry and Commerce Department. With his big mouth, there shouldn't be any problems. The second person, Little Bench, selected 2 managers from the management department, 10 researchers from the physics department, and 10 computer experts from the computer department. The third person's job was to recruit some poor students who were honest and willing to work. Not only would this give them an opportunity to earn an income, it would also provide the company with the most reliable logistical support staff. Lin Chen is of course a hands-off boss. All he has to do now is spoil his wife and baby, and there is nothing to do with the company. No sooner had he left school than he rushed home. As soon as he arrived home, he walked towards the baby's room. At this time, Chunmei and Xiaoxian were playing games with the baby. They were happily crawling back and forth on the tatami mat, drooling and holding toys in their hands. Big treasure, daddy. Hug. Second treasure, brother daddy. Third treasure, daddy. Fourth treasure. Seeing his 4 adorable children, Lin Chen's heart suddenly felt much lighter. No matter what company or study, they are the most important thing in his life. Oops, I forgot, 4th treasure seems to have some eczema on his thighs. I forgot to put medicine on it. Chunmei said apologetically. It's okay, go get the medicine and I'll apply it. Lin Chen picked up Sibao and put him in his lap, lifting his trousers to reveal a red patch of eczema. Geez. It must really itch. It's only spring and he already has eczema. Didn't he take the baby health pills before? The system immediately stood up to protest. Master. Baby health pills either cure all diseases or just make it difficult for ordinary viruses and bacteria to invade. This eczema could be caused by allergies, heredity, or sun exposure. Okay. Let's not pursue this for now, but let's think about how to cure it. It's not good to just use medicine on such a young child. Master. You can take a look in the system mall, maybe there's something you need. The system reminded Lin Chen again. Chapter 28. I'm at the teacher's house. System mall? If the system doesn't remind him, Lin Chen almost forgets about this. System mall. Lin Chen clicks on the System Mall button on the control panel, and the screen in front of him changes, immediately entering a mall that is completely different from reality. There are only 3 items inside, one of which is baby cream. It seems to be this one, so Lin Chen doesn't hesitate to click to buy, but when he looks at the baby points that need to be consumed, he is shocked. 100 points for 1 bottle. And it seems that his own baby points are not enough. What should he do? The owner can play with 4 babies for 1 hour, and the points will increase by 1 point. Is there such a good thing? But Lin Chen thought that he only had 85 points now, and if he wanted to increase it to 100 points, it would take 15 hours. He could wait, but the baby couldn't. Hey! A sense of defeat came over him. It seems that having a system is not everything. You can't rely on others, you'd better rely on yourself. Lin Chen took out his phone and thought for a moment before dialing. Hello, Mom. You little brat, it took you so long to call your mom, I thought you didn't want your mom anymore. How are things? Do you need money? I'll have your father transfer some to you. A familiar voice sounded on the other end of the line. It instantly made Lin Chen's heart warm, and his eyes welled up. Lin Chen couldn't remember the last time he had called. Hey! I shouldn't have. After having a baby, Lin Chen realized how hard his parents had it. In that moment, he seemed to have grown up a lot. Say something. Lin Na, Lin Chen's mother, had been unable to sleep because she had been thinking about her son. Now that her son had called, she couldn't wait to hear more. After adjusting her mood and taking a long breath, she said, Mom, whatever I say next, don't be surprised. Just answer my questions. We'll talk about the rest when I get back, okay? What's there to be surprised about? Go ahead, son. I'm listening. Mom, Lin Na said unconvinced. She could tell that her mother was very happy and relaxed. Lin Chen glanced back at the 4 babies who had been staring at him without saying a word, and said into the phone, Mom, if the baby gets eczema, is there any good way to treat it? The baby? Whose baby? You're still at school, why are you worrying about other people's babies? Lin Na was full of doubts. In theory, you won't come into contact with children when you go to university. Your son is studying computer science, which has nothing to do with childcare. He looked at the four babies again. The four babies thought Lin Chen was playing peekaboo with them and giggled happily. His mother's ears were very sharp on the other end of the line and she heard the children's laughter immediately. Hey, son, where are you? Why is there a child's voice? What should I do? Explain? But it's hard to explain over the phone. At this time, Ding Xiaoya happened to push the door open, clapped her hands and shouted to the four babies, "Babies, I'm home." His mother asked again, "Who's back?" "Son, what on earth are you doing?" It was obvious that his mother was worried. She thought that her son was not studying at school and was doing some kind of part-time job, such as babysitting. Lin Chen immediately made a gesture to Ding Xiaoya to keep quiet and explained, "Mom, don't worry. This is the teacher's home, and the baby was also the teacher's child." Hearing the word teacher, his mother, Lina, let out a long sigh of relief. But Ding Xiaoya was not happy. Lin Chen suddenly felt a pain in his waist. Looking, he saw that Ding Xiaoya was pinching his waist. "Teacher? Isn't she your wife?" Seeing the jealousy and grievance in Ding Xiaoya's eyes, Lin Chen didn't care anymore. With a heavy heart, he decided to confess to his mother right now. "Mom, I have something to tell you." "Go ahead. You're so hesitant, you weren't like this before. Did something happen at school that made you upset?" "No. It's not. I just had a baby." "What?" Lin's mother jumped up and shouted at the other end of the line. She also shouted at Lin's father, who was reading the newspaper, "Lin, look at your son, he's got a baby on the side, what's he going to do? He can't ruin someone's daughter's life." "Don't worry, your father and I will come tomorrow and try to resolve this as privately as possible. Don't let your studies suffer." Although Lin's mother, Lina, was anxious, her thoughts were clear and she didn't look a day over 50. Lin Chen's father is a postman in a small county town and is now retired at home. His mother is a primary school teacher in the county town and is still teaching. It can be said to be dual income workers. Although life has always been tolerable, they are used to being thrifty. Lin Chen heard his father's voice on the phone, "This kid." Hiss. Lin Chen's heart tightened. This father usually doesn't like to speak, but once he gets angry, he can be the kind of person who can hang him up and beat him. A bit like me back then. Tell him not to be afraid, protect the mother and child, we're leaving now. I never thought my father would say such words, and Lin Chen was moved to tears. My mother patted my father and said reproachfully, "What's the big deal? If you hadn't been so naughty, could I have married you? Don't say such useless things, we have a grandson already, why are you still talking about that?" The voices of my parents came through the phone, and Lin Chen listened with a special sense of intimacy. Parents are the umbrella that protects their children, and even if they do something terrible, they will always cover for you. It was Ding Xiaoya who heard the phrase "protect the mother and son." It made Ding Xiaoya tearful and reminded Lin Chen to quickly answer and explain, otherwise they would really come rushing over. "Dad. Mom. Don't worry. We'll take leave tomorrow and come back to see you both." "Tomorrow? You're not going to school?" Mom, who was a primary school teacher, did not forget about her son's classes. "What classes?" "Tomorrow, go buy some food, your son is bringing someone back." "What are you thinking about all day as a mother-in-law?" Dad kept muttering beside her. Yes. "Son, ask your daughter what vegetables she likes, and I'll go buy them first thing in the morning." Lin Chen's head was full of black lines. What was this and what was that? But it was fine, no need to explain, it would be better to talk about it when they got home tomorrow. Ding Xiaoya came up close and shouted into the phone, "Auntie, I don't have any preferences, I'll eat whatever." Hearing Ding Xiaoya's voice, her mother simply let her take the call, leaving Lin Chen hanging. The two of them chatted for an hour. When it was finally time to hang up, Lin Chen took the phone and asked, "Mom, you still haven't told me what to use for eczema on a baby." "No rush. Boil pork skin in white vinegar for 10 minutes, and wipe the child with the water." "Great, I'll go get it." After hanging up the phone, Lina suddenly remembered, "I forgot to ask what the girl's occupation is. If she is also a student, then the two of us will take care of the kids and reduce their stress." I remember at first Xiachen said it was at the teacher's house. The two of them glanced at each other, could it be the teacher's daughter? Ha ha. Xiachen is really good, even the teacher's daughter can. No.
Mom immediately retorted, I talked to the girl, and she seemed to say that she works at the university.
Could it be? Chapter 29, Overjoyed. That night, Lin Chen's parents stayed up all night.
They were happy, of course, but they were also worried about their son's future. He hadn't even graduated from college yet, and already he had a wife and child. This was the upper limit, and it would be difficult for him to have any significant development in the future.
Who wouldn't want their children to become successful?
But it seemed like it was good to be able to live a stable life. At least they got to hold their grandchild earlier than the neighbors. Lin Chen had just applied the medicine that his mother had told him to use on Si Bao when he fell asleep peacefully.
Ding! Congratulations on completing the first application of medicine on your baby. You have been awarded 4 lollipops.
What?
Lollipops? This is ridiculous. They cost 50 cents each, something I can buy for 2 yuan, and I'm being rewarded by the system? This is a joke. The system was unconvinced. My lollipops are different, I guarantee it. Try them on your children tomorrow. Let's try. No one said anything the whole night, and they slept in the same room.
The next day, Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya took a long holiday and went back to their hometown to take care of a few important matters.
First, register their marriage. Second, register their child. Third, meet their parents. The next day, Lin Chen gave Chunmei and Xiuxiang a few days off and let them do whatever they wanted.
Master, I'm not going anywhere, I want to stay with you.
Master. I'm not going either. I'm not going anywhere.
Facing these 2 nannies sent by the system, Lin Chen had no idea what to think.
Are these 2 women really real? If they stay young forever, won't Ding Xiaoya be jealous? But so far, it seems fine.
At least they get along well with Ding Xiaoya, and they've also taken good care of the 4 babies.
You can take a few days off and have fun.
It's rare that I give you a holiday, so enjoy yourselves.
Just don't lose track of them. It's the master.
The 2 nannies' faces were filled with smiles.
Still calling me master? Lin Chen's face was stern. It's Lin Xiao. That's more like it. So Lin Chen drove the Infiniti QX80 towards his hometown of Longhu City.
It was almost a 3-hour journey, and the road was clear all the way. When they arrived, his parents were waiting at the door.
In the early years, the family lived in a house allocated by the work unit. As both parents worked, Lin Chen's family naturally lived in a collective compound.
No matter who had a birthday, got married, or moved house, everyone in the compound knew about it. After waiting for a long time, they finally saw a luxury car appear at the entrance of the compound.
Hey, Dad, whose car is this?
Lin Na poked Lin Jian behind her with her hand.
How would I know? I haven't seen it before yesterday. Could it be that the Wang family's child just bought a car today? Lin Jian wondered. The Wang family was even more arrogant now, and they probably didn't even lower their voices when they spoke. Beep.
The car honked twice, attracting the attention of the neighbors.
Bang. Lin Chen got out of the driver's seat. Xiaochen? Why are you here? Li Na was dumbfounded. When did her son learn to drive? She had no idea. Where's my daughter-in-law?
Li Na went straight up to the car to take a look. At this moment, Ding Xiaoya also got out of the car and called out sweetly, Auntie.
Oh. Hey. This girl is really pretty.
Li Na took Ding Xiaoya's hand and kept praising her, looking her up and down, satisfied with everything.
Lin Jian walked up and asked, Where's my grandson? Grandson? Oh. The kids. They're probably wobbling around in the car, all 4 of them sleeping with their heads lolling to one side. 4?
Li Na shouted with her mouth wide open.
Hey, is this the Lin family's child back? Hey, who is this girl? Lin. Is your son in love? Hasn't he graduated yet? Teacher Li, whose child is this? It can't be your son's, can it? Oh my god. Quadruplets. Wow. Lin. Set up a few tables tonight. Celebrate.
Suddenly, the neighbors all knew that Lin Chen, Lin's son, had not only bought a luxury car, but also brought back a beautiful wife and 4 children. At this moment, the voice of the Wang family came immediately. Look at Lin Chen, he is younger than you, and he has already bought a car.
Do you know how much that car is worth? We can't afford it even if we save for a lifetime.
The voice of the Huang family came. Look at you, all you know is playing games all day long. You are already 30, and Lin Chen is only 22 years old, and he has already brought back a wife and children. Anyway, the neighbors are all envious. Fortunately, we usually get along well, so they don't feel jealous or malicious. Hurry up. Go home first. Li Na and Ding Xiaoya each hold one baby, and Lin Chen holds both babies. As for Lin Jian, he keeps rubbing his hands together, not knowing what to do. Yes. It's shocking. The Lin family will have an heir. And there will be 4 of them in this lifetime, quadruplets. Ha ha ha. At this moment, I guess Lin Jian and Li Na are smiling in their dreams. Sitting on the sofa at home, Lin Chen was finally able to catch his breath and speak. Dad. Mom. I came back this time to get the household registration book. Lin Chen had not finished speaking when his mother, Li Na, immediately smiled happily. I understand. I understand. However, Lin Jian immediately put on a stern face and stopped him. Wait a minute. For no reason at all, why did he change his face like that? This seems to be in line with Lin Jian's style in the past. Lin Jian, are you having a seizure? This is a good thing. Besides, don't scare the daughter and the 4 babies. Lin Chen's wife, Li Na, helped Lin Chen speak up for the couple, trying to protect Ding Xiaoya from any harm. Lin Jian shook his head. The parents of both sides haven't even met yet. If they rush to get a marriage license, people will say we're not being polite. Oh, I see. Lin Jian continued, for such an important matter as marriage, both sets of parents should agree. Why don't we give the in-laws a call and have them come over? That way, both sides can discuss the wedding. Dad. Lin Chen shouted out in reminder. Uncle, we're just getting our marriage certificate, and it's not allowed to get married now, whether in terms of time or arrangements. Ding Xiaoya explained politely. In fact, Ding Xiaoya was worried about the old master of the Ding family, whose approval was still needed for her marriage. But the call still had to be made, and they still had to meet. Lin Jian took a step back and said, Ding Xiaoya, call your parents over the phone. They'll be here this afternoon. Ding Xiaoya immediately told them that this was Longhu City, and that Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing would be flying directly over in the afternoon, and Lin Chen would go directly to the airport to pick them up. Guliolu. The sound of Ding Xiaoya's stomach rumbling came from beside her. Hungry? Lin Chen asked with a small smile. Ding Xiaoya nodded lightly. This was the first time she had come to her in-laws' home, so she was a little nervous. Her parents were too busy having fun with the 4 babies to bother cooking. Lin Chen didn't want to disturb them, so he turned around and went into the kitchen. Ding Xiaoya felt a little awkward, so she followed Lin Chen into the kitchen. Before long, there was a clanging sound coming from the kitchen. Lin, guess who's cooking? Li Na gave a mysterious smile. It's that girl, of course. Lin Jian said without even thinking. Li Na gave Lin Jian a finger-pointing look. Old-fashioned guy, what century is this? You still think that a woman's job is to cook and serve the man? Dad. Mom. What are you talking about? Chapter 30, The Lollipop Debate. Lin Chen was wearing an apron and holding 2 plates of fried food in his hands, which he placed on the table. His mother, Li Na, couldn't stop smiling when she saw this. His father, Lin Jian, nodded with satisfaction, as if his mother had hit the nail on the head. Chen, you're great. Your mother is right, it's not always necessary for a woman to serve a man. We men should protect our women even more. With these words, Lin Jian, unusually, took Li Na's hand and said deeply, My dear, you have served us for most of your life, so from now on, let my son and I serve you. This scene was also witnessed by Ding Xiaoya, who had just come out of the kitchen with a dish in her hands. Her heart was filled with joy. It is only in such a family that such a good Lin Chen can be brought up. It seems that she really has not chosen the wrong person, and she is determined to be with him for the rest of her life. Li Na shyly shook off Lin Jian's hand and pouted, Can't you see that the child is still here? Why are you 2 old marrieds saying these things? A family is all about helping and supporting each other, isn't it? Yes. Yes. Lin Jian happily scratched his head with his hand. At this moment, this 50-year-old man looked like a child, with his hands having nowhere to go. Come on, come on. Uncle, Auntie, come and try Xiaochen's cooking. Ding Xiaoya learned from Li Na and called Lin Chen Xiaochen. Lin Chen gave her a few blank stares for this. But Ding Xiaoya pretended not to see it, and the more she called him Xiaochen, the more natural it sounded. Did Xiaochen cook this? You didn't cook it?
Lena's eyes widened as she took a bite of the dish. What's wrong? Even if it's not delicious, you should give Xiaochen some face and say something encouraging. Wow, great, Xiaochen. Why don't you teach me? Lin Jian also took a bite of the spicy tofu and gave his son a thumbs up. The warm and happy lunch was over. The 4 babies over here also started crying out of hunger. Lina helped Ding Xiaoya soothe the babies, Lin Chen was busy making formula, and Lin Jian just paced back and forth, unable to help facing 4 babies. Lin Jian, who had little experience, really didn't know what to do. When Lin Chen was a child, his mother took care of him by herself, and Lin Jian rarely got involved. In the end, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, the 4 babies were still crying. Why was that? Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya really couldn't figure it out. Are they afraid of strangers? This is the first time they've been here, and the children may not be familiar with the place, so Lina muttered anxiously. As she spoke, she looked nervous, pacing back and forth, her heart racing. Suddenly, the 4 babies stopped crying. Each one had a lollipop in their mouth. Who gave the children the lollipops? Ding Xiaoya went up and took the lollipops out of the children's mouths. As soon as she did, they all started to cry heartrendingly. Lina, meanwhile, was scolding Lin Jian from the side. You old fool, why did you give the baby lollipops? It's only a little over 10 months, the baby can't eat sugar. Lin Jian was a little puzzled, but seeing the 2 women in the family getting so angry, he didn't dare to argue. Poor dad took the blame for Lin Chen. If someone does something, they should take the blame themselves, and Lin Chen wouldn't let dad take the blame either. Besides, the 4 lollipops were a system reward, and they really didn't understand the mystery behind it. I gave it to the child. Lin Chen patted his chest and stepped forward. What? Ding Xiaoya and Li Na looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, not expecting a university student to make such a childish move. You're stupid. Ding Xiaoya was so angry that she wanted to throw the lollipop away. Lin Chen stepped forward and stopped her. Don't throw it away. Don't throw it away? Do you want to give it to the child? Even irresponsible parents wouldn't give their children candy so early, would they? Ding Xiaoya's eyes were about to burst with anger. What was Lin Chen's problem today? Why was he arguing with her? Lin Chen grabbed the lollipop, afraid that Ding Xiaoya would throw it away. This was a good thing that the system had rewarded him with, and if he lost it, he would never get it back. What is this? Ding Xiaoya asked. A lollipop. Lin Chen answered truthfully. Can the baby eat candy now? No. Okay, throw it away. No. Why? Because this thing is not simple. You see, I gave it to the babies, and they stopped crying. And Lin Chen was also a bit anxious, and didn't know how to explain it. After all, you can't just say that you have a system, and that you got the cooking skills, the photographic memory, and the youth-preserving pill from the system. No one would believe you if you said that. It would just cause more trouble. Seeing that Lin Chen couldn't explain it, Ding Xiaoya became even more angry. Her mother, Lina, also stepped forward and waved at Lin Chen. Give me the lollipop, and don't let the baby eat it. Mom, I already told you, this is not just a lollipop. Lin Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. Be good and give it to me. Even Lin Jian stood on their side. Now there were 3 against 1, and they clearly didn't have the advantage. If the standoff continued, it would affect their relationship. Well, since it was a reward from the system, wouldn't it make sense to give them the Zhuoyan Dan? Lin Chen took out a pill and slipped it into Lina's hand. Mom, this is a good thing, so hurry back to your room and take it, and take a shower while you're at it, and I guarantee that Dad's eyes will pop when he sees you later. Air. It's time like this, and the sun is still joking like this. But as soon as the pill entered her hand, a cool feeling spread through her body. Ha! What is this? Lina successfully managed to get her attention. At this time, Ding Xiaoya also noticed the pill in Lina's hand. In a hurry, she shouted, Mom, you go take it, this is good for you, it's priceless, don't waste it. But Lina stood still. It wasn't because of anything else, but because Ding Xiaoya had just called her mom unintentionally. What did you just call me? Lina asked excitedly. My face is red, all the way to the base of my neck, and I continue to squeal, Mom. Hey! Lina's face broke into a smile. Then she walked towards the room with a smile, completely forgetting about the lollipop. Ding Xiaoya turned her head and stared at Lin Chen and asked, What do you mean by taking out the youth-preserving pill at this time? Don't think that I'll forgive you just because you've changed the subject. Air. Lin Chen leaned in and whispered in Ding Xiaoya's ear that this lollipop came from the same place as the Zhu Yin Dan, which was extraordinary. So this is not sugar at all, but a kind of medicine, a medicine with no side effects. Ding Xiaoya then patted her chest, relaxed, and said that if the babies eat sugar too early, it will not only be bad for their teeth, but also detrimental to their physical and brain development. Now that Lin Chen had explained it, she felt relieved, and she personally stuffed the lollipop back into the babies' mouths. This confused Lin Jian. What were this young couple up to? Bored, Lin Jian sent a WeChat message to a few of his immediate family members, asking them to come over for dinner, and the restaurant was booked at the Happy Restaurant in Longhu City. Lin Jian, you have to come and see this. How is it? Li Na walked out of the room gracefully. Plop. The phone dropped to the ground. Chapter 31, The In-Laws Are Coming. Dad Lin Jian didn't even care that his phone had fallen to the ground. He picked it up and ran straight towards Li Na. He grabbed Li Na's arm and shook it. How is this possible? What have you eaten? What just happened? Li Na's face flushed as she looked at her son Lin Chen. It was a pill that my son gave me just now, and I became like this after taking it. A pill? Lin Chen took 3 steps and 2 to Lin Chen's side, reaching out for it. Give Dad one quickly. Dad. I'm not sure if this man can take it. What if it goes bad? Lin Chen was a little hesitant. To be honest, Lin Chen really didn't dare to give it to a man. The pill was called the anti-aging pill, and Lin Chen still had no idea what to do. So he quietly asked the system, is the system here? Is the system there? I'm not there. I have a name, next time call me Xiao Di, otherwise I won't talk to you. The system gave off a girlish voice. Lin Chen was surprised that the system could even imitate a human voice, and the voice was very similar to Xiaoya's. There was no choice. If you need something from someone, then you have to bow. Xiao Di, can this be taken by men? Of course you can. Women and men will all age one day. Now your parents are having such a good effect from taking thee that they should be able to return to their 30s. Xiao Di was very happy to hear Lin Chen call out his own name that he had given himself and explained. If that's the case, Lin Chen was relieved and took out one and handed it to his father. Lin Jian, go and take it. Don't forget to take a bath. Got it. Brat. Lin Jian ran away quickly. Li Na's heart was filled with anticipation. If they could all be a decade younger, happy days were waiting for them. She had given one to Xiaoya and her daughter, and now she was giving one to her parents. 4 had already been consumed, and since it was for men, her father-in-law would get one too, so that left only 5. This stuff is getting used up, so we'd better save some. Half an hour later, her father Lin Jian came out full of vigor, like a man in his prime. This anti-aging pill really is like a magic pill. The whole family was excited, and the babies, with lollipops in their mouths, were also babbling. Afternoons are for napping, and Lin Chen took the lollipops out of the mouths of the 4 babies and began to coax them to sleep. It might be that they couldn't sleep because they had arrived in a new place, and this had Lin Chen thoroughly exhausted. Just now, he had told Xiaoya and his mother, I'll handle it alone. Now, he is in a dilemma. He wants to ask for help, but he can't bring himself to do it. If he doesn't ask for help, he won't be able to handle it alone. Never mind. I'll take my chances. Lin Chen said to himself. Then he simply got down on the floor, let the first and second child sit on his back, and then crawled around on the floor. Next, it was the third and fourth child's turn. This went on, and the babies were overjoyed. From time to time, the sound of the baby's joy could be heard in this room. This piqued the curiosity of Ding Xiaoya and Li Na outside. So the 2 women leaned through the crack in the door to look inside. Wow! Lin Chen really spoils his baby, playing horse riding. Speaking of horse riding, Lin Chen also wanted to play when he was a child, but Lin Jian was unwilling to let go, so he never fulfilled this wish. Now this wish has been fulfilled on his own child, which is also a way to fulfill a wish. Ding! Congratulations, owner! You have completed your first horse riding game with your child, and you have been rewarded with 4 sets of teething toys. I'll be damned! Lin Chen, who had never taken care of a child before, exclaimed, What the hell are teething toys? Ding Xiaoya, who was by his side, was taken aback, but still answered, Their toys are food that babies use to exercise their teeth as they come in. Oh? Is this it? Lin Chen took out 4 things shaped like small wooden sticks from his pocket. Xiaoya took them and smiled, I was thinking of buying them for the babies. I didn't realize you were more attentive than I am. You already bought them, and you're still asking. Xiaoya gave Lin Chen a flirtatious look, a look that took Lin Chen's breath away. Damn, the charm was so strong, there was nowhere to put it. The charm of Xiaoya radiated at all times. Lin Chen had no idea that during this period of time, he was also like this in Ding Xiaoya's eyes. This is also the first time I've brought a baby, so I'm sure I'll have to ask a lot. Lin Chen looked very obedient. The lollipops in the baby's mouths had long since been eaten, and without anything to bite on, they started to get restless. There were 4 adults, and they still couldn't handle these 4 babies. Just like that. Ding Xiaoya shoved 4 teething rings into their mouths, and suddenly they were quiet. Phew! What a hassle. She learned that before that, Ding Xiaoya had carried the baby in her belly alone, and had brought the baby up to the age of 10 months alone, and had only hired a nanny in between. Li Na was so excited that she could hardly speak, and secretly vowed, as long as Lin Chen treated Xiaoya badly, she, as the mother, would be the first to object. At 3 p.m., while the babies were taking their afternoon nap, Lin Chen took Xiaoya to pick up her in-laws. Longhu City, Airport. People coming and going are all walking in a hurry. Lin Chen and Xiaoya are standing at the airport waiting. Both of them are very excited. Because today is the day the parents of both sides meet. Although the 2 people can get together if they like each other, marriage still needs the support of both families. It can be said to be a combination of 2 families. Xiaoya's small hand tightly grasped Lin Chen's arm, which made Lin Chen feel a sharp pain, but Lin Chen stubbornly didn't make a sound. This way. Dad. Mom. Xiaoya let go of Lin Chen's hand and walked towards her parents. At this moment, she wanted to stand with her parents because they were her backing. Lin Chen looked like a boy who had just met his parents for the first time, and he scratched his head embarrassedly. Come on, give me the stuff. Lin Chen had some common sense and took the luggage from his in-laws' hands and followed behind them. This is embarrassing. Ding Hui declined. In the end, Lin Chen quietly slipped Ding Hui a rejuvenating pill, telling him to go to the hotel later and take the pill, promising a surprise. When they arrived at the hotel, Ding Hui thought it was one of those pills, so as soon as Lin Chen and Xiaoya left, he couldn't wait to take it. Ah! It's hot! Ding Hui yelled. This scared Yi Qingqing, who asked, "What's wrong? You were acting sneaky just now, what did you take?" Ding Hui's face turned red, and he was too hot to speak. He secretly blamed himself. Why did you eat it so eagerly without asking? The medicine your son-in-law gave you is a bit too strong, isn't it? Ah! This time, Yi Qingqing screamed, pushing Ding Hui into the bathroom. When Ding Hui came out of the bathroom again, he was completely different, young and strong, with a burly figure and the same temperament as when he was young. Yi Qingqing was also mesmerized by the sight, as if she had returned to her younger days, when she was still the one Xiaoyao's father was pursuing. Qingqing! Look! I've become as young as you. Chapter 32, Unexpected Guests at the Party. Longhu Hotel, where the father and mother-in-law are staying. The parents of both sides will also meet here. Before leaving, Lin Chen took a look at the environment in advance, which was not bad, quite quiet and elegant, and the 2 sides should not be disturbed when they talk about something in a while. Just as Lin Chen and Xiaoya were about to leave, holding hands, Lin Chen frowned, still not feeling at ease. What's wrong? Xiaoya asked worriedly. Today is the day our parents meet, which is of great significance. I don't want anything to go wrong, so let me take another look. He turned back and activated the forecasting eyes. His vision went dark, and then a bloody smell hit him, filling the Longhu Hotel. This. Lin Chen took 3 steps back. Just now, Lin Chen had spent 40 points to predict what would happen here tonight. The result was predictable. Lin Chen was so scared that his face turned pale, and his eyes kept staring at the lobby of that hotel. No! We can't just sit here and wait to die. Change places. Lin Chen suddenly said coldly. Why? Ding Xiaoya asked in puzzlement. My parents just checked in, do we still need to change places? Obviously, Ding Xiaoya was a little angry. Lin Chen's sudden change of mind made Ding Xiaoya feel very uncomfortable. Because today is an important day, she doesn't want too much uncertainty. She just wants to quietly and peacefully spend this day. Now suddenly changing his mind and wanting to change places is obviously going to break this quiet situation. Lin Chen reassured Ding Xiaoya, whispering softly in her ear, Xiaoya, you are my wife, and I love and care for you, so there are some things that must be done properly. This is not the right place for us to have dinner together, we need to go somewhere else, trust me.
The two of them looked at each other, exchanging information in their eyes.
Really?
Ding Xiaoya saw that Lin Chen didn't seem to be looking for trouble.
Lin Chen nodded sincerely. Good. So Ding Xiaoya pulled Lin Chen back. Knock, knock, knock.
They knocked on the door of the room where the father and mother-in-law were staying.
Xiaoya? Why are you back again?
The one who opened the door was Yi Qingqing. At this time, Ding Hui was happily enjoying the future with Yi Qingqing. Since they were young, they had to enjoy life and decided to either take down the head of the Ding family and directly inherit the Ding family's industry, or just leave. Now they can see that their daughter has found a good son-in-law.
In the future, the Ding family's meager assets will probably be nothing.
I heard that Lin Chen has directly invested 400 million yuan in Jianghai University.
That's 400 million yuan. Not 4,000 or 40,000 yuan. What is the point of living a lifetime?
After taking the youth-preserving pill, Ding Hui suddenly understood, and stopped being obsessed with being the Ding family heir.
Lin Chen is here? I was just talking about you.
Ding Hui also came out to greet him.
Dad, Mom, let's go, I'll change the place for you, the feng shui of this hotel is not good.
Lin Chen casually found an excuse. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the two were stunned, then they went back to pack with a smile. Since they were able to change the hotel for their father-in-law and mother-in-law without any effort.
This time it was the Longhu Hotel.
Standing in front of the French windows of the Longhu Hotel, you can just see the gate of the Longhu Hotel not far away. Looking at his watch, Lin Chen called home to notify a few immediate family members to come to the Longhu Hotel. He asked Ding Xiaoya to stay with his parents at the hotel, and drove back to pick up his parents and children.
5 p.m.
The Dragon and Phoenix Hall at the Longhu Hotel. It was bustling with activity, with the parents of both sides, as well as Lin Chan's eldest uncle and aunt's family. Little Chen is really amazing. After not seeing each other for a year, he has actually gotten used to his wife and children.
Who says he hasn't? Brother Chen, can you teach me? I'm taking the college entrance exam tomorrow, do you think I'll meet my other half? Oh my god. For babies. Lin Chen, you're amazing. It's not Lin Chen who's amazing, it's Linya.
Lin Chen grew up in front of all of our eyes, and the boy was full of ideas from an early age. Whatever he does, we can all understand. But suddenly bringing his wife and children back here is quite a surprise.
Ha ha ha.
In the private room, everyone was chatting and laughing, and they were all talking about Lin Chen and Linya, as well as the 4 babies. They were the stars of the day.
Bang!
The door to the compartment was suddenly pushed open from the outside, quite forcefully.
Everyone's attention was focused on the doorway.
Lin Jian saw this and clenched his fists, hating the idea of having to punch someone.
The faces of a few of Lin Chen's relatives also changed, especially his uncle, who was a little agitated. What are you doing here? Today is the happy occasion of the birth of your second child, so whatever it is you need to say, you can do it some other time.
Swish, swish, swish.
3 people barged in. 1 man and 2 women.
Lin Chen also recognized the people coming in, patted Xiaoya's shoulder, and whispered, "Keep an eye on the baby.
I'll handle it. Be careful." Seeing that the visitors were not friendly, Ding Xiaoya blurted out, fearing that Lin Chen would be hurt.
Lin Chen nodded at her and went up to meet them.
"Uncle San. Since you're here, why don't you sit down and have a meal with us? We're all relatives, and it's been a while since we last saw each other, so let's have some fun."
Lin Chen took out the cigarettes he had prepared, pulled out 2, and handed them over. The man called Uncle San had a smug smile on his face.
"Uncle San? I don't deserve it. I won't eat with you, so that you don't have to pay and I have to pay for you. San Lao, you're going too far. Apologize." Uncle Lin looked grim as he snapped.
At this point, the woman walked up to him and said loudly, "We didn't come here to argue with you today, we came to get our money."
"Get your money?"
Lin Chen turned to his father, Lin Jian, for support. At this, Lin Jian and his eldest brother, Lin Jun, exchanged a wry smile. "You were the one who wanted to split the family property, and you were the one who didn't want the old house.
What more do you want? No one owes anyone anything now."
Lin Jun jumped in to explain before Lin Jian could.
"No way. You ungrateful brats."
Lin Jian was furious, and wanted to teach his younger brother a lesson himself. It turned out that the father and brothers had split up after their grandmother's death. At that time, both the eldest brother and father were married,
but the third brother was not. The eldest brother, Lin Jun, joined the army. After retiring from the army, he found a decent job in the city. His wife's family also had some money, so he was considered to have left the countryside. The second child was my father, Lin Jian. He dropped out of school early to take care of the family, working as a temporary worker for the post office delivering newspapers. He later became a permanent employee and married a primary school teacher, Lina, and also settled down in the city. The third child was weak and lazy, so he stayed in the countryside and did nothing. He never married after my grandmother passed away. Later, after consulting with his father, his eldest uncle sponsored some money on behalf of the family split, and Lin Kai married a wife. However, Lin Kai was not grateful, but instead said that after his grandmother passed away, she had given all of the family belongings to them, and he hadn't received a single penny. This was the beginning of the repeated demands for money that followed. Hurry up! If you want me to leave without affecting your mood, just pay up and we'll be even. Lin Kai shouted. Chapter 33, the prediction came true. Pay? There has to be a reason. You want money for no reason? Uncle and Dad glanced at each other again, but this time, they ignored Uncle Lin. Lin Chen also frowned, because what he had seen at the Longhu Hotel, Eye of Prediction, was actually related to Uncle Lin. Now that it was connected to him again, Lin Chen would definitely not sit idly by. Take this money, it might be the fuse. But how do we get Uncle San to leave? Then Auntie San sat down on the floor, scratched her hair with both hands, and shouted in a loud voice, "Oh, God. I'm really unlucky." Shut up. Uncle finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at them. Suddenly, it became quiet. The lively private room they had just been in was now in chaos, and there was no atmosphere at all. Now they had even started to act like children. Lin Jian also walked up and shook his head. Just go. We don't want you as a third brother anymore. This money is a small token of our gratitude for being a second brother. From now on, we don't want to have anything to do with you. Lin Jian said, taking out a wad of money from his pocket. Lina stepped forward and snatched it away, angrily saying, "This is money for my daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Why should I give it to these ungrateful people? Since they were little, how much money have we given them? Has he ever shown any gratitude? He hasn't even said thank you, has he?" Ugh. Lina's words left the three uncles speechless. It was true that their eldest brother and second brother had always treated them well. In particular, their second sister-in-law had always looked after them. But repeatedly asking for money and behaving unreasonably, taking everyone's kindness for granted, had made them lose the taste of family. Uncle San knew he was in the wrong and kept his head down without saying a word. However, Auntie San, with a sob in her voice, shouted, "Your son is getting married, but does that mean my son can't get married? My daughter-in-law is waiting at Longhu Hotel. If you can't come up with 300,000 yuan today, the girl will break off with my son. You have to give it to us today, or we won't leave." Wow. Asking for 300,000 yuan just like that, it's almost as good as robbery. I see. Uncle San's son wants to marry a wife, and the other party wants a bride price of 300,000 yuan. Uncle San can't come up with it, so he's thinking of asking his brothers for it. From being grateful, they've become enemies. Today they truly understand. Now that they are unable to do anything, they have even shifted the blame for their son not being able to find a wife onto their benefactor. Lin Chen has figured it out. If he wants today's family meeting to continue smoothly, he must pay to get rid of the disaster. But he can pay the money, he just can't just throw it away. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to his uncle and father, and he wouldn't be able to explain to his wife, Ding Xiaoya. 300,000. I have it. Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. Lin Chen's cousin, Lin Yue, the son of Uncle Lin, stepped forward, grabbed Lin Chen's clothes, and shouted, "Give it to me. It's too late if you wait any longer." Lin Chen stared coldly at his cousin, Lin Yue. Although they were cousins, Lin Yue was only 1 month younger than Lin Chen. It was just that Lin Na had given birth relatively late because of work in those years. When Lin Na was pregnant, Lin Yue's mother, Luo Xiaofeng, was also pregnant with Lin Yue. Hiss. Lin Yue felt the coldness in Lin Chen's eyes and shivered, almost falling to the ground. He quickly let go of her hand, but muttered, "Give it to me. I don't want her to really run away with someone else." Wouldn't it be better if she ran away with someone else? What's the point of a woman like that? If you really want money, go earn it yourself. But today is the day that my parents and Ding Xiaoya's parents meet, so you'd better behave, or don't blame me for turning my back on you as a relative. Lin Chen's voice was loud and clear in the entire box. Hiss. It seems that Lin Chen has grown up in the past few years, and his aura is not something that just anyone can have. Everyone's relatives and friends looked at Lin Chen with admiration, especially the in-laws, who nodded their heads. This kind of occasion is something that some people may never encounter in their lifetime. On one's happy day, someone comes and causes a disturbance, but Lin Chen remains calm and collected and is able to resolve the situation with ease. This is skill, this is the courage and ability of a superior. Turning your back on someone? Your father didn't say that, so what gives you the right to say it? Auntie San obviously didn't want to go home empty-handed. But Lin Chen had the upper hand in terms of momentum, and there was clearly no more momentum to continue. I don't care what you guys do, but you can't ruin my mood. You can stay for dinner if you want, but if you leave, you're more than welcome to go. You have 3 minutes to choose. Lin Chen unceremoniously gave a multiple-choice question, and there were only 3 minutes. The Lin family, who had always been accommodating, were a little at a loss. But time waits for no man. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the clock continued to tick. What should they do? Time's up. Choose. Or get out. Lin Chen looked at the Lin family with a fierce gaze. Phew. For a moment, the room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Yuwei felt like the whole world had come crashing down around him, and tears flowed down his face. It seems that there is no hope, and his girlfriend will definitely leave him. Look! Something happened at the Longhu Hotel. Someone shouted. Everyone gathered in front of the French windows, which faced the entrance to the Longhu Hotel. They saw a group of people surrounding a woman with a voluptuous figure, seemingly arguing. It's true. The eye of prediction is accurate. What I saw is actually going to happen. Lin Chen muttered, that woman is going to fall. Fall? No one understood what Lin Chen meant. Lin Yuwei, who was standing next to him, yelled, Jingjing. It's Jingjing. It seems like it is. Who is that man? What is he doing with Jingjing? Auntie San said in surprise. Uncle San's face looked a little ugly, and he guessed in his heart the relationship between that man and Jingjing. Now that his relatives and friends have seen this scene, there is nowhere for his face to go. I've long said that this woman can't be trusted, and now look. A man appeared out of nowhere. Even if you marry her, who knows what she might do to you in the future? Before Lin Kai finished speaking, Lin Yuwei roared, stop. Then, at the entrance to the Longhu Hotel, Jingjing and the man pulled and tugged back and forth. Suddenly, the man pulled out a dagger from nowhere and stabbed Jingjing in the chest. Sure enough, she collapsed. How did Lin Chen know? Could this guy tell fortunes? Blood stained his clothes. The man saw Jingjing collapse in a pool of blood and turned and left. Jingjing! Lin Yuwei shouted and rushed out. Uncle San and Auntie San quickly chased after him. After Uncle San's family left, the atmosphere on Lin Chen's side also lost its liveliness from the beginning, and they immediately got to the topic of Lin Chen and Xiaoya's marriage. In-laws. You see. Lin Jian looked at Ding Hui. I think it's still a matter for the young couple, and they should decide for themselves. Ding Hui kicked the ball back to Lin Chen and Xiaoya. Chapter 34, Uncle's house was slandered. Get the certificate first, and register the child's household registration. We'll talk about the rest after Lin Chen graduates. Ding Xiaoya took the lead in expressing her opinion. Of course, this is also what Ding Hui and Yi Qingqing think. If a wedding is really held, the old man won't be able to get past it. Lin Chen also waved his hand without hesitation, I think so too. After this gathering, Lin Chen's uncle and aunt's family became even more indifferent to him. When they were young, they took good care of Lin Chen, but now that Lin Chen has finally become successful, they have retreated to the sidelines and no longer have any demands. Why is there such a big difference between people? The more so, the more Lin Chen appreciates them. Unlike Uncle San's family, who want to gain benefits in every situation, that will only harm themselves. It's the open-mindedness of uncle and auntie that counts. After the gathering, both sets of parents praised each other for being young. In fact, they all knew that it was all thanks to the medicine Lin Chen gave them. But this is a secret, and they are not stupid, so they naturally won't mention it. Although uncle and auntie can see the difference between Lin Jian and Li Na, they keep it to themselves and don't ask. Go get your certificate tomorrow. Yi Qingqing, the mother-in-law,
handed the household register to her daughter Ding Xiaoya. Household register? Ding Xiaoya's eyes lit up. It seems that her parents have already made a choice. Once this thing is taken out, it is equivalent to standing opposite the old man. In fact, Ding Xiaoya had already guessed before that since her parents had already agreed to get a marriage certificate with Lin Chen, it meant that the household registration book would have to be taken out. Suddenly, Ding Xiaoya felt a heavy feeling in her hands, a feeling she had never experienced before. Dad! Mom! Ding Xiaoya shouted with excitement. It doesn't matter, even if we are kicked out of the Ding family, with the 15 million that Lin Chen gave us, we will be fine. Ding Xiaoya's father-in-law looked at Lin Chen gratefully. Wow! This sentence set everyone off. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with questioning glances. When did Lin Chen become so rich? He just gave away 15 million? Lin Chen's mother-in-law Yi Qingqing hurriedly explained, it was Lin Chen who gave us 2 lottery tickets, and we won 15 million as a result. Wow! Good for you! If the lottery can be won so easily, who would still work hard? But everyone still gave Lin Chen's luck a thumbs up. Even Lin Jian and Li Na, who had never taken money seriously, couldn't help but look at their son. After all, it was 15 million yuan, so how could he just give it away? But fortunately, they were family, not just anyone, and they would have to give it to their children in the future anyway. Thinking about this, they were slightly more accepting. What followed next was unbelievable to everyone. Lin Chen pulled 4 lottery tickets out of his pocket. This guy, is he going to give them lottery tickets too? Sure enough. Uncle Lin. This one is for you, to thank you for taking care of my family and Uncle Lin's family all these years. Lin Chen handed one of the lottery tickets to his uncle Lin Jun. Lin Jun was a veteran and of course didn't believe in lottery tickets and the like. But this was his nephew's goodwill, so he symbolically accepted it. Seeing that he didn't take it seriously, Lin Chen reminded him, Uncle Lin, remember to keep it safe. This is the only one, I can't replace it. Lin Jun, Lin Chen's uncle, laughed heartily, you kid, you're always doing things to surprise us. I'd like to see if you'll surprise us and let an old man like me enjoy my retirement. Lin Chen gave a mysterious smile and then turned to his aunt. He knew her temper, and she had always only given things to his family. Lin Chen's family had always rarely taken anything back. So Lin Chen simply slipped the lottery ticket into his aunt's hands, reminding her to watch the draw that night. Of course, he didn't forget about his parents. Although their money belonged to them, if they had such a windfall, they would definitely be very happy and feel at ease spending it. If Lin Chen gave them 5 million yuan, he was sure they wouldn't spend a single penny. In fact, Lin Chen had no idea that even if it was unexpected wealth, his parents would not spend it recklessly, but would save it for his future. There is still one left for Uncle San. Now that I think about it, I might as well give them a chance and see how they behave. Lin Chen would not be so cheeky as to give the other party such a big gift. Lin Meijia, his cousin, came up to Lin Chen and held out her hand, Brother Chen. Where's mine? You can't favor one over the other, can you? Looking at those big, blinking eyes, Lin Chen suddenly felt that his cousin seemed to have grown up and had become a tall and graceful young lady. At this time, Hua Xiaobao, the son of Lin Chen's younger sister, also extended his hand to Lin Chen. In that case, I want one too. Lin Chen shook his head, you are still young, I can't give them to you. We are not young? The two retorted in unison. No, but you should focus on your studies. I will save your lottery tickets for you, and it's not too late to give them to you when you go to university. Lin Chen promised. What? They won't expire? Yes. You're so stingy. Lin Xiaoyi pulled Hua Xiaobao over to her side and scolded him, how can you speak to your brother-in-law like that? You have no respect. Mei Jia. Come back here. Lin Jun, Lin Xiaoyi's brother, also scolded Lin Meijia. In fact, the lottery ticket was just like a check in Lin Chen's hands. It had not expired and he could use it whenever he wanted. However, Lin Chen could not rely entirely on the lottery ticket to get by, so what was the difference between that and a salted fish? Just as the lottery tickets were being distributed, the police arrived at the entrance of the Longhu Hotel and took some witnesses into the police car, even taking Uncle San's family to give a statement. His father was silent. On the surface, they were not on good terms, but after all, that was his third younger brother, and there was the Brotherhood of Arms. His uncle walked over to Lin Jian and patted him on the shoulder, second younger brother, don't worry, that incident has nothing to do with your third younger brother, so you don't need to worry. When I ask my comrades at the police station tomorrow, it will definitely be fine.
Lin Jian nodded without saying anything more.
The party dispersed like that, despite the incident in the middle. But everyone was very happy in their hearts, happy for Lin Chen. The Lin family might be producing a great figure.
Although no one said it out loud, everyone was thinking it. Come back and stay with us.
I want to chat with Xiaoya.
Mom Lin Nala pulled her son's sleeve. Dad Lin Jian also said, yes. I also want to spend a few more days playing with my grandchildren.
Lin Chen had no intention of leaving either. They were getting married the next day, so of course they would be staying at home.
Xiaoya, you guys go get your marriage certificate tomorrow. Mom and Dad are going to go back to Jianghai City as soon as we get your household registration. Otherwise, Grandpa won't be happy if he doesn't see us. Ding Hui gave instructions.
Okay.
Ding Xiaoya also knew the situation her parents were in.
As the car pulled into the courtyard, Lin Jian's phone rang.
Hello? Lin Chen, my second brother.
It's bad, there are people who insist that the girl was killed by Lin Yuwei, my third brother's child.
It's hard to tell who's telling the truth.
The voice of Lin Jun, Lin Chen's uncle, came from across the street.
What?
Lin Jian, Lin Chen's father, slumped to the ground, ignoring the coldness of the ground, and did not get up for a long time. Lin Chen carried the babies into the room, turned around, ran out, and helped his father Lin Jian up from the ground. Let's go, Dad, I'll go with you.
Okay, I'll call your uncle. Chapter 35, The Prodigal Son Returns. Longhu Police Station. The atmosphere is extremely oppressive.
It is already very bad that someone committed an assault in broad daylight in front of the Longhu Hotel. The person was reported by the public, but fortunately the person was immediately controlled.
However, everything must be based on evidence.
If no evidence can be produced, the police station can only release the person after 24 hours.
Officer. We really aren't the real culprit, are you sure? Auntie San retorted unwillingly.
He was the only one shouting in the entire police station for an hour. Uncle Lin didn't say a word the whole night, while Lin Yuwei kept worrying about Jingjing and kept shouting her name.
Shut up. We are handling the case in the police station, so we don't need you to give us advice.
If your son is really the real culprit, he will be sentenced to at least 35 years in prison.
What?
At this moment, Auntie San was even more heartbroken. Not only did her son lose his lover, but he also had to face imprisonment.
Who would be able to accept this? Knock, knock, knock. 3 people appeared in the corridor of the police station. Sandy. How is the child? What did the police officer say?
Uncle Lin Jun spoke first.
There's no need for you to pretend to be kind. Are you here to laugh at us?
Auntie San looked sternly at the 3 people in front of her, her cold eyes sweeping over them. In particular, they rested on Lin Jian's face, with an indescribable hatred.
How is the girl?
Lin Jian asked, changing the subject.
No one answered him. Then there was silence again.
Hey! This can't go on like this, this won't solve the problem. It's only causing more misunderstandings here, and it'll make the third uncle and aunt think they're here for a laugh.
So Lin Chen went up to the police officer and asked in a low voice, what about the girl? Is she in danger? The police officer saw that the young man was quite affable and spoke very easily, and told him, she's in ICU for now, I hope she'll be okay. Is she a relative of yours? The police officer pointed at Lin Yuwei and gave a meaningful smile. He's my cousin. Lin Chan responded indifferently. It's not worth it. People like this. You come here to fight for them, but they don't appreciate it, which is obviously thankless.
Even the police officer can see this, so others won't be able to miss it either. These words were not spoken loudly, but everyone in the hall heard them clearly.
Embarrassing. Capitally embarrassing. But Lin Chen can let go of it. Isn't he here because of his father and uncle?
And the reason why my uncle and father did it was also because of the unbreakable family bond. Sometimes that family bond is unreasonable, and there is no need for reciprocation at all, nor is there any need to consider whether it is worthwhile. Everyone could see a hint of indifference on the faces of the 3 of them, and they all gave a thumbs up.
Officer. We'll post bail for them, is that okay? Lin Chen took out a wad of money and placed it on the table.
The police officer glanced at Lin Chen, returned the money to him, and pointed at his uncle Lin Jun. It's enough that he's vouching for you.
Keep the money. Not everything can be solved with money. Not everything can be solved with money.
These words deeply shocked the three members of the Lin family.
Is that true? But can't you do anything without money?
It seemed that they hadn't actually been given any money, but just that Lin Jun had vouched for them, and they had actually been released on bail.
Don't think that we will be grateful to you for this,
Lin Kai grumbled as they walked. He wanted to speak up, but he didn't have the confidence to do so. After all, he was only able to get out thanks to his eldest and second eldest brothers. But deep down, he was not convinced.
Let's go to the hospital.
Just as Lin Kai's family was about to go back, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up.
Ha! Both Lin Jian and Lin Jian's father looked at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Get in the car, otherwise it will be too late. The Infiniti QX86 seater costs at least 1.6 million yuan.
Are you that rich? Or is it the future sister-in-law's?
Once in the car, Lin Yuwei forgot all his grievances and was quite interested in the car. Lin Chen pulled a long face. If you want to stay out of trouble, you have to pray that woman is okay, otherwise even if you didn't kill her, you will still be implicated.
Why? On what basis?
Lin Yuwei was young and impetuous, and immediately shouted. Even Lin Kai, who was standing nearby, tugged at his arm to ask him to restrain himself a little. At the moment, it seemed that Lin Chen and the others really intended to help themselves. If even his brothers Lin Jian and Lin Jun did not help him, then his family would truly be helpless.
Squeak! An emergency brake.
Lin Chen pulled over, turned his head, and glared at Lin Yuwei. Either get out or sit there and be quiet.
Sigh. What a powerful aura, it's suffocating.
Even Lin Jun, who was a soldier, felt that this nephew was extraordinary.
What do you want?
Lin Yuwei knew that he was in the wrong, and his voice had dropped a lot.
Lin Jun stepped forward to ease the tension. Okay. We're trying to help you.
If you feel aggrieved, you can get off the bus and do whatever you like. We're no longer related, and we don't have a brother or nephew like you. Lin Jun made it very clear, either listen and change for the better, and maybe we can continue to be related, or get lost and fend for yourself.
Silence. No more sounds.
Lin Kai and his family kept their heads down and didn't say another word.
They knew they were in the wrong, so of course they didn't say anything more. Hospital ICU emergency ward.
Who are you people to the girl? I've already told you, the girl is in critical condition and could die at any time. It's useless for you to go see her. A doctor in a white coat explained impatiently. Because he didn't know how many people he had explained to, and someone else came today.
In critical condition?
Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuwei let out a wail and burst into tears. He didn't want to go to prison, and he didn't want to ruin his whole life because of this girl's death.
Lin Kai also felt remorseful.
If he had known then what he knows now, he would have never done what he did.
Although the girl's injuries had little to do with them, many things were closely related. There is a cause and an effect.
If they had listened to their eldest and second eldest brothers at the beginning, they would not have ended up in this mess. Their own son would not have met such a girl and would not have been involved.
Lin Yuwei's wife took her husband's arm and cried, "What should we do? Our son is still young, he can't go to jail."
Lin Yuwei suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Chen. Looking at Lin Chen, he begged, "Cousin, help me, if you can help me. I, Lin Yuwei, promise that I will never be an asshole again. I will start over and cherish the relationship with my relatives.
We will repay you in the future."
Perhaps some people only grow up and mature when they encounter certain things. Lin Chen didn't want them to ask for anything in return, he just wanted his uncle and father not to be saddened by this matter.
A prodigal son returns? If that really happens, that's not bad. Doctor! Hurry! Give the girl's family a critical illness notification.
A nurse poked her head out of the ICU and shouted. Chapter 36, from the beginning of the signing in.
What?
Swish. Everyone's gaze turned to the ICU ward, and there was some concern in their eyes. Lin Yuwei didn't care about his image anymore, and walked up to grab the nurse's arm and shouted, "Nurse!
Please, you must save her. Please."
It's really rare to kneel down to a nurse, and it seems that he really means it.
Originally, he was going to give the critical care notice, so the nurse asked, "What are you to the patient?" "Me?"
Lin Yuwei turned his head, looked at his parents, then at Lin Chen, still twisting his head, and said firmly, "She is my fiancée, please. You must save her no matter what."
The nurse seemed to have something difficult to say, and was a little embarrassed, so she confirmed again, "Are you sure she is your fiancée?" Lin Yuhui nodded without thinking. "You little shit, you took advantage of me, get out of here." "That's my mother in there." A bearded man pushed Lin Yuhui away and took the critical care notice from the nurse and signed it. What? It turned out to be the middle-aged bearded mother in front of him? Then that's not. It turned out to be a misunderstanding, and it's no wonder that the nurse had that expression. If the woman in there is Lin Yui's fiancé, then the middle-aged bearded man must be Lin Yui's son, right? Puff. Lin Chen almost laughed out loud, but he held it back. However, someone couldn't hold back, and several people next to him who were waiting for a doctor's appointment laughed heartily. Lin Yuwei was embarrassed and had to admit his mistake. Phew. Luckily. Fortunately, it wasn't. This is the best news, right? After asking the nurse, he found out the ward where the girl was located and hurried over to visit. Jinjing. As soon as the door opened, Lin Yuwei shouted. Perhaps because he had put so much emotion into it, Lin Yuwei really couldn't let go of the girl named Jingjing. Yuwei. The girl on the hospital bed sat up suddenly. It turned out that nothing had happened. Lin Chen and the others looked at each other. It seemed that they had worried for nothing. In that case, everyone retreated outside, leaving time and space for the young couple. After a while, Lin Yuwei walked out of the ward, looking relaxed. How is it? Son, will she help us testify? Third auntie went up to him. Lin Yuwei shrugged, I didn't ask. But I think she will do it. But third uncle Lin Kai still wanted to ask something. But Lin Yuwei interrupted, okay. I broke up with her. From now on, I will walk my own life, and she is just a passerby. As he said this, he turned his head and secretly wiped away his tears. He is trying to appear calm, but it's obvious that he's not. Good boy, you're going to turn over a new leaf. It seems like it's all been resolved. When Lin Chen gets home, he is greeted by 4 babies babbling and reaching out to him. Big treasure, daddy. Giggle, giggle. Second treasure, daddy. Third treasure, daddy. Fourth treasure. The 4 little ones had already left Ting Xiaoya and Li Na, who were playing with them, at this time. They were pushing hard in the direction of Lin Chen. Helpless, Lin Chen thought these guys wanted their father to hug them. As a result, all 4 little ones climbed onto Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen suddenly understood. It turned out that these guys wanted to play the game of riding a horse. Okay. Lin Chen muttered, and then he fell to the ground. 2 babies were sitting on his back. Dabao and Erbao sat on his back first. They had just turned halfway around when Sanbao and Sibao refused to do it. As a result, all 4 babies sat on Lin Chen's back together, with Xiaoya and his mother Li Na holding on to the sides. Ding! Congratulations, owner, on completing your first horseback riding game in front of other people with your baby. You have been rewarded with 10 body strengthening pills. 4 bodyguards. Is this okay? Lin Chen's first reaction was, the system is ridiculous. This is also a reward? But some rewards, who would complain? Of course, the more the better. The body strengthening pill? As the name suggests, it can strengthen the body. You can't give everyone the youth-preserving pill, but you can give the body-strengthening pill. It's not that Lin Chen is stingy, but the fewer people in on the secret, the better. If it's not a close relative, Lin Chen wouldn't even take the risk. Even for this body-strengthening pill, he has to think carefully before giving it. Just these 4 bodyguards? Before Lin Chen could think much more, the system sent a prompt, Master. The 4 bodyguards are already in position, right at the door. They will appear in front of you at any time as long as you give the order. Wow! Are they that good? So in the future, I can just walk around? Just as Lin Chen was still happy about the reward of these 4 bodyguards, he felt a hot current running down his back. Then came the sound of Erbao's crying from his back, ugh. Okay. I lose. This Erbao has actually climbed onto my back and peed. But even so, Lin Chen didn't feel dirty, and just carefully carried them down, then went back to his room to change his clothes. Xiaoya put the babies to sleep, came to Lin Chen's bed, and then snuggled in. Why is it so cold? Lin Chen frowned. Don't touch me. Warm me up a little, Ding Xiaoya whispered. Feeling like she was holding a lump of ice, Lin Chen opened his arms and held her in his embrace, warming her with his own body heat.
After a while like this, Ding Xiaoya, who had recovered slightly, looked up and looked at Lin Chen with those watery eyes.
What's wrong?
Lin Chen felt that the girl in his arms had something to say.
Do you think the babies are being really inconsiderate, peeing on your back?
Air. Lin Chen didn't know why Ding Xiaoya said that, so he reached out and used his index finger to scratch her delicate little nose.
He said lovingly, "How could you say that?
They are my flesh and blood, I love them too much, how could I dislike them? Besides, they are still young, how would they know so much?"
He. Thank you, honey,
Ding Xiaoya said, and burrowed deeper into Lin Chen's embrace. At this moment, the two loving hearts drew even closer. Just as the two were enjoying each other's company, the system gave another prompt, ding.
Reminder to owner. Task complete. Next, the system task will be to reward you for signing in with your company. Special notice to owner. What? Lin Chen jumped up. So, from now on, I will be rewarded just for being a little company every day? This is really great, the system really understands him more and more, and it always thinks of Lin Chen. What's wrong? Ding Xiaoya asked, looking up. Nothing. Go to sleep. We still have to get our marriage certificate tomorrow. Okay. That night, they slept soundly and deeply. When they woke up again, it was already 9 o'clock the next morning. Xiaoya, wake up, it's already 9 o'clock. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's over. It's over. Wait, it's over, it will affect when mom and dad go back. By then, Ding Xiaoya was so anxious that she couldn't even find her own clothes. Don't panic, it's late anyway, there's no rush. After they walked out of the room, they realized that there were two people in the house. Brother Chen. Lin Yuwei stood up from the sofa and nodded to Lin Chen. Chapter 37, Qingming Festival to get the marriage certificate. Why did Uncle San and Lin Yuwei come? It can't be. Lin Chen didn't continue to speculate, and just let them go. As long as they turn back from now on, there is nothing to say. Xiao Chen. It's like this. Lin Kai saw that Lin Chen had no intention of answering, so he gritted his teeth. Ha! Lin Chen said to Lin Kai while eating his mother's breakfast, not now. I have to go get the marriage certificate, it's very important. So if you can wait, let's talk about it when I get back with the marriage certificate. Lin Kai was about to speak but stopped. Lin Yuwei was even more quiet, not saying a word. It wasn't that Lin Chen was being pretentious, nor were Lin Kai and the others being lowly, but there was simply no way to explain this matter. Lin Chen's girlfriend, Ding Xiaoya, also tugged at Lin Chen's arm. But seeing Lin Chen's unshakable intention, she had no choice but to follow him out the door. Yes. It was to take care of Ding Xiaoya's status in the Ding family. This household registration book was still brought out by Ding Hui, without telling the old master of the Ding family. If they returned late, they might be punished by the Ding family. Although Lin Chen today simply did not care about these things, and could support his wife and family, there were some things that could not be done that way. Lin Chen also did not want to change the life that originally belonged to them because of himself. Therefore, this matter cannot wait any longer. Before leaving the house, he remembered the reminder from the system yesterday, rewards for companionship check-ins. Hey! I'd better collect them before leaving the house, maybe I can still use them. Lin Chen took the initiative to reach out and hug Erbao, who immediately pushed hard in Lin Chen's direction. Hugging him, Erbao's rosy face made Lin Chen unable to help but kiss him. Ding! Congratulations, owner! You have completed your check-in and have been rewarded with a universal camera. It was that easy? But Lin Chen still hugged and kissed each baby once. Then he took Ding Xiaoya out of the house. Lin Kai and Lin Yuwei were left sitting awkwardly on the sofa. Come back at lunchtime. Lin Jian said casually and also left the house. Since only Lin Na was at home with the 4 babies, father and son Lin Kai didn't feel comfortable staying either and had to leave with their heads down. As soon as Lin Chen left the house, 4 bodyguards followed. Swish! 2 men and 2 women, all 4 standing side by side, bowed to Lin Chen and shouted, "Young Master Lin." Yes. You all stay here and watch over the home and the babies. Yes. On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ding Xiaoya asked, who are those people just now? Newly hired bodyguards. They will protect you and the baby's safety in the future. Ding Xiaoya's heart warmed. It seems that Lin Chen has thought of everything. They sometimes really can't take care of the 4 babies. Although there are two nannies to take care of them, they are inevitably negligent themselves. Now that they have bodyguards to protect them, I believe the 4 babies will be safer and they can go out with more peace of mind. Longhu City, Civil Affairs Bureau. Walking into the hall, the window for collecting marriage certificates was full of queues. Such a long queue? Ding Xiaoya frowned. What day is it? Lin Chen's first thought was whether it was a special day, and naturally there would be more people registering. Looking at his phone, Ding Xiaoya looked up at Lin Chen and smiled wryly. It's true, today is Qingming Festival. What? This is too coincidental. It's really a coincidence to register on Qingming Festival. It's just that so many people are registering on this day. Does everyone go out without checking the almanac? Lin Chen began to feel discouraged, but when he saw Ding Xiaoya's anxious expression, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Never mind. Xiaoya doesn't care, so why should I be pretentious? This is just a formality. What's really needed is for a husband to love his wife and for a wife to be considerate of her husband. After thinking about this, Lin Chen looked up and shouted out, "That's right, honey. Today is Qingming Festival, and after we're done registering, we have to go back and pay respects to our ancestors." Upon hearing Lin Chen's shout, Ding Xiaoya's face turned red, and she shot him a look before nodding coyly. Qingming Festival. Phew. After a brief discussion, many young people left one after the other. However, most of them were older young people who did not hesitate at all and continued to calmly wait in line. Lin Chen really didn't expect that there were still so many people who didn't care about this day. A conversation came from the front of the line. Why don't we come back tomorrow? A man suggested vaguely. The woman next to him was furious. Do you not love me anymore? Do you have another woman? You don't even want to get married with me. You. He never expected that one sentence would make his fiancée cry. The man was at a loss for words and didn't know how to comfort her. So many people were watching. The woman said with a tearful voice, "Does it matter what day it is? What matters is that you have me in your heart and I have you in mine." Yes. I was wrong. Honey, forgive me. But no matter how the man tried to comfort her, the woman just kept crying. Finally, the man gave up. When we get home, I'll do whatever you want. The woman burst into tears and laughed. Really? You're not going anywhere for a few days, just stay with me. Tonight, I'll wear that dress and make you pay. The surrounding crowd laughed heartily, all praying that the man would get through it. Many people in the surrounding area were talking about it. What's wrong with the Qingming Festival? It's finally a holiday, so of course you have to get important things done. Exactly. We don't usually have time, so it's perfect that we're on holiday. The Qingming Festival is great. After we register, we can go back and pay our respects to our ancestors, so that they can witness our marriage. I'll be 35 after the new year, so if we don't register now, do we wait until we're old? I'm not getting any younger, I can't wait any longer. Everyone chimed in, and all the knots in their hearts were released. So everyone waited even more eagerly to register. But the more anxious you are about something, the more likely it is to play tricks on you. Someone shouted from the front, "The camera is broken. You'd better go to a photo studio and take 2 recent 2-inch bare-headed red background half-body photos. The camera here is broken." What? The camera can break? It's really a day of trials and tribulations when you can even catch it breaking. Everyone dispersed, all thinking about getting their photos done quickly so they could get their marriage licenses early. Lin Chen also pulled Ding Xiaoya and walked out, but not towards the photo studios, but into the alleyway. What's this for? Ding Xiaoya asked curiously. Stand still. Let's take a selfie. Lin Chen placed the camera, which he had just received as a reward that morning, on the wall opposite, then ran over and stood next to Ding Xiaoya. Click. The camera flashed, and a photo paper appeared on the top of the camera. Lin Chen went up to take a look. Wow! Half length, 2 inches on a red background, there are 4 of them, this is simply fantastic. Is that it? Ding Xiaoya asked incredulously. That's it. Let's go. Lin Chen took Ding Xiaoya and rushed directly into the Civil Affairs Bureau. In this way, they quickly registered their marriage. Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the 2 of them each held a red booklet in their hands, with smiles on their faces. Wife. Husband. Chapter 38 The Baby in the Womb. Stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau.
The two of them called out to each other affectionately. At this moment, they were no longer afraid, because at this moment, they were protected by the law. Even if the head of the Ding family came, Lin Chen was not afraid and was able to argue with him. Go! Hurry up and deliver the household registration book to my parents. Ding Xiaoya was still a little worried that her parents would be implicated. Well, although he didn't understand why their family was so afraid of the Ding family patriarch, Lin Chen was still very cooperative and considerate of Xiaoya's family. As soon as they arrived at the Longhu Hotel, Xiaoya's parents had already packed and were waiting for Lin Chen to deliver the household registration booklet. They had checked out directly and were waiting in the hotel lobby. Why don't we go to the airport and wait for them there? Let's ask them to take us directly to the airport? Yi Qingqing suggested. No rush. Just wait a little longer. Ding Hui was anxious inside, but he was comforting Yi Qingqing with his words. Dad, Mom, why are you waiting here? Ding Xiaoya let go of Lin Chen's arm and walked towards her parents in the hotel lobby. Lin Chen followed closely behind, also shouting, Dad, Mom. Alas! Here, I'll take you to the airport now. Lin Chen helped carry the luggage and walked directly outside. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen was so considerate. After spending these past few days together, Yi Qingqing was very satisfied with her son-in-law and felt at ease leaving her daughter in his care. Airport. You go back now. Remember to go back to Jianghai early, you can't neglect your work and studies. Before leaving, Ding Hui did not forget to give instructions. Yi Qingqing patted Ding Hui and muttered, What do you care about other people's affairs? Besides, now that they are not going to work or school, they are living a better life than usual people, aren't they? Although Yi Qingqing is not as educated as Ding Hui, this sentence made him choke. What is the purpose of living? Isn't it to have a good life? What's the point of a high degree or a decent job if in the end they're just there to serve your life? You can't put the cart before the horse and sacrifice your life just for a piece of paper or a job that other people think is good, can you? Whatever. Ding Hui shrugged and said no more. As he watched them leave, Ding Xiaoya put her hands on Lin Chen's arm and asked casually, So what do you think? Is that what my mother thinks too? Ugh. It seems that this soul interrogation is still unavoidable. However, Lin Chen had already considered this question long ago. Although he is not worried about food and clothing at the moment, he still needs to develop in the future. Learning is a means of understanding society and knowledge, so of course he cannot just give it up. I will continue to go to school, and as for you, I respect your choice. Lin Chen answered Ding Xiaoya without hesitation. That's more like it, Ding Xiaoya gave Lin Chen a kiss on the cheek contentedly. This little girl is really a charming little demon. I'll just continue being a teacher. Giggling like a little girl, Xiaoya let out a series of silvery bell-like laughter and ran ahead. Lin Chen shook his head and chased after her. When they arrived at the front door, they found Lin Kai and his son squatting in the doorway waiting. When they saw Lin Chen return, the father and son's eyes lit up and they stood up in an instant. Uncle Lin! Come in. Lin Chen immediately put a smile on his face and said lightly. In the living room, Xiaoya and Li Na were both holding their babies and playing in the back room, while Lin Chen sat on the sofa. He pointed to the chair across from him and said, Sit down, uncle. Just say it if there's something you want to say. Say it? Where do I start? Lin Kai and Lin Yue had thought of countless opening lines before coming over and during the time they had been waiting, but they just didn't know how to start. Plop. Uncle Lin actually knelt down before Lin Chen. With a flash. Lin Chen went up to help Lin Kai up and said coldly, You are my elder, aren't you being inconsiderate? Lin Kai didn't know what to say anymore. Lin Yue, on the other hand, lowered his head and said, I want to marry Jingjing. Ha? Lin Chen thought to himself, didn't he let go of that woman already? Why does he want to marry her now? Besides, who is that woman? Don't they father and son understand yet? This is your own business, and I can't help with this. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders. He poured 3 cups of brewed tea from the table, and moved 2 of them towards the father and son, before taking a cup himself and drinking. Drink tea? At the moment, the father and son had no desire to drink tea. They were desperate. No. Lin Yue gritted his teeth and said, If you lend me 300,000 yuan, I can marry Jingjing. 300,000 yuan? No, it's still 300,000. Has this father and son pair been deceived? Are they so stubborn? Seeing that Lin Chen didn't believe him, Lin Kai continued, "It's like this." After listening to Lin Kai, Lin Chen finally understood the truth behind this matter. It turned out that the girl named Jingjing was pregnant with Lin Yuwei's child, but the woman named Jingjing was originally a married woman. This made Lin Yuwei feel so much pain that he didn't want to live. However, in the end, seeing that the woman was carrying the Lin family's child, he compromised and agreed to pay 300,000 in exchange for Jingjing's freedom. The story was even more exciting than the scriptwriter had written.
Lin Chen couldn't help but admire the father and son.
It was just like that, they could also accept the woman named Jingjing.
I, Lin Chen, swallowed the words on the tip of my tongue and said instead, "That's it. I'll go with you, so don't get screwed."
With that, Lin Chen drove the Infiniti QX80 to the hotel where the other party had agreed to negotiate.
Longhu Hotel.
It turned out to be the same hotel where the incident happened last time. Lin Chen recognized at a glance the man next to Jingjing as the man who stabbed Jingjing last time. Lin Chen suddenly understood that this matter would not be that simple, and that Lin Kai and his son must have been cheated by the other party. Looking back at the father and son, he sighed. They've been cheated, and they still think they're sentimental. What a pair of fools.
But since it's my third uncle's face, I'll help them out. This will make father and uncle feel better.
They're all relatives, and if Lin Chen is too extreme, it will seem inhumane. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely offend them. Based on what this father and son have done, no matter how Lin Chen treats them, I don't think they have anything to say. However, Lin Chen could not bear to see those around him suffer, and for the sake of his family, he had no choice but to let go of his obsession.
Have you brought the money? The man next to Jingjing could not wait to ask. Money? Lin Kai looked at Lin Chen. You didn't bring any, did you?
The man immediately became angry, his face turning dark. Since you have no sincerity, we will see each other in court.
Hiss.
What a bully. If you don't agree, you'll see each other in court. This man came up and gave Lin Kai and his son a warning. If it were ordinary people, they would really be scared by them and submit obediently.
Unfortunately, today they met Lin Chen. Let's not talk about the money, let's talk about the child in this belly first.
Lin Chen pointed at the belly of the sparkling woman with a composed expression.
Wow!
Lin Chen's words caused an uproar.
The man jumped up, looking at Lin Chen with a ferocious look. Who are you? Chapter 39, Seeing Through the Scam.
Just now, Lin Chen once again activated the foresight, and judged that the child in the woman's belly was not Lin Yuwei's at all, but had a slight connection to the man in front of him. This feeling is just like the feeling between himself and the 4 babies, connected as one. The child in Jingjing's belly and this man now have that feeling of being connected as one. This is what the foresight told him, there is no mistake. Now Lin Chen was even more convinced that Lin Kai and his son had obviously been blinded. The man in front of him and Jingjing were undoubtedly liars, but they were just unlucky today, having run into Lin Chen.
It doesn't matter who I am.
What matters is whose child is in this woman's belly.
Jingjing's face turned pale.
The man also subconsciously took a step back. The two quietly glanced at each other and pretended to be calm.
Who of course is Lin Yuwei's, does he still want to deny it? Jingjing insisted.
The man also cheered from the sidelines. Lin Yuwei took possession of my wife and made her pregnant with his child.
If I don't avenge this, I'm not a gentleman. I'm going to send him to prison.
As soon as he heard the word prison, Lin Kai panicked and quickly begged for mercy. Please.
My son can't go to prison. We'll pay whatever you want. Ha ha. Money.
As soon as the man heard that he could really get money, his eyes lit up and his mouth curled up in a smug grin.
Just hold on a little longer.
As long as we can get the money, the world is so big, there's nowhere we can't go. Lin Chen could already see the answer on their faces, and was even more certain of the accuracy of the eye of prediction. Since they're going to continue lying to my face, don't blame me if I'm not polite.
Money.
I'll give it to you for them.
Name your price. Lin Chen said indifferently.
He didn't want to delay any longer, and wanted to get it over with quickly, so as to avoid any more complications.
Ha ha.
A smile appeared on the faces of Lin Kai and his son. They knew that Lin Chen would not leave them alone, and since he had come, he would really help them. Then they just had to wait for a happy ending. Jingjing and the man were also happy, 350,000.
Hurry up. Didn't you say 300,000? Why did you change your mind? Lin Yuwei immediately refused. Since Lin Chen was helping them, they still had to repay this favor. Now that they knew the prodigal son had returned, they had to repay Lin Chen for the 300,000. But this guy has raised the price by another 50,000, which is painful. Of course it will change. Now it's 400,000. The man thought he had the upper hand and continued to raise the price. Lin Chen shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter how much it is." But the sudden pause made the man feel a bad omen. His eyes fixed on Lin Chen, waiting for his next words. Hiss. This young man has amazing self-control, he doesn't seem to be scared at all by my fierce appearance. The man muttered to himself. At this time, the woman Jingjing couldn't sit still. No matter what, she is an important part of this, and she is most concerned about how this transaction will affect her. But what? Hurry up and say it. Jingjing pursed her lips and urged. The man glared at Jingjing. At this critical moment, Jingjing had better keep quiet, in case the other party doesn't bite, it would be a waste of effort. I think you guys shouldn't have a problem with a paternity test. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease giving you this money. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at the other party. Lin Kai and his son exchanged glances, smiling and nodding. Yes, yes, yes. We have to do this. Do what? Lin Yuwei, you don't have any feelings for me at all. If you were a man, you wouldn't have any doubts about me. Don't you want to take responsibility for what you've done? Jingjing's face changed, and she pointed at Lin Yuwei and yelled. They really didn't expect this young man, who had been invited by the Lin family father and son, to pull such a stunt. A paternity test? That's not going to work, no way. Absolutely not. But now Lin Chen was determined to personally conduct the test, and the other party refused. The scam was about to be aborted. Jingjing looked left and right, and crashed into a pillar nearby. Bam! Her hair was disheveled, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. Even Lin Chen was dumbfounded. How could this woman be so stupid? She was willing to make such a great sacrifice for a man. The more so, the more it proves how scum the man is. Lin Yuwei ran over, picked up Jingjing from the ground, and cried, "Why? Why hurt yourself?" In contrast, the man looked at Lin Yuwei with a smug look, to see what choice Lin Yuwei would make next. Lin Chen didn't rush to speak either, and he gave Lin Yuwei the opportunity. He can choose whatever he wants, but the money is not going to be given, whoever gives it is a fool. But it is possible to help him get out of this predicament and escape this scam. The key to this situation now lies in Lin Yuwei's hands. If he insists on doing a paternity test, this matter will naturally be resolved. If he doesn't, then he will just be a confused fool, and Lin Chen doesn't want to bother with him anymore. Do you want the child in my belly or the money? Jingjing, whose face was covered in blood, stared at Lin Yuwei with fierce eyes. This man and woman had no idea how ruthless they were, and they had cheated countless people. When Lin Chen arrived, he had already sent a message to the police station to report the crime. Now he guessed that it was about time. The man also looked at Lin Yuwei with anticipation. But Lin Yuwei might have been shocked by Jingjing's actions and was reluctant to answer. Say something. Jingjing jumped up from the ground in a hurry. This jump didn't matter, but a pillow fell out of her big belly. There was also a bag of plastic-wrapped blood. This directly stunned the people at the scene. It's fake, everything is fake. Go! The man was quick-witted and quick-handed, and he went up to pull Jingjing and they were about to escape. Where are you going? At this time, several policemen surrounded them and took the man and woman directly back to the police station. This matter came to an end. On the way back, Lin Yuwei remained silent the whole time. Even Lin Kai didn't say a word. Uncle San. We're here. Lin Chen slammed on the brakes and turned around to shout at the back seat. Ha! Oh! Lin Kai finally reacted, pulling Lin Yuwei and hurriedly getting off the car. The whole process was very embarrassing, but when they saw that Lin Chen's face did not mean anything else, their hearts were set at ease. After this matter was settled, Lin Chen and Xiaoya planned to return to Jianhai. Lin Jian and Lina, their parents, had been holding the children and were reluctant to let go. But the children had their own world, and they knew they could not hold them back. Before leaving, Lina slipped Xiaoya a card. "My dear, this is a little token of my love. I have to go to work, so I can't help you with the kids. But I can pay for it, and I'll send you money regularly." Mom, what are you doing? You should keep the money for yourself, Xiaoya said, refusing. The kids have me and Shan, and there are 2 nannies at home. You don't have to worry. If you miss the kids, just come and stay in Shanghai for a few days. The two of them argued back and forth, and in the end Lin Chen couldn't stand it anymore, and he took the card directly and shoved it into his father's arms. It's fine. Don't worry about the money. Just as Xiaoya said, if you miss the kids, come to Shanghai City, and I'll pick you up at the airport. In the end, Lin Na had no choice but to stuff Lin Chen's trunk full of things before she would let them leave. As the car pulled out of the courtyard, Lin Chen stopped. What's wrong? Ding Xiaoya looked out the window and asked curiously. Waiting for someone. Lin Chen looked out the window as well. Chapter 40, Abducting a Young Woman. Waiting for someone? Ding Xiaoya was confused by Lin Chen. When they arrived, they were alone. Besides, just now, the parents-in-law said they couldn't leave, so who else could they be waiting for? Suddenly, 4 people came from the front, 2 men and 2 women. They bowed in front of the car and shouted in unison, Young Master Lin. Get in the car. At Lin Chen's command, the 4 people got into the car from the 2 doors. This gesture really surprised Ding Xiaoya. From now on, they will be our bodyguards, protecting you and the baby's safety. Lin Chen sat in the driver's seat and turned halfway around to explain to Ding Xiaoya, who was sitting in the back. Actually, there was no need to go to such lengths. Xiaoya knew that hiring bodyguards would cost a lot of money, and she wondered how much Lin Chen had spent hiring these 4 people. One of the male bodyguards spoke up, Mr. Lin, let me drive. You drive? Lin Chen didn't expect that the bodyguard was quite humane and would think of him. Lin Chen's thoughts were directly despised by the system, Master. These 4 are now postnatal masters. As long as they don't encounter innate strong people, there is basically no safety risk. However, it seems that the surrounding countries are scheming, so it is best to be careful. These 4 can be upgraded, and this upgrade is to accumulate more experience, and they will automatically upgrade. Ha! They can still automatically upgrade? Good. This bodyguard is perfect. Lin Chen gave up the driver's seat to one of the bodyguards, and he sat in the back and played with the babies. However, due to the bumpy ride, the babies fell asleep after playing for a while. Xiaoya also closed her eyes and fell asleep, her head tilted and leaning on Lin Chen's shoulder. Young Master Lin. Before leaving, we have done as you commanded, and the man and woman will definitely spend a few years in prison. One of the bodyguards reported in a low voice. Lin Chen nodded slightly. What are your names? Reporting to you, Boss Lin. The driver is Linny, I'm Lin Air, the girl in the passenger seat is Lin San, and the girl in the back seat is Lin Si. I never thought their names would appear in this form. Lin Chen didn't say much, knowing that they were system rewards and there was no problem with their loyalty, so he closed his eyes to rest. Boss Lin. Hold on tight, I feel that something has happened to the 2 nannies at home. Lin Yi, who was driving, said with a serious face. What? Lin Chen looked at Lin Yi, who was driving, nervously, and saw Lin Yi wink at Lin Chen. The system Xiao Di explained to Lin Chen, they are all system rewards, and they are somehow connected to each other. Then, to ensure safety, drive faster. Lin Chen said, while looking back at Ding Xiaoya and the babies, and couldn't help but worry about Chunmei and Xiaoxiang. When they arrived in Shanghai City, they went to number 28 Jingxi Wafu. When bodyguard Lin Yi opened the door, it was quiet inside and it looked as if no one had lived there for several days. He looked for the 2 nannies in all the rooms in the house but couldn't find them. Do you know where they are now? Lin Chen asked. Although they were just 2 nannies, after spending a few days together, he had some feelings for them. If they were in danger, that was the last thing Lin Chen wanted to see. Follow me. Lin Yi said as he walked towards the garage. In a short while, the car pulled up to the door. Lin Chen and Lin Air both got in. Before leaving, Lin Chen gave Lin San and Lin Si instructions, protect Xiaoya and the babies. Shanghai Martial Arts School. There were about 50 people in the martial arts school, all wearing the same white training clothes, which was quite a spectacular sight. A scarred man sat in the middle of the martial arts school. There was only one chair in the entire martial arts school. I warn you, if you don't let us go today, be careful, your martial arts school will be kicked out. Chunmei tilted her head, looking haggard, but she wasn't afraid of them at all. Looking at Xiaoxiang again, perhaps because she was physically weak, she was much weaker, and she leaned her whole body on Chunmei. Gee, such a pretty girl, why is she so stubborn? From day one, I've said it, our martial arts school is missing 2 proprietresses. Have you thought it over? The scarred man asked without a hint of emotion. He wasn't afraid at all that Chunmei and Xiaoxiang wouldn't agree. He had plenty of time. Besides, with these 2 beautiful girls at Zhanghai Martial Arts School, how could they ever get out? It would be harder than climbing to the moon. Today is the 3rd day, and judging from the situation, the time until they give in is getting closer and closer. He just doesn't believe that this woman can resist so much, that she would rather starve to death than give in. But in fact, Chunmei and Xiaoxiang really can resist. On the surface, they seem extremely calm, but inside, they are constantly calling for Lin Chen to appear quickly. 3 days ago, they were bored while shopping and saw a martial arts school, so they came in to take a look. But once they came in, they could never get out again. Not only were their phones taken away, but their personal freedom was also restricted. What's disgusting is that the director of this martial arts school actually wants to take possession of them. The only hope is pinned on Lin Chen, but without a phone, they can't even send out the news. Facing the scarred man's pressure again, Chunmei is anxious. She may be able to resist a bit longer, but Xiaoxiang next to her can't hold on anymore. If things continue like this, someone will die. Consider it done. Chunmei replied crisply. The scarred man was delighted, and simply got up from his seat, walked over to Chunmei, reached up and lifted her chin, and looked her in the eye. At the moment their gazes met, the scarred man regretted not meeting this beauty sooner. It was truly a pity that such a beauty had not been discovered by him until now. Fortunately, however, she was now in his hands. Guards! Untie the boss ladies and bring them some preserved egg and pork congee. Clatter! A few apprentices came up and untied Chunmei and Xiaoxiang. Chunmei, who had regained her freedom, felt much better, but she still supported Xiaoxiang and carefully guarded against Scarface Man. In a short while, 2 bowls of preserved egg and lean pork congee were served. Chunmei drank 1 bowl herself and fed the other to Xiaoxiang. After the 2 had a bowl of congee each, their pale faces had more blood in them. Xiaoxiang, in particular, was able to stand up on her own at least. After they had finished eating, the scarred man waved his hand and laughed heartily. Today, the Zhanghai Martial Arts School is closed for the day to celebrate my wedding night. Hooray! Chunmei's next words poured cold water over Hu Zhanghai. Who said yes? You're just daydreaming. We'll never say yes to an ugly oaf like you. And you should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. After saying this, Chunmei and Xiaoxiang stood back to back, on guard against everyone in the martial arts school. What? How dare you trick me? Good. Someone come. Take them to my room, I'll take them now. Let's see if they're still so chaste. Hu Zhanghai, the scarred man, was furious and jumped up shouting. Wait a minute. A man's voice came. Chapter 41. The boss lady is in trouble. What a familiar voice. A smile appeared on Chunmei and Xiaoxiang's faces, and their mouths softly exclaimed, Lin Xiao. You're finally here. Right. Lin Chen arrived in time, and of course there was also Lin Yi Lin who came together. Who are you? Dare to break into my Zhanghai Martial Arts Center? This behavior of yours is a provocation to my Zhanghai Martial Hall. Hu Zhanghai's body flashed and he assumed a posture to fight against him. Eh? When Lin Chen saw that Chunmei and Xiaoxiang hadn't suffered any damage, his gaze swept over Hu Zhanghai. Then he waved his hand at Lin Yi. In the next moment, the Zhanghai Martial Arts Center let out a thumping sound. In just 5 minutes, 50 or so people were all put down on the ground. In particular, the scarred man knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Warrior, spare my life. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. I have an old man and a young man, it's not easy for me to live. Not easy? Why didn't you say your life is not easy when you tried to take Chunmei and Xiaoxiang by force just now? So I took out my cell phone and dialed a number. You finally remembered me? What's the matter? Have you figured it out? Promise to be my boyfriend? A woman's voice rang out on the phone. Lin Chen shrugged awkwardly. Senior sister. Come on, now I'm a man with a wife and child, can you watch what you say next time? Ah. When did this happen? You brat, give me an honest explanation. The woman on the other end of the phone yelled. Lin Chen could feel that his senior sister seemed to be really a bit agitated. But immediately the other party calmed down and asked, what is it? Say it. If you kid wasn't on official business, you definitely wouldn't have come to me.
Still, the senior sister understood him. In the beginning, if it wasn't for Lin Chen's obsession with Ding Xiaoya, this Luo senior sister would have almost gotten there first. Elder sister. It's like this. Just after Lin Chen finished, this side Luo senior sister slammed the table and was furious. There are still people forcibly robbing people in broad daylight. You wait for me. After saying this, she hung up the phone heavily. This is senior sister Luo, a big woman with a big grin who acts decisively. Wait for her. Lin Chen didn't want to look for trouble, sent a locator to senior sister Luo, and had Lin Yi and Lin Er tie up all these uninjured people. Then he left with Chun Mei and Xiao Xiang. Lin Xiao. You, Chun Mei, pointed your finger at Lin Chen, unable to speak in embarrassment. It turned out that Master was quite popular, there were even women who were infatuated with him. But after knowing that Master got married and had children, I wonder if the other party would be very sad. Go home and don't talk nonsense. This senior sister Luo has helped me before and is very nice. Lin Chen warned the few of them seriously. Chun Mei and Xiao Xiang nodded their heads, and it was Lin Yi Lin Er who was beside them who all looked like they promised not to say anything. He. What's actually there? Nothing, it's just that I'm afraid that Xiaoya will think about it. Back home, Xiaoya see Chun Mei and Xiao Xiang are back, went up and hugged them, excitedly said, "Where have you all gone?" Worried to death. Sister. We. Cough. Lin Chen deliberately coughed twice, then excused himself and said, "I'm going to cook dinner for everyone." The 4 bodyguards were directly confused. I'm going. Young Lin was their master, was this to make the master cook rice for himself? They instantly became at a loss for words, not knowing whether to stand or sit. Chun Mei and Xiao Xiang were quite natural, whispering with Xiaoya while holding the baby in their arms and playing. In the end, Lin Yi Lin Er went straight to the door, and Lin San Lin Si ran to the kitchen shouting for help. In the end, Lin Chen felt that now that there were so many people and so much to burn, there was nothing wrong with letting them help. So he thought of teaching them cooking skills, it would be good to have more people to cook in the future. Lin San and Lin Si began to learn from washing vegetables. During this meal, everyone ate happily, especially Lin San and Lin Si. Not only did they help out, but they also got to eat such delicious dishes cooked by Lin Chen. Chun Mei and Xiao Xiang couldn't eat too much because they had just recovered, they ate a little and went back to their rooms to rest. Ding bell. The phone rang at an inopportune time. Hello? Hello? Master. It's me, come to, Zishang Xian, the boss's wife is in trouble. Fatty Wang's anxious voice came from the phone. I'll be right there. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and stood up. Brush. Lin Yi and Lin Er also stood up. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have accompanied the sign-in today. And at this time, Big Baby 2 was also wiggling his butt and rolling around on the sofa. Stinky poop. With his experience over the past few days, Lin Chen judged the baby's needs at a glance. It only took 3 minutes to change Big Baby 2's diaper. Lin Chen made milk powder for 3 treasures again. 4 treasures just looked at him with 2 dark eyes. So Lin Chen sang the song, 2 tigers to 4 treasures. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for completing the accompanying check-in and obtaining a ticket to participate in the Baby Complimentary Food Grand Tournament. What is this? However, Lin Chen didn't have that much time to wait for the system to explain. Hurriedly bidding farewell to Xiaoya, he rushed towards Purple Xiangxian. The living room was bustling with activity. The living room was bustling, standing full of people, but none of them seemed to be eating customers. The boss's wife, Lu Pipio, was sitting face to face with a bald man. I said, Lu Pao Pao, I don't have that much time to sit around like this. Either admit defeat or send someone out to compete with me. Otherwise, there is no place for you to participate in this baby supplement Great God tournament. That Wan Kuan touched his bald head, said cheerfully. Eyes also sneaky and Lu Pao Pao body back and forth, with a strong aggression, some unscrupulous back and forth sweeping. The hotel security guards on the side of the indignation, but the other side of the manpower, can only dry anxious. Among them, Xiaoyu several times to go up to help the boss's wife to scold them, or Chef Wang Fatzi to pull back. This goes up, Iron will definitely suffer, or hope that the master will arrive soon. Chef Wan, the tickets for this once every 4 years baby supplement competition can be issued by the organizers of the competition, and the 3 most famous chefs in China will all have a ticket inside. Could it be that our Fatty Wang's ticket was eaten by you? Lu Pipio retorted without moving. But what kind of person is Wan Kuan? If he wasn't prepared, how could he come to pick a fight in a hurry?
No, no, no. I'm just here to inform you as the representative of the organizer that your Purple Xiang Xian as Fatty Wang is not qualified to compete this time. It's as simple as that. You. The ever-steady Lu Pao Pao's face turned red with anger. This put Wan Kuan look more mesmerized, licked his tongue, said, but also not that way. For example, you accompany me. Impossible. Lu Pao Pao just faintly refused, and there was a chill that came over him that was chilling. Hiss. So cold. This woman is really not easy to deal with, just like this can't even threaten her. So Wan Kuan put forward another condition: if you really can't, you let Fatty Wang's master, Lin Chen, kneel down and apologize to my son, and then let his wife accompany my son for one night, maybe we can consider it. This. Jade was furious. Fatty Wang was furious. Lu Pao Pei was also enraged. All three of them stood up with a brush. Who's so bold? Aren't you afraid of flashing your tongue? A voice came from the doorway of Purple Xiang Xian. Chapter 42: The Grand Competition Participation Quota. He came. Xiao Yu was overjoyed. A smile appeared on Fatty Wang's face. Lu Pao Pao gently nodded and let out a long breath. You kid finally came. I was waiting for you. Now I want you to say one word: is it to apologize or wait for Purple Hunan Xian to close down? Wan Kuan said with confidence. Threat. Threats. But Lin Chen is not afraid of threats. Especially these justified threats, Lin Chen also really like, and they heart-to-heart a little. Collapse? What? Does Master Wan have any special means? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed into slits as a hint of coldness swept over him. That Wan Kuan shivered for no reason, and muttered in his heart, what's going on? It's past Qingming and it's still so cold? Is he really getting old? How does he know? This is Lin Chen body emitted. This cold directly can affect the environment and people around the feeling. So Wan Kuan pretended to calm. Special means cannot say. Just recently someone reported Zishang Xian with contraband into the ingredients. This is a food safety event. You are shameless. Lu Ppo reprimanded. Needless to say, Lu Ppo himself does not know things, is definitely Wan Kuan out of the ghost. Just when did this Zishang Xian have a mole let Lu Ppo fall into silence? In her heart, she was speculating on who that mole was. Oh? We ourselves don't know, and Master Wan knows this matter like the back of his hand. Could it be that Master Wan is involved in this matter? Lin Chen reached into his pocket with one hand and quietly opened the recording function of his cell phone. This method, Lin Chen had tried it time and time again, and thought that today would be no exception. Involved? Humph. I don't care. I'm here to tell you that you, Zishang Xian, don't have a spot in this year's Baby Complimentary Food Great God Tournament. Wan Kuan didn't move as he announced again. His eyes swept back and forth over Lu Pao Pao and Lin Chen, watching their reactions. Unfortunately, the bland look of Lu Pao Pao and Lin Chen drove Wan Kuan crazy in his heart. What's going on? Was there no hurry at all? Did neither of them want to participate in this competition? One must know that this time the organizers had paid special attention, and had invited almost all of the capable people in the culinary world of Huaxia. Including the three of them, the three most famous chefs in China of course. They left out Fatty Wang this time. Could it be that Master Wan has a way to help us solve the problem of the quota? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow towards Wan Kuan. This guy was really annoying. He was the one who was negotiating with Lu Pao Pao, and he was always butting in. It wasn't impossible. It's because this time I have the power to allocate places. Wan Kuan casually picked up a small tomato from the fruit tray on the table and threw it into his mouth. With a light bite, it splashed out some juice and spilled it on the table. Then also shook his head. If you guys can make a baby supplement with this little tomato and this egg, maybe I can consider thinking about giving you a spot. But the exception would be that what's-her-name scrambled egg with tomatoes. It goes so well together, anyone can burn it. Really? Fatty Wang's eyes lit up as he looked towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded at him and ran towards the back kitchen. Back kitchen. Master. This little tomato I intend to, Fatty Wang said with a smile on his face. Because this dish had always been his specialty, now that Wan Kuan had come up with this question, he believed that he, Fatty Wang, would easily be able to solve it. No. This dish, you do this. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen and Fatty Wang both walked out of the back kitchen one after the other. That Wan Kuan half closed his eyes and recuperated. Okay? Okay. Open it and take a look. Wait a minute. Lin Chen blocked the way.
Everyone turned their gazes towards Lin Chen.
Lin Chen said unhurriedly, just now you also said that if Fatty Wang made this little tomato into a baby supplement, he would give Zhixiang Xian a spot in the competition. Is this what you said? Wan Kuan was a bit impatient and waved his hand. I said it. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Then it's a good idea. Open. Lin Chen shouted towards Fatty Wang. That Fatty Wang put the plate he had just brought up, carefully placed it on the center table, and then slowly lifted the lid. This. Wow, haha. What kind of dish is this? I, Wan Kuan, have never seen this kind of dish after so many years of cooking. Seeing the dish that was served on that plate, Wan Kuan was happy. Is this a joke? Today is not April Fool's Day. This Fatty Wang listened to the words of this young man. It is estimated that this time they really have to die miserably. Just because Master Wan hasn't seen it, doesn't mean there isn't one. Lin Chen nodded towards Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang was authorized by his master, so he began to introduce this dish. This dish was called double yolks together and was made from small tomatoes mixed with egg yolks. Exactly how it was made, this was not convenient to disclose. It's suitable for babies of 812 months. Master Wan, how is it? I wonder if this passes. Hiss. This is okay? Wan Kuan didn't expect this dish. They just used a little bit of egg yolk to make a dish. It was a bit unbelievable. Originally it was something that could not be accomplished, but now it was made by them, which made Wan Kuan's face a bit embarrassed. Pass? Fatty Wan, you dare to say that this dish is your own idea? This dish is good, but the idea is not from Fatty Wang, so the qualification is cancelled. You guys just wait for the joke of the culinary world. Ha ha. Said, Wan Kuan threw back his head and laughed, wanting to leave. Fatty Wang was furious and wanted to go and stop Wan Kuan and ask for an explanation. However, Lin Chen shook his head towards him, signaling not to go after him. Why? Fatty Wang stomped his feet anxiously. Even Lu Piao Piao was a little confused. Could it be that he was blind, and there were times when he looked at people wrong? This Lin Chen saw that the other party was rich and powerful, and also had a reputation, so he retreated? If he didn't go after him at this time, then Purple Shangshuan would really be out of this year's competition. Lin Chen. Lu Piao Piao, such a composed woman, couldn't help but shout out. However, Lin Chen remained indifferent, with a faint smile on his face, as if he had a plan. Only to see Lin Chen's mouth murmuring and counting the numbers, 1, 2, 3. Boom! Just as he counted to 3, that Wan Kuan was kicked down by a person in the doorway, and flew backwards, falling directly under Lin Chen's feet. Poof! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Wan Kuan, his eyes wide open. His eyes looked at the doorway in defiance. Only to see a valiant police officer walk in at the entrance of Purple Xiangxian. Xiao Chen. You are indeed here. I received your recording and I rushed over right away. How's that? Am I good enough for you? The policeman at the door walked towards Lin Chen. It looked as if he knew Lin Chen and was familiar with him. I, Yuan Kuan, have one hand covering your chest, and one hand pointing at Lin Chen and sister Luo Mei Luo. Take away. Neglect of duty, corruption, favoritism, personal vendetta, any one of these is enough to put you in jail for a few years. Scum! Luo Mei disdainfully glared at Wan Kuan on the ground. Don't! Behind her, Lu Piao Piao, however, suddenly stood out to stop it. Chapter 43, Fuming High Math Teacher. The one who came out to stop was actually the boss's wife, Lu Piao Piao. This is puzzling. Shouldn't Lu Piao hate Wan Kuan the most? Wan Kuan, relying on himself as the organizer of the baby supplement competition, had bullied Zhixiang Xian so much. Now Lu Piao even blocked to arrest Wan Kuan. It can't be. Everyone is guessing up in their hearts. Boss Lu. This is Luo Mei's fastidiousness, and she opened the door to ask. Lu Piao came to Luo Mei's side, pointing to this Wan Kuan said, he is so bullying me, Zhixiang Xian, I need him to give me, Zhixiang Xian, a statement. Otherwise, I'm going to sue him. This is your own business. Luo Mei will never beat around the bush. Oh? I know. Lu Piao Piao turned around and then whispered something to the bodyguards behind her. Then the bodyguards hurriedly left. With that stance, it seemed like they were going to do a certain task. This made Wan Kuan anxious, pulling Luo Mei and shouting, police! She's going to take revenge on me, you go and stop her. Ha!
Luo Mei hates it when someone tells her what to do, and casually grabbed the rag on the dining table and plugged it directly into that one Koan's mouth. Whimpering. No one took care of him and was directly taken away by Luo Mei. Seeing that a farce was about to end, but Lu Piao and Wang Fatty's hearts had been unable to calm down. If they couldn't participate in this baby supplement competition, then the signboard of Zishan Xian would be smashed next. Then this purple Hunan cuisine will be in a mess. Not only the fame is greatly damaged, business will also be greatly reduced. That's why the entry quota for this baby supplement competition was very important to them. However, Lin Chen happened to have one, only Lin Chen wouldn't take it out because he felt that this quota that should have belonged to Purple Xiang Xian, then he would have to take it back from someone else. What now? Fatty Wang closed the door of the restaurant and returned to this side. In the middle of a large restaurant, only they were the three left. Lu Pao also looked at Lin Chen with a gloomy face. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose as he replied indifferently, "Go to the 5 Niu Zhai to get the quota back." "Right. Ask for it back." Fatty Wang wasn't stupid and was immediately reacted to by Lin Chen's point. Since their quota was tampered with by Wan Kuan, then take it back from Wan Kuan. Then do it. Let them learn a lesson. Lu Pao also nodded. Ding bell. Lin Chen's classical cell phone rang. "Hello? Old 4. You haven't come to school for a few days now? Several classroom teachers have said that if they don't see you in the next class, you'll be waiting to fail." The voice of the oldest carrot rang on the phone. There was also the voice of the second small bench and the oldest 4 together. "That's right. That's it. I go. I went home and forgot about the class. Originally thought it would be done in 2 days, but in the end it took 3 days, and there are still a lot of things to do when I come back. I'll have to. Let's go back to class." "But what about the baby? What about my wife? What about the baby supplement competition? I can't do it. We have to think of an idea." Lin Chen hurriedly rushed to Jianghai University, asked the boss, "Now is the high math class?" Lin Chen quickly came to the back door of the classroom and quietly slipped in through the back door. At this moment, the high math teacher was taking names for the next class. Wu Xiaoqi. Arrived. Xiao Zhan. Here. Wu Di. Arrived. Lin Chen. The high math teacher shouted Lin Chen twice in a row. The classroom was silent, everyone had their heads down, waiting for the high math teacher to get mad. 2. Lin Chen suddenly stood up from the back row of the classroom and shouted to. "Oh? You're here? Lin Chen. You're not the kind of student who likes to skip classes, so tell me, why did you miss several classes?" The high math teacher stepped down from the podium and walked towards Lin Chen. "Missing classes? That doesn't exist." Lin Chen straightened his back and replied loudly, reporting to the teacher, "I took a leave of absence, I just came back today." Taking a leave of absence? Leave from whom? How come I don't know? Counselor. The high math teacher immediately ran out of words, feeling a belly full of anger that hadn't been vented. It was very difficult. It's about to be time for graduate school, and you took a leave of absence? Is that how strict you are with yourself? Graduate school? Who said I want to go to graduate school? There are 4 babies at home waiting to be fed. What will they do if you test yourself? And a wife to be pampered, should she bring up 4 babies by herself? It's impossible. At least it was impossible to let such a thing happen here in Lin Chen's place. But Lin Chen didn't refute the high math teacher, he could say whatever he liked. "Teacher. This Lin Chen is just like that, it's better for you to stop worrying about us good students when you're struggling like this." Shi Lei, the student who had been fighting against Lin Chen, suddenly stood up to stop it. Hiss. Lin Chen's 3 roommates immediately threw unfriendly glances towards the Chi Lei. Unfortunately, people like Chi Lei were born with an excellent sense of self-importance and naturally wouldn't feel much threat from that gaze. "You disappoint me too much." The high math teacher tossed his head, picked up the lesson plan on the podium, and walked out of the classroom. Wow! Boss and the others immediately surrounded towards Chi Lei. "Chi Lei. What do you mean? Where did our oldest offend you?" "Chi Lei. You sissy, what the teacher says about us is the teacher's business. What are you doing interfering?" "Chi Lei. You think you're so powerful? Let me tell you, you're not even a finger on our oldest."
Faced with the rebuke from Lin Chan's three roommates, he got angry. Boom! With a slap on the table, he stood up and angrily pointed at Lin Chan. He was still a student, messing with a what young high school boy. Think it's cool? The oldest three immediately picked up, of course. She lay chest high and low, continued to say, a student, even do not know the shame to go to the teacher to fall in love, and nanny. A residual shadow floated by. Snap. A hot slap on the face of that Chile. Put. Chile spat out a tooth and miserably pointed at Lin Chen. You actually hit someone? Lin Chen approached him step by step, grimacing, as if a fire was burning in his eyes. Hitting people? Ha! I still have killing people. Hiss. A chill came over him. Chile directly shivered, his crotch tightened, and a hot stream flowed down his face. Ha ha ha. Chile peed his pants. Chile pissed his pants. A farce ended there, and Lin Chen had nothing to explain to his classmates. On the contrary, the students were all looking at Lin Chen with a pair of worshipful eyes, and some even went up to ask for advice. How did you pick up the goddess? Tell us the secret of giving birth to quadruplets? Lin Chen scratched his head and was about to explain, when a student ran in from outside and shouted, It's not good. The math teacher said that there's going to be a math test tomorrow, and if you fail, you'll be discouraged from taking it. What? The teacher said that the test will be tomorrow. If you fail the test, you will be discouraged from taking the test. Chapter 44. No, deservedly. Using the test to dissuade students, only the high math teacher thought of it. Suddenly someone shouted, I know, that high math teacher is Chile's uncle. Nanny. This time, it seems to have fallen into a pit, that Chile will not let it go. Maybe this time the high math teacher to use the exam to discourage students, it is also Chile's idea. This is directly targeting Lin Chen. Old 4. I can't. Why don't we go back and tutor you? Or we can give the high math teacher a gift. Lin Chen gave them a blank look and said, Do you guys think so little of me? Just watch. When the time comes, I'll make it difficult for him to ride the tiger. Classes had already ended and everyone went back to their dormitories. And Lin Chen's 4 people walked directly towards the principal's office. Principal's office. No way. Principal Zhang, this time I will make sure that Lin Chen, along with those 3 roommates in his dorm room, are expelled from Jianghai University together. Zhang Xiaochang heard that this Qi Mao is going to sue Lin Xiao. Really strange. It's true that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong, and once a person is famous, what follows is all kinds of harassment and obstruction. Now this Qi muddle seems to be the first one. I say, old Qi, what kind of tendon are you smoking? And they got into it. Principal Zhang spoke kindly. After all, on one side is the school's donors, and the weather vane for the development of Jianghai University in the future. On the other side of the school's senior teachers, even if there is no credit, there is also hard work, right? This allows Principal Zhang to choose. There must be an answer in his heart, only he does not want to do too much, so that the other teachers see the cold heart. It's not the bar. Rather, that guy is too self-righteous. Lin Chen used to have good grades, but now he often skips classes and injures his classmates. This kind of person staying in the school is a disgrace to the face of Jianghai University. Qi Mushu got more and more agitated. That's enough. You go out first. Principal Zhang blackened his face and directly drove Qi Mao out of the office. Qi Muddy threw up his sleeves and left. Just as he went out, he happened to bump into Lin Chen and the others. Without lifting his head, he snorted coldly and left. Old 4. Did you mess with this Qi muddle before this? Old 3rd disliked Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen shook his head straight. If I put my mind on these villains, would I still be idle? With that time, I might as well spend more time with my baby and wife. Saying the same thing, the 3 roommates silently nodded their heads, agreeing with Lin Chen's statement. Entering Principal Zhang's office, Lin Chen made a request to Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang, I want Qi Muddle and Qi Lei to get out of Jianghai University. This Qi Muddle is just a momentary confusion. He is also a credit to Jianghai University anyways. All these years, he has been working hard. I cannot do so absolutely. President Zhang is still saying something good for Qi Muddy. Although he also felt that saying so might not really work, as the principal, he also had the obligation to intercede for his employee. Who knows that Lin Chen did not give face at all, directly pointing out, Principal Zhang, you do not have to think too much, that Qi Muddy deserved what he got. It has nothing to do with you, it's a grudge between me and him. Next, the boss put the Jiangda Technology Company's planning book on Principal Zhang's desk. Principal Zhang grabbed it and flipped through 2 pages, then immediately made a decision. I will not interfere in the matter between you two. Be my guest. Oh. The world is all about profit. Principal Zhang is even more upright. As long as he has an obsession, he will yield for profit. President Zhang's obsession is Jianhai University, then Jianhai University is his weakness. Now that what Lin Chen was going to do was related to the future of Jianhai University, how could he not give up the small for the big? Thus, Shi Muddle became a victim. No. Shi Muddle, he deserved what he got. Then when will we Jiangda Technology Company? Now is the time to select talents. It needs a little time, but we will control it within a month. Carrot, the boss in charge of this, spoke eloquently. Lin Chen held out a finger. No. A week. Good. Then we'll work hard for you guys. Leaving the principal's office, the oldest asked in disbelief. Oldest? 1 week, can we finish? Stupid. Old 4 has said 1 week. Would he lift a stone and smash his own foot? The second small bench retorted. Old 3 simply didn't squeak and lowered his head in thought. This depends on you guys. Now is the time to test your strength. Go. But the oldest wanted to say something else. However, seeing Lin Chen leave in a hurry, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. I'll reluctantly go and try then. Lin Chen was going home, taking his wife and child shopping. This was the first time Lin Chen had accompanied Ding Xiaoya and the kids on a shopping trip, and today he was going to properly pick out some clothes for Ding Xiaoya, and some things he needed for the kids. 1000 Gold Plaza. This was the largest commercial plaza in Jianhai City, and it had all kinds of goods. Hubby. Let's go somewhere else. Everything is so expensive here. Although Ding Xiaoya was born in the Ding family, a large family, and had a privileged life growing up, but since she had a baby, she had saved everywhere and knew that it was not easy to come by this money. Now that Lin Chen had brought her to 1000 Gold Plaza, it was obvious that she was going to spend some money. Expensive? Expensive to be worthy of my wife and baby. Let's go. Just try on any clothes you see. Lin Chen said while pushing Debao's stroller and holding Ding Xiaoya's hand. TSK. This wave of dog food was spread, making the 2 nannies and 2 bodyguards behind him genuinely unable to watch. If you guys want to go shopping, just go shopping, don't say disgusting words, okay? Walking into a lingerie store, Ding Xiaoya shyly lowered her head and refused to let Lin Chen in. You guys wait for me at the door, I'll go in by myself, pick 2 random pieces and come out. How can that be? My wife's underwear, of course I'm the one who picks it out, that's good. Lin Chen had the cheek to go in with Ding Xiaoya. Put. Chun Mei and Xiaoxiang shook their heads as they watched. Lin San and Lin Si stood next to the baby stroller, pretending not to see it. At this time, some of the customers inside that store who walked out couldn't help but take a look at this sole male standing in front of the lingerie store. You see. You are standing in front of this door as a scenery, if you go in, shall not stir up the business of others? Ding Xiaoya scolded. Then she turned around and went into the lingerie store by herself, and naturally picked it out. She never expected that Lin Chen also followed her in, and suddenly suggested in her ear, this black lace is suitable for you. Ah! Ding Xiaoya let out a light cry. Her pink fist landed on Lin Chen's body, scolding, you're going to die. I said I won't let you in, but you still came in, so how can I choose? Humph. I'm not buying. Said Ding Xiaoya, pretending to be angry, turned around and wanted to leave the lingerie store. I said. This black lace suits you. This time Lin Chen spoke loudly. Chapter 45 The Ladies' Shop Great Show. Brush, 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 brush. This brought the eyes of everyone in this lingerie store together. What's pretty, not pretty, tall, enchanting, mature, pure? All looked at Lin Chen with surprised eyes. At this moment, the waitress in the store was anxious. Where did this ancestor come from? Isn't this going to drive her customers away? Which man, can you please leave? The waitress was still polite and showed a signature smile towards Lin Chen. Unfortunately, Lin Chen didn't eat this. The purpose of his visit today was to accompany his wife. As for others, I don't care. Don't use morality to bind my godly milkman Lin Chen. Lin Chen's purpose is, wife first, milkman most important. People let you out. Ding Xiaoya felt like her face was lost to him. Both hands pushed against Lin Chen's body, to make him wait outside. Lin Chen waved his hand, that meant I'm not going out. Now that my wife Ding Xiaoya wants to buy underwear, can I just stand by and watch? Lin Chen stared at the waiter and asked rhetorically. The waiter shook his head. My wife is buying lingerie, isn't it most important that I like it? The question was so blunt that the waiter's heart jumped wildly at his words. But that waitress was surprisingly unable to refute it, and still nodded her head. Lin Chen almost found the insight, and continued to ask, so I'm here, picking out underwear for my wife, is there a problem? The waitress subconsciously nodded her head and replied, no problem. Only when she finished, then she realized that something was wrong and fell for the other party's trap. Wow! The customers in the lingerie store gathered around, each holding 1 to 2 pieces of lingerie in their hands. Oi! Handsome guy! How about I wear this one? What about me? Does pink suit me? My husband is like a piece of wood, I don't even know how to pick out underwear for myself. Handsome, pick one out for me? Instantly, Lin Chen was surrounded by women. Without a trace of panic on his face, Lin Chen calmly, one by one, helped them introduce which model, color, and style was suitable. Whoa! I feel like you're so powerful, how you know everything? Do you see how attractive I look in this one? TSK. With that figure of yours, you'd better spare your husband. Handsome. Can I invite you to be my personal counselor? Handsome. What's your cell phone number? Handsome. Can I get your contact info? Dude. Can I get you? The more these women talked, the more they went overboard, the more reckless they became. Ding Xiaoya, who was by the side of the room, heard their eyes and ears turn red. On the contrary, Lin Chen didn't react at all. Very leisurely, he shuttled between each of the undergarments. At once, Lin Chen began his wonderful speech, speaking eloquently, focusing everyone's eyes and attention on him. From Victoria's Secret to the ancient Chinese bibs, from the little undershirts of young girls to how older women should choose underwear. The breadth of coverage and knowledge was almost unparalleled. Lin Chen also do not know why, since 8th that marrow cleansing Dan, as long as you have read the book, basically will remember clearly, even if the fashion magazines. This explanation down, underwear store burst. 1 hour of sales directly accounted for the amount of the past quarter. Basically, those who have been explained by Lin Chen will buy, and once bought her several pieces. That cashier was so busy that she didn't even have time to drink water, and eventually after the last customer left with today's haul in satisfaction, the boss's wife came to Lin Chen with a glowing smile on her face. This gentleman, in order to repay you for your contribution to the store today, I'll take the initiative to send your wife 5 pieces of lingerie, so feel free to take your pick. Really? Really? Yay! Hubby! You're awesome! Ding Xiaoya was still glum, seeing Lin Chen going back and forth in the group of women. She was full of vinegar. But when she heard the boss's wife say this, all her unhappiness instantly vanished. But next, Ding Xiaoya suddenly quieted down, lying on Lin Chen's ear, whispering, "Hubby, you help me to pick one too. Pick according to what you like." After saying that, her face turned red, all the way to the root of her neck. The boss's wife is a person who has been there before, or do not know that this is a couple of newcomers. You take your time to pick a good, ask our waiter to give you packaging is. I will go home from work first. This is a membership card, in the future you just come to my place, all discounted 50% to you. The boss's wife is in a good mood today. She's made a quarter's worth of money in one day, so she's not in a bad mood. 50% off? I'm afraid I'll have to sell it to her at a loss. But the boss's wife will do. How about this amount of money compared to the benefits Lin Chen brought her today? So Lin Chen gave Ding Xiaoya picked 5 pieces of underwear, respectively, black lace, pink lace, red belly, transparent hollow, plain color without steel ring. Just these 5 models suitable for Ding Xiaoya. Can Ding Xiaoya happy? The original Lin Chen on this has such a great learning. When she happily walked out of the lingerie store, she only reacted. Lin Chen, tell me honestly, how many girlfriends did you have before me? This was the devil's question. No matter how Lin Chen answered it, it was the pits. With 4 eyes, Lin Chen revealed a sincere smile. My little ancestor, before you, I rejected the pursuit of no less than 10 girls. How many did you finish talking about? You? Whomf? Who believes? How else would you know so much about underwear? You even know more about underwear than women. Facing Ding Xiaoya's questioning, Lin Chen touched the tip of his nose, awkwardly not knowing where to answer first.
This was obviously imprinted in his head after he had passed over some advertisements and magazines.
Oh. This is too unbelievable, isn't it?
Casually reading magazines and advertisements could be deeply imprinted in one's mind, and could be applied so skillfully. Even Lin Chen himself was dumbfounded, so amazing.
So the next exam that Qi Mushu was going to run, wouldn't that be an easy pass?
Thinking of this, Lin Chen made a call to Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang.
Qi Mushu hasn't left Jianghai University yet, right?
Not yet. Not yet, but I'll let him get lost right away. He'll be leaving Jianghai University soon. Principal Zhang on the other side of the phone kept compensating with a smile.
No, let's keep him for now.
As long as he doesn't go too far, keep him for now. Lin Chen hung up the phone and thought in his heart, if Principal Zhang expelled Qi Mushu, where else would he, Lin Chen, go to pretend to be a bull?
Isn't it better? Qi Muddy wants to turn the tables, so let's stomp on him again.
This side Ding Xiaoya saw Lin Chen froze, his heart thumped. Could he really?
Lin Chen. You're an asshole.
Ding Xiaoya angrily punched towards Lin Chen's face. The punch had already been thrown and was about to hit Lin Chen's face when Ding Xiaoya regretted it.
Bastard! Get out of the way!
Ding Xiaoya shouted.
Chapter 46 Business Big Brother Female Apprentice. You're hiding instead.
Ding Xiaoya was teary-eyed. Ding Xiaoya's heart ached as she watched and hugged her in her arms.
Will not. I only have you and will only be you.
There are 3,000 weak waters, I will only take a dipper. Lin Chen cupped Ding Xiaoya's face, his eyes made contact, and he confessed with deep emotion.
Really? But he was thinking of something else just now.
Lin Chen read Ding Xiaoya's mind and shook his head with a smile. Just now, it was Principal Zhang who came to the phone and said something about Qi Muddle.
Oh. Knowing that she was wrong about Lin Chen, Ding Xiaoya shyly lowered her head.
I did not think that this ice beauty, in front of himself, will also often be this shy. Lin Chen could not help but towards that red lips printed down.
Oh.
Ding Xiaoya patted Lin Chen's chest and pouted, in public.
Humph. Haha, Lin Chen laughed heartily.
After picking out 5 pieces of lingerie, he greeted the attendant and left the lingerie store. Since it was a gift from the boss's wife, there was no need for him to be pretentious, and he received it with peace of mind. At the doorway, Chun Mei and Xiao Xiang saw them just coming out and couldn't wait to welcome them.
Xiaoya sister, what did you buy?
Seeing the bag Lin Chen was carrying in his hand, his expression was so unnatural.
How is this master so considerate of women? Being able to be his woman is really happy. So he threw an envious look at Ding Xiaoya.
Ding Xiaoya didn't answer positively, but instead muttered softly in their ears for a while, then the 3 women happily ran ahead,
leaving Lin Chen alone to push the 4 baby strollers. Ding! Congratulations, master!
Completing the companion sign-in, rewarding the business bigwig with a protege.
Ha! Rewarding this?
Previously, there was already a master chef worshipping himself as a teacher, and now there's a business tycoon as a disciple. It seems like this can't even be done if you want to be undeveloped in the future. The 3 women in front of them jogged all the way to the entrance of a designer bag store. Through the window, it can be seen that there are not many customers inside, but basically they are all rich people.
There were 2 large letters printed on it, LV.
Ding Xiaoya stood in front of the window, looking at the bags inside with a look of anticipation.
After a short while, Ding Xiaoya turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute.
At this time, a waitress came out of the brand name bag store. He came to the place where Ding Xiaoya had just stood, stretched out his hand, and rubbed it vigorously back and forth on the window with the sleeve of his clothes.
It seemed as if Ding Xiaoya could have soiled the window just by standing there. What's wrong?
Ding Xiaoya sensed that waiter's unkindness. Since you guys can't afford it, stay away from here.
Is this something you guys can look at?
One more look from you will affect the feelings of our customers. That waitress' mouth grew like thorns, piercing the hearts of the few people in front of her.
Can even the eyes contaminate their merchandise?
Besides, Ding Xiaoya doesn't really have no money to buy that bag, she just can't afford it. What would I, if not to see you look good? Believe it or not, I will call the police now. Let the police arrest you, say you steal things.
The more the waitress said, the more outrageous. This is simply an insult to the personality.
Lin Chen accelerated his pace, catching up in 3 steps and 2 steps, walking to the middle of the waitress and Ding Xiaoya.
Don't go too far. Be careful of the glass behind you being burst by your anger, Lin Chen said while pointing at the window glass behind the waitress. Where did this old man come from? The waitress covered her mouth and pointed at the window behind herself. Hillbilly. Do you know what kind of glass this is? The money for this piece of glass, you have to earn a year. You think that say burst on. The waitress has not finished. There was a loud bang behind her. Bang. Wow. The glass shattered and splashed all over the place. Lin Chen's eyes and hands were quick, holding Ding Xiaoya in his arms, using his body to block the glass debris outside. It was also fortunate that the baby was temporarily escorted by the bodyguard and was far away, so it wasn't a threat to safety at all. To say that the unlucky one is the waitress in front of her, her face is covered with glass slag, blood flows slowly down her cheeks, and her heart is cold. Tears did not even dare to flow, because the wet salty taste would make the wound on the face more painful. Finished. Disfigured. What is the desire to cry without tears? This is crying without tears. The waitress grabbed Lin Chen's arm and even shouted, "Come on, someone. This man broke our glass, don't let him get away." Broken? If it wasn't for the pitiful look of her disfigured face, Lin Chen really wanted to kick her off. This kind of woman, what's so bad about laying hands on her? It was to be ruthless, to make her remember clearly once and for all, don't look down on anyone as a human being. Even more so, you cannot believe in the nonsense. This glass is clearly. Lin Chen was too lazy to explain, because Lin Chen had already thought of a way to deal with it. Xiao Chen. Ding Xiaoya carefully shouted. Lin Chen made a reassuring gesture towards Xiaoya, and then waited for the security guards of 1000 Gold Plaza to arrive. Who's causing trouble here? Not to mention the speed of these people wasn't bad. The waitress was already squatting on the ground in pain, but she still endured the pain and pointed at Lin Chen. It's him, he broke our window glass and hurt me. I want them to pay compensation. Did you do it? The security chief squeezed to the front and looked Lin Chen up and down. Do you think it's possible? The security chief looked around for a moment, then said to Lin Chen, in any case, come with us to the security room. What if I say no? Then don't blame me for being rude. Slow down. Who's making noise here? At this time, a professional woman in an OL outfit stepped on her high heels and walked this way. Her body was concave and convex, her face was a bit haggard but it was pretty much covered by makeup, her long hair was tied up, and her delicate features gave people an urge to kiss her. However, Lin Chen had Xiaoya by his side, and only had appreciative eyes for such a woman, nothing else. What are you looking at? Ding Xiaoya pouted. Lin Chen didn't avoid it. When I see a beautiful landscape, I always want to look at it one more time, but no matter how beautiful the landscape is, it can't compare to my wife. What's the situation? The woman asked coldly. The security chief took a look and immediately averted his gaze, lowered his head and said, Ye general manager, is this? Oh. What is your name? Yi Qingying's gaze made contact with Lin Chen. Hiss. A shiver. Yi Qingying saw Lin Chen and smiled sweetly, and Lin Chen saw that Yi Qingying also smiled awkwardly. This woman was no one else, it was the boss's wife of the lingerie store just now. How did she transform into the Chief Yi in the mouth of this security chief? Alright. There's nothing more to it. You guys remember this from now on. This man, Lin Chen, is my master, Yi Qingying. If you disrespect him in the future, you're disrespecting me, so disperse. What? Master? When did he become her master? Lin Chen was puzzled in his heart. Could this be the female disciple of a business tycoon that the system rewarded him with? My name is Yi Qingying, please teach me more in the future, master. Chapter 47 Showing off my wealth, I'm good at it. Just like that, Lin Chen's disciple camp had another one. A chef Big Shot, Fatty Wang, and a businesswoman, Yi Qingying. It really didn't occur to me that this strong woman would even rent a store in her own mall and be her own boss lady. That store of yours? Lin Chen was a little confused. Yi Qingying's face was slightly flushed and she responded softly, that was just for her own convenience. I didn't think that Master's bout of maneuvering had indeed conquered me. In the future, if Master brings Master's maiden here, the things in this 1000 Gold Plaza can be picked at will, and they'll all be on my account. That's not a good idea. We're all family, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Master, this is the Diamond VIP card. There are only 4 of these cards, so I'll give you one, and as long as you spend money here in the future, the bill will be waived. Yi Qingying put a black card in Lin Chen's jacket pocket. I'm going to go. Is this a good thing? Lin Chen pulled Ding Xiaoya over and raised his eyebrows. Wife. Look, in the future, you can pick whatever you want from this 1,000 gold plaza. Without that card, can't you let me pick whatever I want? Ding Xiaoya slightly tasted it. This Yi Qingying was too good to them, right? So much so that Ding Xiaoya doubted that she would have any thoughts about Lin Chen. How could that be? As long as you want it, it's the stars in the sky that I can pick for you, not to mention this little 1,000 gold plaza. Lin Chen waved his hand and shouted in a very grandiose manner. Wow! So happy. Envying the people around him to death. If I met such a man, I would be willing to not let go. Go! I'm not that stupid. I'll give him a monkey. Why don't you give him a monkey? You're sick. Humph. What do you know? I'm gonna give him a basketball team. No, no, no. I'm gonna give him a soccer team. Ding. Congratulations, master. Favored wife points have skyrocketed to 1,000 points, rewarding you with a favored wife hairpin. Lin Chen casually pinched it, and the hairpin with a bow appeared in his hand, and raised his hand to put it on Ding Xiaoya's hair. Not to mention that the tiny hairpin made Ding Xiaoya look radiant, and even raised her spirits by more than 2 times. Ding Xiaoya herself marveled, huh? Why do I feel twice as refreshed? Lin Chen touched her hair and said lovingly, this bow hair card represents my love, it can give you the power of love. Boo! Ding Xiaoya stood on her tiptoes to give Lin Chen a light nod on his cheek. This dog food was scattered, it was the Yi Qingying who couldn't look at it anymore. Master! Ha! This will be a meet and greet gift for you, and my phone number is 188x times x times x times x times x. If there's anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Lin Chen pulled out a resident pill and handed it to Yi Qingying. Yi Qingying took it curiously and sniffed it on her nose, not knowing what it was. Ding Xiaoya ran over and muttered softly in her ear for a while. Yi Qingying's eyes lit up, then she bowed towards Lin Chen. Thank you, master, for your great love. Qingying has no way to repay you. In the future, I will only follow master's orders. Qingying will go back first. Saying that, she turned around and left in a trot. The people around did not know why Yi Qingying was in such a hurry to leave. Only Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya knew the secret. She had heard Ding Xiaoya say that the pill was magical and couldn't wait to go back to try it out. As soon as Yi Qingying left, the security chief respectfully said to Lin Chen, Young Lin. You please. Lin Chen nodded, pulled his wife and pushed the babies to go buy baby supplies. This baby needed all sorts of things, but there was everything. Xiao Chen. This spoon is good. Ding Xiaoya cheerfully walked in front. Buy 4. Lin Chen said as he put 4 spoons of the same style into the shopping basket. Xiao Chen, this spit towel is good. Buy 4. Tatsu, this little bell is nice. Buy 4. Hey! This baby toy car is so nice. Will our baby be too small? Can we use it now? Buy exactly 4. Without waiting for Lin Chen to greet the waiter, a woman pushed a stroller over and shouted to the waiter, Waiter! This stroller, my son wants it. Hello, ma'am, this is the one we looked at first. Xiaoya was in a hurry. You're looking at it? What's the point of looking at it? Did you buy it? The woman cursed and shouted, turned around, pointed her finger at Ding Xiaoya and shouted, Ding Xiaoya! Is it really you? Who Lily? Ding Xiaoya also exclaimed. They were classmates who lived in the same dormitory back then, but now that they have gone their separate ways, they didn't think they would run into each other in this baby store in 1,000 Gold Plaza. You brought your child here? Hu Lily glanced towards the stroller behind Xiaoya. You are also married? Ding Xiaoya pointed her finger at the man beside Hu Lily. Only to see Hu Lily a little embarrassed, but quickly replied, married or not, what does it matter? We all have a love crystallization, what are you afraid of? It's you, what? One breath gave birth to 4? Still really powerful, not worse than a sow. Ha ha. Hu Lily laughed uncontrollably. Her laughter caused Xiaoya to be very embarrassed, and also made Lin Chen very unhappy. What was the situation with this woman? Lin Chen looked back and forth on their faces, and Lin Chen could tell that this woman wasn't as amiable as she appeared to be, and was going to show off her wealth next. Sure enough. Hu Lily handed the stroller over to the man beside her and came to Ding Xiaoya's side, revealing the bracelet on her wrist. This woman cannot just know to give birth to a child,
you have to be a little bit better for yourself. Look at this bracelet is Catillo's. It's worth 100,000 or so. Said, she deliberately reached out to pick the bow haircard on Xiaoya's head. Ha! This haircard is quite nice. This haircard is a 2 yuan store to buy it. I forgot, you are the eldest Miss Ding family, how can it be a 2 yuan store to buy it? It's probably a gift from this poor boy. For this behavior of Hu Lili, Ding Xiaoya was not surprised at all, it was showing off. Originally, Ding Xiaoya didn't care to compare anything with such a woman. But she couldn't lose face with Lin Chen either. Took out her cell phone and clicked out the message that Lin Chen had transferred to her before. My husband doesn't have anything to give, it's casually 990,000 for me to spend as I please. That Hu Lili will be skeptical to come over to take a look, the face immediately changed. Lin Chen also added a sentence at this time, what's wrong wife? Not enough to spend? I'll transfer some more for you. The words just finished, Ding Xiaoya's cell phone a vibration, a message jumped out, your debit card account 99.99, on April 7th income Huaxia 1,000.00 yuan, the balance after the transaction 1999 931.79, Huaxia Bank. This. Hu Lili turned to the man with a black face and shouted, quickly transfer me 1 million. Chapter 48 Dog Eyes. 1 million? The man was immediately unhappy. To say that this Hu Lili play can be, if really big investment, perhaps mixed with feelings, it is not worth it. At least in the man's mind, he thinks that Hu Lili is just being played with. Honey, let's change the place. Have that 1 million what we do is not good, non in. 1 million. Give or take? Can you just swallow this breath? Watching someone hit you in the face. Hu Lili stopped in front of the man, reprimanded. The man did not say anything, directly holding the child toward the door of the 1,000 Gold Plaza. How can this be? This is her Hu Lili's treasure bowl and pocketbook. If you drive him away, that means that Hu Lili will be that kind of backer in the future, the money is naturally gone. You give me to stand still. Hu Lili heart thumped, shouted. But the man has chosen to leave, no turning back. Hu Lili ran all the way, followed, the man threw off Hu Lili. Hu Lili even dragged and pulled kneeling in front of the man, crying, I was wrong. Forgive me. Wrong? Will you buy in the future? Do not buy. Are you still being unreasonable? No. A farce ended here. Hu Lili not only did not pretend to be successful, but also let herself have no face. The woman is not a good person, but she has no face. Ding Xiaoya looked a little heartbroken, this woman is worth it? Lin Chen patted Xiaoya's shoulder, comforting, all right. This is her own choice, no one else can help her. I'm not sure what to say. Xiaoya adjusted her mindset and continued shopping. Selected a lot of daily necessities for the baby, and also bought a lot of toys. Now the 4 babies, hands and feet, were happy. Although they couldn't speak, the babbling in their mouths could tell how they were feeling. Big baby, poop. Ma. Giggle. Second baby, poop. Woo woo. Third baby, poopy mama. EEO. 4 treasures, MMMMMMMM. Lin Chen gave them a kiss on the cheeks, okay. After picking out something for you guys, it's time to buy clothes for mom. 1,000 Gold Plaza. A man and a woman, pushing 4 baby strollers in their hands, followed by 2 nannies and 2 bodyguards, this lineup and posture, let people look envious. Along the way, attracted a lot of people's attention, people talk a lot. Look at that man, how happy, have a beautiful wife, have 4 children, and a good family situation. Who said it is not? Wife, children, tickets, the ultimate goal of life has been achieved. Don't you think he's handsome? Handsome has nothing to do with you. How could it? What good things have gone to him? Lin Chen and Xiaoya looked at each other and guffawed. Xiaoya. Go inside and pick out some clothes. They walked to the entrance of the women's clothing store and Lin Chen pointed at the beautiful spring clothes and said to Xiaoya. Forget it. I've bought so many things today. Besides, I still have a lot of clothes. Xiaoya politely refused. Who knows, Lin Chen directly pulled Xiaoya into the store and shouted to the attendant, Beauty, help my wife pick some clothes, pick towards the good-looking ones, don't bother thinking about the price. Wow. Bully. This man is a rich second generation, right? So willing to spend money for his wife, what a man. He's a good man. I'd be lucky to meet one in my life. If I had money, I'd be so cool too. Bullshit.
He loves his wife, it has nothing to do with money. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. If you don't have money, you can only be a lickspill. That's not necessarily true. I think you guys are just jealous. Lin Chen shook his head slightly at these remarks. It really had nothing to do with money. If he only had $100 right now, he would also take it all out and give it to Xiaoya. As long as he had it, he would take it all out and give it to her. This was perhaps a man's aching love for the woman he loved. As for licking dogs, that was some people who didn't have confidence in themselves or in women. In Lin Chen's case, that didn't exist. The beautiful waitress showed her signature smile. Sir, ma'am, how can I help you? No need. I'll just take a look. Ding Xiaoya flipped through that clothing tag. At once, she didn't want to look at it, 3 digits at the beginning. Is this a dress? In the past, when she was a young lady, she didn't spend so much, and now that she has 4 babies to feed, she has long been accustomed to thrift and frugality. So pulled Lin Chen to leave. Lin Chen did not let her as she wanted, pulled her back, said to the beautiful waitress, This one. This. What? Today this is to get rich, buy a piece, her commission is 10% almost 100,500, just now he counted 10 pieces, that is not? The beautiful waitress' eyes are straight gold light, excitedly followed Lin Chen, will be his point of the clothes in the hands. None of these are wanted. What? Don't. The beautiful waitress didn't expect that she had been tricked, and her mood immediately hit rock bottom. The smile on her face slowly disappeared, and she angrily threw the clothes in her hands on the hanger, about to roar. This side, Lin Chen then continued, other than these, all the others are for my wife to try on. Phew. Didn't say it earlier, almost lost my manners. The beautiful waitress pulled Ding Xiaoya into the fitting room. For a while, several waiters in this clothing store were dedicated to Ding Xiaoya's service. There were those who picked the clothes, those who helped try on the clothes, and those who rearranged the tried-on clothes again. Tried a whole hour, but this hour, Lin Chen also did not idle, accompanied the baby to sit down the square in the small train, has been waiting for the baby tired, fell asleep, which returned to the clothing store just now. Just walked in, inside came the sound of quarrel. If you don't buy, don't try, what are you tossing us around for? It's not that I really don't want to, it's that aggrieved voice of Ding Xiaoya that came from inside you. What? You're blaming us? If it wasn't for your man's nonsense, we wouldn't have tried it for you. Now that you've tried it on, you won't buy it. Are you making fun of us? But I didn't say I had to buy it. I can't. You have to buy these wrinkled clothes for me today. Or else you can't leave. I'll go. Who is it? How dare you bully Xiaoya? Lin Chen quickened his pace and ran inside. What's going on? Hubby. Ding Xiaoya aggressively lunged towards Lin Chen's arms. Although Ding Xiaoya wasn't that weak, she couldn't handle so many people dealing with her alone. Yo! I thought you'd run away. It's best that you're here. Your wife has wrinkled these clothes, buy them away. Lin Chen had been quite happy, but was not in the mood at all by these waiters. Frowned, how much? I see that you can't afford to pay the original price, so I'll give you the disposal price. Here wrinkled 5 pieces. A total of 15,000. What? What? You guys are bullies. That's the price. Is that really the price? I hope you don't regret it. Lin Chen warned the other party. Country bumpkin. Can't afford it, can you? Then don't try it in the first place. Hurry up. Pay up and leave. Or else. Chapter 49 Uncle can tolerate, and can't tolerate. Or else. Why are there so many idiots in this world who threaten others? Are they that confident? Today, I love to buy it, I don't like it, I don't buy it, what's wrong? Lin Chen pulled Ding Xiaoya to leave. Stop. The few waiters were anxious and stopped them in their tracks. Xiao Yan, go call the boss. Xiao Hong quickly informed the security chief. Xiao Zhang, let's stop them, don't let them escape. One of the slightly fatter waiters was domineering, opening his arms to stop Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya. Supervisor. Otherwise, let's forget about it. She didn't ruin our clothes either. Xiao Yan reminded in a low voice. Just now, those clothes were organized by Xiao Yan, not to mention the clothes were damaged, there were not even a few wrinkles, this was completely fabricated by Du Shuang. Xiao Yan. You shut up. Learn from me. If you don't, you'll lose your bonus this month. You'll get 1,500 yuan minimum wage. If they run away, I'll dock your paycheck. Du Shuang lectured Xiao Yan with an unhappy face. How can Xiao Yan live on 1,500 yuan? She is just a fresh graduate, and with a plan to start from the grassroots, she came to this 1,000 Gold Plaza to find a sales job. Now that the supervisors are doing things that are against their conscience and asking Xiao Yan to do the same, she just can't agree. I'm not going to participate in it, she said. As a result, the supervisor not only wants to deduct the bonus, but also the salary. This is bullying too much. All the aggression of these days came out at once, and Xiao Yan's eyes became moist all of a sudden. Through that badge, Lin Chen knew that the woman in front of him was called Du Shuang. Ha! Once this person thinks she's the boss, she's not afraid of the sky, not afraid of the earth, and then thinks she's the boss. Stopping Lin Chen is no problem, the key they have to be able to a reason to stop As far as this buying and selling was concerned, Lin Chen definitely wouldn't agree. He just want to buy more clothes for Xiaoya, do not care about the price, but does not mean that he can do the wrongdoer. These several women seem to be old, I guess usually do a lot of this kind of forced sale hook. Especially this woman called Du Shuang, encountered this kind of thing, not the slightest panic. That proficiency in commanding on the spot was not something that could be practiced in a day or two. And also bullying newcomers, which was even more irritating to Lin Chen. Run? Why would I run? If I didn't see that you're a woman, I would have slapped you over. Lin Chen frowned. Originally, he hadn't wanted to publicize it, he just wanted to buy the clothes in a low profile and leave. Now not only could he not buy the clothes, but he had to be falsely accused of being forced to buy and sell. Uncle can tolerate it, and can't. Xiao Chen, I'll do it. Ding Xiaoya changed her soft appearance just now, and exuded her previous air of an icy cold strong woman again. You are called Du Shuang, aren't you? It is. Snap. The hot slap is very loud. Du Shuang stared wide-eyed, froze in place, one hand touched his hot cheeks, actually did not have the momentum just now. Ding Xiaoya clapped her hands and said to herself, so it's a paper tiger. Wow. Come to the people Hit people. Du Shuang burst into a shout. Lighting up the woman's trick, sitting on the ground, cloaked, yelling. Du Shuang's shouting attracted a few colleagues in the clothing store, but also the door of a few passing customers to attract the footsteps. All of a sudden people gradually more and more. Lin Chen quietly sent a message to Lin Air, leave a protection baby, come to the door of a store called Givenchy Women's Clothing Store, waiting to receive. Don't a moment more people, hurt Xiaoya, do everything. Who hit people? The security chief ran to the sound, followed by 10 or so security henchmen. Security chief. Hurry up. It's them. Not only did they try on the clothes and ruin our store, they also tried to run away. And now they're beating people up. Arrest them. Du Shuang nimbly stood up from the ground, pointing his finger at Lin Chen and Xiaoya and shouting. Is that so? Let me see who's so arrogant, I don't believe it. When the security chief saw those two faces, his own expression was very skillful. Secretly, he was glad. I don't think he exploded just now, did he? Hiss. So close. It's all this stinking woman. It's the same trick every time, let's kick the bucket this time. The security chief immediately saluted Lin Chen, then gave a 90 bow and shouted, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was Yun Lin, please make sure you take it easy. Lin Chen didn't want to say anything more, this itself didn't have much to do with this security chief. Lin Xiao? Take the heat off? Du Shuang asked suspiciously, Captain Zhang. What's wrong with you? When are you being polite here? Do we need to be so polite to people like this? Not only are they poor, the key is that they have no self-awareness. To have no money and still come to our luxury store to try on clothes, what is this if not vanity? Poor? Vanity? If even Mr. Lin is poor, then there are no rich people. Just now, he heard that Lin Xiao transferred $1 million in cash to his woman without blinking an eye. To know the era of cash is king, this lightly transfer 1 million means what? It meant that he had 10 times 100 times more money than this 1 million. Captain Zhang didn't say anything because he didn't want to offend Lin Chen or lose his job because of this. Just now, his own boss had called this Lin Xiao as his master. TSK. Is this an ordinary person? Couldn't afford to be offended. When she saw Captain Zhang pretending not to hear, she turned her gaze back to Ding Xiaoya and opened her hands to lay hands on her. It seemed like the beating was still too light, and it didn't have a deterrent effect on her at all. She also dared to make a move on Xiaoya? Simply doesn't know how to die. Suddenly a tall figure blocked her way. It was like hitting a wall, touching her so painfully. Ah! Du Shuang covered her nose in pain and screamed. Ha ha! The onlookers beside her laughed heartily. This woman deserved to be punished, even if the dog's eyes look down on others, but also on the customer's hands. She is arrogant and accustomed to it. Are you out of business? What are you doing here? A middle-aged man came over. A group of salesmen saw this middle-aged man and ran back to their respective stores. The spectators gathered here also made way. Manager Lee. You come to judge, they just look but don't sell, they even damaged our clothes. We asked them to make a little compensation, but even if they don't, they still hit people. Manager Lee, you can take care of this matter. Du Shuang spoke furiously. Oh? This Manager Lee is a human being, and did not rush to judgment, but looked up and down at Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya, first assessing them from the bottom of his heart before making a choice. Ha! Manager Lee suddenly saw that beside him stood Captain Zhang, the head of the security team, respectfully. Captain Zhang? So free today? Come here to take a look around? Manager Lee flirted with Captain Zhang with a smile on his face. Humph. Old fox. Captain Zhang muttered in his heart and turned around, ignoring him. This put Manager Lee in a difficult position. Could it be that these two people were relatives and friends of this captain? Manager Lee, you have to make a decision for me. Du Shuang saw that Manager Lee did not respond and continued to apply pressure. Chapter 50 deserves an apology. This little bitch usually did not give herself a lot of benefits. The key there are a few times to let him, a middle-aged man, to taste the taste of young people. That flavor. Until now, Manager Lee still remembers it vividly. But today this seems to be a little bit not right, usually impartial and selfless. To support the righteousness of the Captain Zhang boasted of his own surprisingly did not squeak, do not stand in line. This in itself is problematic. But this man and woman looks ordinary. Although they look okay, but with this line on their bodies, the man is no more than 200, and the woman is no more than 500. Their lives are clearly out of place with the goods here. So what can you do if you are offended? Having made up his mind, Manager Lee began his performance. You pay the money and let you go. Otherwise, see you at the police station. Simple and clean. That Du Shuang immediately eyes Gold Star, so powerful, this is a real man. Manager Lee was also attracted by Du Shuang's charming eyes, and both of them began to secretly throw winks at each other. Compensation. Why should I pay for it? Ding Xiaoya coldly questioned. Lin Chen did not leave, but instead let go of Ding Xiaoya's hand and walked towards the inside of the Givenchy store. Bang bang bang. The hanging hangers inside were instantly smashed to pieces by Lin Chen, that is, even the computer at the cashier was smashed. This. Du Shuang and Manager Lee were dumbfounded. What is this situation? If the boss knew about this, they wouldn't be able to eat or walk around. Now, even if the customer is really responsible, they can't get away with these losses. Quickly! Stop him! Manager Lee shouted at Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang doesn't care about him. Where's the vigor you had just now? Now you're begging? But even if Manager Lee begs on his knees, he won't stop him. Isn't that asking for bad luck? The boss has to call him master. Can this be messed with? Captain Zhang even took the opportunity to send a message to the boss, reporting the situation here yet. Seeing that Captain Zhang didn't help, Manager Lee had to go on his own. If he let Lin Chen smash it down again, not only would it be Givenchy that suffered losses, even the entire 1,000 Gold Plaza would be affected. This impact of 1 to 10, 10 to 100, then in the future this mall do not have to open the door. Whoever of you doesn't do it, I'll deduct their salary until it's finished. Manager Lee saw that Captain Zhang didn't react, so he directly gave orders to those security guards. It's true that a big official is a big man. They are all forced to make a living. It's really not easy for them to have a job. Since the leader gave the order, they had no choice but to follow it. Wait a minute. I'm the head of security. Listen up, all of you. No one is allowed to go. Captain Zhang had already made his choice and made up his mind to help Lin Chen. The security guards who had just started to compromise looked at each other and collected their steps. Manager Lee was furious and pulled out his phone.
In less than 5 minutes, 10 yellow hairs appeared in 1,000 Gold Plaza. Clatter! The 10 yellow hairs came together, one by one, they rolled up their sleeves and swung their fists to smash down on Lin Chen. Don't! Ding Xiaoya covered her face with one hand, not daring to look down. If Lin Chen was beaten up by these 10 yellow hairs, he would probably have to lie in bed for 10 days and half a month. Then the days after. Ding Xiaoya didn't dare to imagine going on. At this time, she didn't know where the strength came from, and pushed away the yellow hairs in front of her, and blocked towards Lin Chen's body. Her subconscious was to use her own body to help Lin Chen block, as much as she could. I don't know who it was that threw an orb at Ding Xiaoya's feet. Ding Xiaoya's feet slipped, her body lurched, and a cry of shock escaped her mouth. Ah! Seeing Ding Xiaoya's head slamming down towards the ground, Lin Chen's chest hurt, and not knowing where to get the strength, he lifted off 4 or 5 yellow hairs on his body and grabbed his own body to cushion himself underneath before Ding Xiaoya fell to the ground. HM. A muffled sound, Ding Xiaoya fainted. Who? Lin Chen's gaze was crimson, scanning the surroundings, questioning. No one dared to speak. Looking at those crimson eyes made them feel scared. Those yellow hairs saw the anger in Lin Chen's eyes, as well as the power they had just felt from Lin Chen. No one dared to take his words. Lin Chen opened his eye of prediction and realized that Ding Xiaoya was not in any serious trouble for a few hours afterward, and was also very healthy, having just received a hint of shock just now. Combined with the fear for Lin Chen's safety, she had fainted from overstimulation. Who the hell is it? Lin Chen roared once more. No voice answered. On the contrary, Manager Li disdainfully stood out from behind yellow hair and said in a conspiratorial manner, "This is what she asked for. Would it have happened if she hadn't rushed up? And you don't want to leave today, you have to pay for all the damages here. Or else you'll spend a few years in jail." Hey! Threats again! Lin Chen hated threats the most, and they were the kind that were blindly confident and out of his depth. Pay up? Of course. My initial estimate is at least $5 million. Manager Li thinks he's got 2 for 1. Look. He'll just give in and admit his punishment. Hey, $5 million, I think we can get half of that. This Manager Li has even brainstormed a follow-up to this payout. Good. I will pay. Lin Chen said coldly. Ha ha. It's just a matter of being smart earlier. It's not necessary to make it impossible to end the game. Manager Li thought he was right. That Du Shuang also stepped forward, sarcasm, who said it is not. Early to recognize the compensation, will not lose so much. Come on people, keep an eye on him, don't let him get away. But. Lin Chen suddenly turned his tone, his eyes glancing back and forth between Du Shuang and Manager Li. Coldly, he said, before that, I want you to apologize to my wife. What? Ah! You're out of your mind. Du Shuang had a displeased look on her face. However, since she was afraid of Lin Chen's eyes, she immediately hid behind Manager Li. Unbelievable. Manager Li was still very hungover. You slandered first, you should apologize. You're indiscriminate, you should apologize even more. You're dog-eyed, shouldn't you apologize? You're bullying people, so if you don't apologize, you won't stop today. Lin Chen had already endured to the extreme. Smashing this Da Vinci just now was just the beginning. He wanted to make this woman lose her job, and make this Manager Li lose his current job. To make the person who deserved it be punished. Roar! Lin Chen roared, his body flashed, one hand on Du Shuang's neck, suspending her entire body in mid-air. Coughing due to the difficulty in breathing, this Du Shuang's face was red and she was also coughing violently. And to the side of the Manager Li sent a look for help. His lover was treated like this, of course, Manager Li can't look on with bated breath. Big hand wave, not to help, if you do not work, do not want to take a penny. Hearing that today's work would be for nothing, the yellow hairs all vented their anger on Lin Chen. No! That guy couldn't seem to do it, so they all shifted their targets to the unconscious Ding Xiaoya. But as they approached Ding Xiaoya, an even taller figure blocked their way. Stop! Chapter 51, Don't Give Yourself to Me. Stop! Where did this big, stupid man come from? Did this person not see the situation clearly, or is he himself stupid to dare to help them to stand up to the 1,000 Gold Plaza, Manager Li? Right. The one who stood in front of Xiaoya was Lin Yi, who had come in after receiving Lin Chen's message. It was just that he hadn't made a move before because Lin Chen had been around. Now that someone was trying to take advantage of the situation, there was no way he would be allowed to succeed.
Silly big guy. Hurry up and get out of the way, don't get in the way of master's work. The yellow hairs are all gangsters, and each one of them eats this kind of meal for people. So when it comes to this kind of thing, they're usually quick to get the money and go. Unfortunately, they won't be so lucky today. Get lost. I don't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Linny intimidated them with an expressionless face. Yoo-hoo! This stupid big guy has quite a personality. Manager Lee was worried about Du Shuang while wanting to quickly resolve this matter, otherwise it would spread out and have a bad impact on 1000 Gold Plaza, and when it did, it would not be good if it reached the boss's ears. This side while attracting the attention of the stupid big man, while winking at the yellow hairs, so that they quickly fight. Unfortunately for Lin Yi, the wind and rain didn't move. Just like a big mountain in front of them, it was insurmountable. Finish him off. Manager Lee had lost his patience and gave orders to the yellow hairs. On. Clatter. Surrounding in a zigzag formation. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry, instead he wanted to see just how strong this Lin Yi was. Stop it. Brush, brush, brush. Everyone looked towards the doorway. A delicate figure came towards this side in a graceful manner. It was Yi Qingying, the owner of 1000 Gold Plaza. Today's boss Yi seemed to be a little different from the past, that skin was more delicate and smooth, there were no more crow's feet on that face, and that temperament had become even more delicate. This is simply a different person, no. Is much younger. A face full of collagen. Of course Lin Chen knew why she had become like this, it was thanks to the body strengthening pill he had given Yi Qingying. Why is she here? Manager Li first looked at that Captain Zhang, and then at Du Shuang, who had been thrown to the ground by Lin Chen, and frowned, having that hint of a bad premonition. Immediately greeted him, General Manager Yi. What brings you here? There's a small incident here, I'll be able to fix it right away. Yi Qingying did not even look at him and directly Lin Chen walked away. Manager Li's heart thumped and his eyes went to Du Shuang. Du Shuang understood, immediately got up from the ground, ran to Yi Qingying, crying, Yi General Manager. You have to make a decision for me. This man and this woman were not only vicious, Du Shuang used all the bad words on Lin Chen and Xiaoya, as if these two people were her enemies to be suppressed to death. It's just that this General Manager Ye's expression wasn't right. She smiled, and it was facing the direction of that man. She only saw Yi Qingying guffawing towards Lin Chen, then she made a graceful bow, her mouth sweetly shouting, Master as well. My disciple greets you. Master. Apprentice? The crowd was dumbfounded. What is this situation? God isn't kidding. Chief Yi just called that man master? Bang bang bang. Du Shuang immediately felt his heart beating hard, and his eyes looked at Manager Li in horror. Just that Manager Li is not a little better than him, a 180 man, 2 legs straight shivering, and slurred to say something, but no one can hear clearly. It's over. Du Shuang body paralyzed, sitting on the ground, eyes are godless, the people around them say something can no longer listen to it. Lin Chen picked up Xiaoyao on the ground, and said to Yi Qingying without expression, you settle things here, I'll wait for you in your office. Walking to Du Shuang's side, that Du Shuang himself sat on the ground unable to self in fear. Lin Chen shook his head and came back to Manager Li, Lin Chen raised his foot and kicked it. With a soft cry, Manager Li fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations master, accompanying signing in is complete, rewarding Fan Li for his business acumen, please pay attention to receiving it. Fan Li's business acumen? Hey! What a timely arrival. This Yi Qingying worships herself as her teacher, and she still doesn't know what to teach her. Isn't this the right time to teach her the art of business? It's a good kick, it's a top skill. This Fan Li's business acumen given to a random ordinary person would be enough to change his life, right? Lin Chen hugged Ding Xiaoya and hurriedly left. Behind him, Chun Mei and Xiao Shan pushed 4 baby strollers behind them, with Lin Yi Lin Air at the very back breaking off. Captain Zhang immediately sent a quick-witted security guard to lead the way for Lin Chen. Bam! Lin Chen kicked open the door to Yi Qingying's office. The small security guard immediately brought the door back up and stood at the door to stand guard. Of course Lin 1 and Lin 2 were also standing at the door. Lin Chen placed Xiaoyao on the sofa and whispered in her ear, you can open your eyes now. It turned out that Lin Chen had already known that she had woken up. It was just that she was in the way of being held in Lin Chen's arms, and she was shy. Xiaoya pushed Lin Chen away and laughed gently, blame you. He. I didn't see it.
Chun-Mei turned her face away, while Chiu Xiang was preoccupied with the baby. Xiaoya quickly jumped up from the sofa and came to the baby's side, checking them up one by one, so they don't get hurt by mistake. Just now, the reason why Ding Xiaoya was able to dodge a bullet, although it had something to do with Lin Chen stepping in to protect it in time, but the moment Ding Xiaoya collapsed to the ground, Lin Chen saw the bow hair card flash a light. This bow tie hair card turned out to be a talisman-like thing. In the future, this bow tie is not allowed to leave you, you must wear it at all times, understand? Lin Chen seriously explained. Ding Xiaoya gave him a blank look, got it. Long-winded. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders and sat on Yi Qingying's seat in boredom, crossing his legs. Thinking that Lin Chen was angry, Ding Xiaoya put down the bao and came to Lin Chen's side to cautiously try, hey. Not angry, right? Angry? Why should I be angry? Lin Chen's eyes were focused on the window. Here is a 16-story high building, and that glass window outside even hanging a person, that person wearing overalls, head wearing a helmet, in the effort to scrub the glass. And at this moment, Ding Xiaoya thought that Lin Chen was really angry, and summoned up the courage to kiss Lin Chen on the mouth. Ta-da! Ha! The cleaner outside that window looked directly dumbfounded, never imagining that he could encounter this good thing today. When Ding Xiaoya raised her head and followed Lin Chen's gaze to the window, she realized that what she had just done was clearly seen. Phew! Luckily not doing anything else, Ding Xiaoya went to play with the babies with a red face. It didn't take long for Yi Qingying to come back. As soon as she came in, she said to Lin Chen, Master, I've already handed over those 2 people to the police, please don't worry, they will be punished accordingly. That's good. I've worked hard for you. This was the first time Lin Chen had politely spoken to Yi Qingying like this, but it made Yi Qingying's face look like a blooming flower in happiness. Unfortunately bitter. I still have to thank Master. It's just that I don't have anything to repay. Don't. You mustn't give yourself in return. Ding Xiaoya blurted out in a hurry. Chapter 52 The Business Sector's Treasure. Ah! Ding Xiaoya opened her mouth to refuse, which made the atmosphere awkward. It had to be said that this Yi Qingying had a crush on Lin Chen, but Lin Chen always intentionally avoided her. Now that Ding Xiaoya had said this, it seemed as if the clouds had been lifted to see the sun. There didn't seem to be that much of a gap between the 3 of them anymore. Xingying, come here, since you called me master, then I have to give my disciple a meeting gift as well. Saying that, Lin Chen threw Yi Qingying a book. This master was too stingy, right? A book for a meeting gift? Even Ding Xiaoya couldn't stand it anymore and reached out to get it back. No matter what, there must be jade jewelry or something, this took out a book to give away, isn't it a shame? The Art of Doing Business with Family. Yi Qingying's eyes lit up and immediately flipped through a few pages. The more she read, the more excited she became, fiercely closing the book and stuffing it in her arms. Thank you, master. Ah. This time, Ding Xiaoya was stunned. What's going on with these 2 people? One giving a gift of books, one receiving such a gift and still so happy. Could it be that there really is some kind of ulterior secret between them? So Ding Xiaoya began to think wildly again. Ding Xiaoya's little thoughts were all seen by Lin Chen, who shook his head and said to Yi Qingying, Qingying, show that book to your teacher's mother just now. Ah. Being punctured by Lin Chen, so embarrassing. What's seen your mother, just call Xiaoya. Xiaoya sister, this may be dispensable to you guys, but it's a treasure to me, don't make fun of me. Yi Qingying carefully took it out of her arms and handed it to Ding Xiaoya. Ding Xiaoya's eye stole a glance and her heart was shocked. What is this? The Art of Doing Business with Family. This. Ding Xiaoya's eyes swept towards Lin Chen, her heart a little shocked. How did he have this? And surprisingly, he had given it to Yi Qingying in a very generous manner. She was the eldest miss of the Ding family, and she knew a thing or two about some of the treasures of the business world. This family's art of doing business was a legendary existence that no one had ever seen before. It was something Ding Xiaoya had seen introduced in a miscellaneous book. The 7 treasures of Huaxia were the family's art of doing business in the business world, the butcher's knife in the culinary world, the boyaguchin in the music world, the yellow emperor's internal canon in the medical world, the divine brush in the fine arts world, the divine farmer's classic in the planting world, and the linglong chess game technique in the chess world. In fact, there was also one of the strongest, which was the 8 trigrams of Zhou, and Lin Chen's eye of prediction was the strongest of the strong. Yi Qingying saw that Ding Xiaoya had an unusual reaction to seeing it, and had been gripping it tightly in her hand with no intention of letting go. This could make Yi Qingying anxious. What is this? It was not agreed that it was just a glance. How could she draw it back? Yi Qingying had no choice but to turn her gaze to Master Lin Chen. Lin Chen gave Ding Xiaoya's small hand a gentle pat and pulled it into his arms. Whispering in her ear, he said, "You want it? I'll give it to you at night." Ding Xiaoya's face reddened and pushed Lin Chen away, pouting, "What do you want?" "I also want Fan Li's art of doing business. This is what countless people in business dream of getting. Of course, some low-level businessmen simply can't get in touch with it. Even if this book is thrown to him, he doesn't know it's a treasure." But Ding Xiaoya was different. Coming from a big family and having been well educated since she was a child, she certainly knew about the importance of this Fan Li's art of doing business. Lin Chen replied awkwardly, "This stuff is all in my head. I said I'd teach it to you at night. What are you imagining?" At this moment, Ding Xiaoya wanted to find a crack in the ground. It was simply too embarrassing. However, it was fortunate that Yi Qingying was generous. Putting the book back in place, she went forward and took Ding Xiaoya's arm and said, "Xiaoya sister, if you want to see it, when I go back and watch it, I can show it to you." It's fine. Lin Chen has it all in his head, so it's not necessary." Ding Xiaoya's face was red all the way to the depths of her neck. Yi Qingying was grateful to Lin Chen from the bottom of her heart. She didn't think that this master that she had worshipped on a whim would be so generous and trusting. Then she, Yi Qingying, would definitely not let down this trust from Lin Chen, and she intended to be sincere. At this time, a secretary rushed in a panic and opened her mouth to shout, "General Manager Yi." The organizer of the competition asked for more funding, but that secretary saw that there were still outsiders in Yi Qingying's office, so she shut her mouth and didn't know what to do. Yi Qingying beckoned to the secretary, "We are all on our own here, go ahead." "Own people?" That secretary was stunned. All along Mr. Yi has been a loner and seldom trusts others. This suddenly came two people who were his own people, which made the secretary a bit surprised. But there was also some joy. Finally Yi would not be so withdrawn and have friends. Just what kind of friends could this man and woman be of General Yi? Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya glanced at each other, not thinking that Yi Qingying really took them as her own. Lin Chen was secretly delighted. It seemed that he had been right in reading people. The secretary adjusted for a moment before slowly saying, "Mr. Yi, the organizer of the baby supplement competition suddenly sent a letter saying that the competition's funding was insufficient, and that it needed our main sponsor to increase its sponsorship funding." Baby supplement competition? Lin Chen's heart rejoiced. It turned out that Yi Qingying was the main sponsor behind the competition, then that would be a good thing to do. Yi Qingying frowned. How did they go back on their word? The contract was clear in the beginning, telling them it was impossible. Yi. The secretary was about to turn around and leave. "Wait a minute." Lin Chen called the secretary back. "Master?" Yi Qingying let out a soft cry. "Master?" The secretary was even more puzzled. Chief Yi even called this young man master? Lin Chen said unhurriedly, "Promise them." Yi Qingying didn't even think about it and snapped at the secretary, "Promised them an additional 10 million. Fine. However, there's a condition." "Condition?" "Brush, brush, brush." The three pairs of eyes were all aimed at Lin Chen, all waiting for what he would say later, but unfortunately, Lin Chen unexpectedly stopped. Ding Xiaoya stomped her foot. "Why don't you say it?" "Ha! Sometimes you can't pretend. Look. Make your wife anxious. Give a baby supplement, great God race slot." His own system sent one, and then asked for one to give Fatty Wang, so that he and Fatty Wang can participate in this competition. "Okay. Secretary Wang, this is in your hands, go do it." Yi Qingying gave an order and Secretary Wang hurriedly left. Just a few words and another $10 million thrown in? Secretary Wang shook her head gently. How could she know that the book that Lin Chen had just given Yi Qingying was worth more than $10 million? Even if it was $100 million, Yi Qingying wouldn't exchange it with anyone else. Of course Lin Chen wouldn't let Yi Qingying suffer. That would look like this master taking advantage of his disciple. "Qingying, give me the account number, this 10 million, I'll give." Saying that, Lin Chen took out his cell phone and wanted to add Yi Qingying's WeChat. "No. No need. Master. I can give it." Yi Qingying refused. 5-3. Lin Chen was the first to run out and hold the second baby in his arms. That second baby was also strange. As long as it was held in Lin Chen's arms, it would never cry again. It was truly divine. That pair of ebony eyes surveyed Lin Chen, grinning. Yi Qingying also ran out of the office and was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. "Master. Are these 4 babies all your children?"
Ding Xiaoya nodded for Lin Chen and replied, yes. These 4 are all mine and Lin Chen's children. They are quadruplets. Wow. Too cute. Too cute. Yi Qingying went up and pinched the face of the eldest baby, scratched the nose of the second baby, patted the butt of the third baby, and finally wanted to hug the fourth baby. Under Ding Xiaoya's careful teaching, Yi Qingying hugged the 4 babies as she wished. Suddenly, she sprouted an idea, Master. I have an idea, is it possible for the babies to be the ambassadors of this baby supplement competition? Lin Chen subconsciously looked at Ding Xiaoya. After all, Xiaoya was the mother of the children, so she still had to ask for her opinion. Of course I can, my babies are not flowers growing in a greenhouse, they will all leave us later. Besides there's Lin Chen, I'm not afraid. Ding Xiaoya replied in a gentle manner. Good one, I'm not afraid. Lin Chen's heart warmed. Yi Qingying's heart was filled with jealousy, but at the same time there was also warmth, feeling happy for Master for having such a good woman for him. Row. Then let's take a few sets of pictures of the babies first, then we'll go eat. Yi Qingying proposed. Good. The next thing that happened was that they were brought to an empty room that was filled with equipment for taking pictures. It seems that this is 1000 Gold Plaza, as specialized advertising room. I heard that they have their own professional advertising department, and it seems to be true. Only to see Yi Qingying personally come in with a DSLR, in a professional attire, with her hair tied up in a ponytail, looking very competent. I didn't think that this Yi Qingying had this side. After an afternoon of taking pictures, the babies were so happy, among them Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya also took a lot. There were also family photos. In the end, Lin Chen and Ding Xiaoya chose 5 photos for Yi Qingying to use as the image of this baby supplement competition. So, the letter to the organizer added another condition: the image ambassador was provided by the main sponsor. Thus finalizing the matters, Lin Chen didn't have to put in much effort to bring in the slot belonging to Fatty Wang for the baby supplement competition. Master. Where are we going to eat? Yi Qingying asked Lin Chen for his opinion. Let's go to Zishanxian. That's my base. That's good. I often go there too, it's been a long time since I've tasted Fatty Wang's handiwork. Yi Qingying doesn't know that Fatty Wang's cooking skills have improved, and Lin Chen is Fatty Wang's master. Lin Chen called the 3 roommates at the same time. Hey! Boss, Zishanxian, box 222, come to dinner. Without waiting for the boss to ask, Lin Chen hung up the phone. I wonder how the 3 of them will react when they see this Yi Qingying later. As for whether or not they could succeed, it was up to them. Thinking of this, Lin Chen pulled Latin Xiaoya. Call your 2 co-workers too. What are you calling them for? Ding Xiaoya thought that today was Yi Qingying's Thanksgiving banquet, and it seemed a bit inappropriate to call her own co-workers. Lin Chen simply muttered in her ear for a while, and Ding Xiaoya sneaked a glance at Yi Qingying, and with an idea in her mind, she sent a message to Zhou Jia and Guanjia. Zhanghai University, Music Department Office. Zhou Jia and Guanjia were packing up their things and preparing to go home. Ha! Guanjia, your cell phone is vibrating, is that man asking you out? Zhou Jia teased. It's probably just spam again. Alas, we do not say that encounter Lin Chen so good man, is the average man do not come to tease us, you say we poor where? Guanjia said indignantly. Ha ha. Envy is envy. Hey! Maybe you've met your own Prince Charming today. Zhou Jia joked. Do. At this time Zhou Jia's pocket cell phone also came a vibration sound. Took it out to look at it and said to herself, it's from Xiaoya. Quickly look. Guanjia curiously put it over. Tonight at 6 o'clock, Zishanxian, 222 box, come to dinner. Zhou Jia opened her cell phone and read it word by word. Wow. Zishanxian. Oh my god. I've never been to such a high-class restaurant. Ding Xiaoya doesn't go there every day. It's a pity she only sent you a message inviting you. Guanjia looked frustrated. Zhou Jia immediately reminded her, didn't you just ask for a message too? Quickly open it and take a look. Guanjia fumbled to open her cell phone and jumped up in excitement. After the two were happy, they sized each other up and then looked at their cell phones. There is still an hour and a half, quickly go back and dress up, it's still not too late. So the two quickly left the office and ran towards home. 6 p.m. sharp. The Zishanxian 222 box was filled with people.
Lin Chen was sitting at the main seat, Ding Xiaoyao on the left, Yi Qingying on the right, and then Zhou Jie and Guan Jiao on the right respectively, followed by the oldest, Carrot, the second, Little Bench, and the third. The other side table was the 4 bodyguards, 2 nannies, and 4 babies.
Come on.
I'll say a few words, Yi Qingying said as she lifted her wine glass. The box was quiet.
Today is a banquet for me to thank my master, and it's also considered a thank you banquet. In the past, I always felt that I was a strong woman, and I've always been so arrogant and cocky that I didn't have any friends. Then the tone changed, but ever since I met my master Lin Chen, he made me feel small and that I still have a lot to learn. He has given me the most valuable thing, and I can't repay him enough.
Thank you, master. Saying that, Yi Qingying drank it all in one go,
drinking all the wine in the cup. Master. The 3 roommates looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. This old man has all the means in the world. When did he abduct another beautiful woman and become her master?
The 3 roommates gave Lin Chen a thumbs up.
Zhou Jie and Guan Jiao also quietly warned in Ding Xiaoya's ear, be careful of the man being robbed. Ding Xiaoya laughed it off.
When Lin Chen saw that Yi Qingying drank from her cup, he also stood up and took a sip of the wine in his cup. Yi Qingying is the boss of 1000 Gold Plaza, and also my disciple. Today let everyone out, is to recognize each other, don't be unaware that they are their own people when the time comes. Saying this, Lin Chen winked at his 3 roommates.
But to the contrary, these 3 simpletons didn't understand Lin Chen's meaning, and the oldest of them even asked back, what's wrong? Lao Si, your eyes are not comfortable?
Lin Chen was furious. In the past, they used to introduce their girlfriends for themselves.
What about that energy? Why is it gone now? I'm not feeling well, you asshole. LOL. Who's uncomfortable?
We've never had an uncomfortable guest who came to eat at the Purple Cuisine. The door of the box was pushed in, and a beautiful shadow floated in.
Chapter 54, Fatty Wang strives for a runner-up. Lu Pao Piao.
Yi Qingying whooshed and stood up. Also in the Shanghai business world, there was no one who didn't know Yi Qingying, and at the same time, there was no one who didn't know this Lu Pipio. One was the iceberg beauty of the business world, and the other was the thorny rose of the business world. No one expected that one day, these 2 beauties appeared because of the same person.
Yi Qingying. The collision of 2 beauties would be so uneventful.
After just a moment of eye contact, Lu Piao withdrew her gaze and walked towards Lin Chen.
Little Chen.
You brought your friend here and didn't notify me, so I could ask Fatty Wang to make preparations earlier.
Ha ha. It's all the same, do you want to sit down and eat together? Lin Chen politely greeted Lu Pipio. Karma. How is he familiar with anyone?
The 3 roommates in particular were really impressed with Lin Chen. At this time, the dishes were already served, the last dish, or Fatty Wang came in with it.
Fatty Wang. Yi Qingying?
However, Fatty Wang still bypassed Yi Qingying and came to Lin Chen's side, placed that dish in front of Lin Chen, and respectfully shouted, Master. This dish is my newly researched dish, you help me with your opinion.
Master? This own master has other disciples? That's not right. This Fatty Wang is one of the 3 most famous chefs in China. Is there any other chef who is more powerful than Fatty Wang?
Only to see Lin Chen nodding, and not being polite, he took the chopsticks handed over by Fatty Wang, and clamped on a piece and sent it to his mouth. This was a boiled bamboo shoot slice. It looked like the chili pepper was floating on top, especially appetizing, and it also smelled like it had a strong fragrance, as well as the bamboo shoot slices looked like they were sliced thinly, and hearing Lin Chen bite into it that way, it felt especially crispy. This makes anyone feel that this dish is absolute. Unfortunately, after Lin Chen took a bite, he put the bamboo shoot slices in the dish in front of him. He frowned, this boiled bamboo shoot slices looked colorful and flavorful. But this dish was too bad.
What?
Poor. Next everyone reached out their chopsticks and took a bite into their mouths to chew, all staring at each other and saying, it can be ah.
It's okay? You call this okay? Hey. Have they never seen real food? Let's go. I'll show you a hand.
Lin Chen stood up, patted Fatty Wang's shoulder and walked towards the back kitchen. Everyone was convinced of Lin Chen's words, but only Yi Qingying felt curious, so she asked Ding Xiaoya, Sister Xiaoya.
What is this about my master? Ding Xiaoya smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything, she just winked, you'll know in a moment. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen returned with Fatty Wang.
This time, Fatty Wang came back with a plate of bamboo shoots in his hand. This time it was steamed bamboo shoot slices. It looked much lighter, but it smelled like a fresh bamboo shoot flavor. Ka-ching! Yi Qingying couldn't help it and was the first to take a bite. Wow! It's really delicious. I've never had such delicious bamboo shoots before. Yi Qingying's praise was a direct indication that Lin Chen's dish was even better than Fatty Wang's. Delicious? Even Zhou Jia, who had never eaten bamboo shoots, went up and took a small piece and tasted it. Wow! Xiaoya, I've decided, I'm going to live in your house. Zhou Jia spat out. Ding Xiaoya stomped her foot, her face flushed red. No way. I don't know what's in your heart, do I? I don't even want to think about it. Ha ha. Zhou Jia was not dead set on it, and continued to ask, then it's always okay for me to come to your house once a week to rub a meal together, right? I'm not going to be able to do that. But said, can only be when I am, otherwise do not even think about it. Ding Xiaoya warned the co-worker. Zhou Jia nodded wryly, good. As long as it gives me a mouth to feed, anything goes. Add me too. Guan Jia also came up and said. Upon hearing that the two beauties were going to Lin Chen's house to dine, the three roommates all raised their hands and shouted, Old Four, don't forget about us. Master Yi Qingying, this cold beauty, would actually be able to beak. Master. There is still me. Fatty Wang looked at Lin Chen pitifully. Hey. What's all the fuss about? However, this meal was quite happy, and it had turned from Yi Qingying's thank you banquet to their party. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Chen placed the cup in his hand on the table and then stood up. Instantly, the box fell silent. This baby supplement Great God tournament is too important to us. If we can win the championship this time, I don't need to tell you the benefits of this. Not only will the signboard of Zishang Xian be preserved, but there will also be even greater benefits. Fatty Wang scratched his head and asked, Master. But we don't have a spot in the competition yet. Lin Chen glared at him and gave Fatty Wang the entry ticket that Yi Qingying had fought for. Looking at the ticket in his hand, Fatty Wang could never believe it. This master was truly a man of God, saying that he had it. Although Fatty Wang wanted to compete with all his heart, he understood that his master was much more powerful than himself. If his master could participate, he would be the absolute champion. So he gritted his teeth and cut off his love, returning the ticket back to Lin Chen. Master. It's better for you to go. If you go, this championship will be secure. Fatty Wang's action stunned the people next to him. This one of the 3 most famous chefs in China couldn't even make it? Is this Lin Chen really that good? But today, eating the steamed sliced bamboo shoots was really good. But why could Fatty Wang think that Lin Chen could win the championship? Ding Xiaoya agreed with Fatty Wang's thoughts, because she had seen Lin Chen's divine knife skills, and the shadowless maneuver, the spellbinding upside-down spoon. It was estimated that even Fatty Wang was 100,000 miles short of him. But everyone else was left with doubtful thoughts. Lin Chen was only an amateur no matter how good he was. Fatty Wang was a professional, and that competition wasn't about showing his specialty, it was about playing to the theme. It wasn't that people didn't believe in Lin Chen, but they believed in the profession more. It's just that this Fatty Wang is a famous chef, his words won't be nonsense. Could it be that Lin Chen's cooking skills had really reached that level? Hiss. Brush, brush, brush. In the face of so many gazes, Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. Only to see Lin Chen gently push Fatty Wang's hand back and slowly said, This is for you, I have another spot here. Ah. When did this quota become so worthless? For a moment he was able to come up with 2 on his own. But everyone was used to it, this coming out of Lin Chen's hand was quasi-correct. Thank you, master. Then for this competition, I'll strive to take a runner-up. Fatty Wang said cheerfully. Runner-up. Aha. Maybe it's a luxury to get a runner-up in this kind of competition. Fatty Wang, this is a wise move, more pragmatic. Perhaps the door of the box was not closed tightly, a head poked in the doorway and curiously let out a sound. When did Fatty Wang's dream is to get the first runner-up? Brush, brush, brush. All eyes looked towards the entrance of the box. Who was so impolite as to dare to peer into someone else's box so unscrupulously? Taking a closer look, Lin Chen was happy and immediately greeted him, Senior Sister Luo. Chapter 55, Luo Mei's Love Affair. Senior Sister Luo? The people in the box were curious about how this Lin Chen knew everyone. There didn't seem to be anyone he didn't recognize. only to see that Sister Luo was dressed in overalls, valiant and righteous. She stood there and no one dared to do anything bad, not even that kind of mind.
Lin Chen.
You are also there.
Just in time. Come on, I'll take you to meet someone.
Meet someone?
Lin Chen glanced back at Ding Xiaoya and asked, see who? My grandfather.
With that, Luo Mei pulled Lin Chen out of the box.
Towards the next box. Hey! I haven't promised yet. It's fine for Grandpa and I to promise. But I have a wife. That doesn't stop my grandfather from seeing you. But I have 4 children. It doesn't matter. My grandpa doesn't mind.
Lin Chen was speechless for a while. What is this? I hope Ding Xiaoya doesn't get the wrong idea, or else I won't be able to explain later.
What's this Sister Luo up to? Boom!
Luo Mei kicked open the door of the next box, then dragged Lin Chen in, shouting, Grandpa!
I've brought someone with me.
Oh? There were 3 or 4 people sitting in the box, and in the center was an old man with white hair, who looked pretty tough. On both sides sat a man in military uniform, and a woman who looked 7 or 8 times like Luo Mei.
Greetings. I'm a friend of Senior Sister Luo. My name is Lin Chen.
Seeing these people, Lin Chen felt some hint of respect from the bottom of his heart.
A superior, a soldier, and a noble woman. This made Lin Chen how can not let go ah.
He looked a bit restrained.
Are you Lin Chen? I've heard about you from Meyer a long time ago. When I saw you today, you really are a talented man.
The old man stroked his beard and nodded.
The soldier at the side looked Lin Chen up and down and asked, who else is in the family? How many siblings?
Do you have a girlfriend?
This is not an ordinary meeting. It's like meeting the parents. I'm actually married.
Lin Chen stood up and replied awkwardly.
Whoosh. The soldier also stood up and pointed at Luo Mei, nonsense.
The atmosphere became awkward, and Luo Mei, who had always been a big talker, lowered her head and cried. While crying, she pleaded, I just don't want the blind date you guys arranged. Lin Chen is the best man in my opinion.
He is my dream.
Unfortunately, he's already married, so none of you can make me get married in this lifetime.
Lin Chen's head was full of black lines. Isn't this pulling hate on himself?
Elder sister, elder sister. Do we have a grudge here? It's not even if you don't get me any favors, you're still causing me trouble. This time, Luo Badian swung his fist and hit Lin Chen straight in the face.
That's good. I'll ruin your dreams. Then you can get married honestly. It was too late, it was too soon. This punch utilized 50% of Luo Badian's strength. If it was an ordinary person, this punch would have killed or injured him. But Lin Chen is no ordinary man. Don't! Luo Mei exclaimed.
Then her body flashed in front of Lin Chen.
Boom!
Luo Mei was knocked down by a punch from her own father.
Puff!
A mouthful of blood spurted out, spilling all over the ground and staining his clothes red. Lin Chen hugged the injured Luo Mei and blamed himself, Senior sister.
Why are you so bitter?
Seeing that he had injured his daughter, Luo Badian became even more enraged, pointing his finger at Lin Chen and shouting, Get up, if it wasn't for you, my daughter wouldn't have been injured, you compensate me for my healthy daughter. Saying that, he was about to go forward and pull Lin Chen over and beat him up.
Enough! The old man finally snapped, don't call an ambulance yet. If you don't change this temper, how will you be promoted to general?
Even if they agree, I don't agree. There's no way I'm putting the lives of millions of soldiers in the hands of someone like you.
Hiss.
Speaking to Luo Badian's sore spot, he suddenly calmed down. The old man came to Lin Chen's side. Young man, how about helping me take Meyer to the hospital?
Right.
Please. The woman also said anxiously.
No.
Who knew that Lin Chen directly refused? The old master's face darkened. This brat couldn't really think that if Meyer liked him, he could fight against their Luo family at will. Then, Lin Chen continued to say something that shocked them all. I can cure Senior Sister Luo.
What?
You're a doctor? The woman asked in her first reaction. Lin Chen shook his head and didn't answer, pulling out a pill from his shirt pocket and directly stuffing it into Luo Mei's mouth.
The old man and the others looked shocked. What did this brat just give Meyer? Would this harm Meyer?
However, a miracle happened. Luo Mei's pale face slowly turned red. Luo Badian and the others looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. This kid really has something. However, the good times didn't last long. Luo Mei's body actually secreted some dirt out, and also emitted a trace of fishy odor.
That woman began to panic a bit. It's fine, Auntie will just take senior sister Luo to take a bath.
I will just wait here and not go anywhere.
Lin Chen knew what they were worried about and said something to put them at ease.
In fact, Luo Mei had woken up a long time ago. Just staying in Lin Chen's arms was so comfortable. If only she could lie in his arms for the rest of her life, how nice it would be. It was a pity that Ding Xiaoya had gotten the upper hand, and had even given birth to a child, so it would be impossible for her to do so in this lifetime. She is not going to be able to make it in this life. After experiencing this disaster, Luo Mei also figured it out.
After Luo Mei's mom took Luo Mei out, there were only 3 men left in the box. The box was quiet again. Are you really married? The old man asked again. It's true. It's in the next box 222. Lin Chen said brightly. He wasn't afraid of this Luo Baishan's revenge. On the contrary, he really wanted to compete with Luo Badian to see if this body of his could have a 100% chance of winning against this person who was going to become a general. Because all along, Lin Chen had never tested what kind of level he had actually reached after being transformed by the marrow cleansing pill. Box 222?
Hey! That's not a box that ordinary people can get into, you kid wouldn't be lying. Luo Baishan's eyes narrowed into slits as he looked at Lin Chen as if he wanted to see through him.
Boom!
The door was pushed open. He was right, I was next door, but now I'm here.
The one who came in was surprisingly Ding Xiaoya. This cold beauty was so worried about Lin Chen that she had chased him out and even inquired about Lin Chen being in this box. This woman was not ordinary.
Ding Xiaoya straightened her body, took big steps, and confidently walked to Lin Chen's side, sat down, and naturally took Lin Chen's arm, smiling at each other.
This didn't seem to be an act, it was real.
The old master and Luo Baishan's faces became even more ugly.
Which bit of my daughter is not better than her? Luo Badian questioned in a domineering manner. Boom!
Lin Chen slammed the table fiercely and stood up once again.
Chapter 56 I have conditions. In the face of their questioning, Lin Chen retorted, the woman I, Lin Chen, chose doesn't need to be questioned by anyone, and she is just better than anyone else.
Of course senior sister Luo isn't bad either, but this marriage love thing is all about destiny. I hope that you as elders won't interfere too much in senior sister Luo's relationship. Lin Chen's words put the two men in a daze. As Luo Badian, who was a soldier, and the old man, who used to be a soldier, they liked these personalities of Lin Chen, who dared to act and slap the table.
Ding!
Congratulations master, triggering the side quest, completing the table slapping with someone for his wife, rewarding Ru Lai Divine Palm 10th rank, and a prescription for the strengthening body elixir.
What? This works too.
What a pampered wife milking system. Lin Chen this does not pamper his wife cannot, it seems that in the future also be a little better to the system.
The system sensed Lin Chen's thoughts and was happy, that's it. If the master is a little better to Xiaodi, Xiaodi will choose the best task for the master, absolutely not wrong. Lin Chen froze, fine.
Xiaodi, from today onwards, what you want to eat, what you want to buy, just say it.
Xiaodi, I'm a system, I don't need to.
Humph.
Lin Chen, then how should I treat you?
Xiaodi, if you're good to your wife and baby, you're good to me. After I'm bound to you, I'm their intention, and will receive your love for them.
The deeper you love, the more awesome the system will be. Lin Chen, roger that.
Juk.
Rudraksh Palm 10th Order.
This time this Luo Badian shouldn't be a match for himself. I wonder how many moves I can use against him to fuck him up. Over here, Lin Chen's words had completely touched the hearts of the two men of the Luo family.
Good. Good. Elder Luo said 2 good words in a row. Luo Badian also slapped the table and stood up, good.
Just for your words, I cannot pursue this matter of mire. But I think you are a martial artist, I want to spar with you, I don't know if you dare to agree.
Bat Ian. Elder Luo exclaimed in shock. How much strength his own son had, of course Elder Luo knew.
It wouldn't matter if this kid could carry it off, he was afraid that he would really punch someone to death. Before Luo Badian could answer, Lin Chen waved his hand, no harm done.
I'll answer the battle.
Ding Xiaoya carefully tugged at the corner of Lin Chen's coat. Lin Chen comforted in Ding Xiaoya's ear, don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not sure of.
The venue was arranged by Luo Badian.
On the side of the venue, on one side were Lin Chen's family and friends, and on the other side, the Luo family's old man and Luo Mei.
In the middle of that martial arts hall, Luo Batian was dumbfounded, while Lin Chen stood still in the same place without moving in the wind or rain. Let's begin. Let's get started. Don't hurt the peace. With a command from the Luo family's old man, the two sides had already entered the dueling time. Ding Xiaoya, hubby. Cheer up. Dabao, poop. He he. Bao, poop-o. Sanbao, poop. Fourth treasure. Lin Chen looked back at them and his heart was even more filled with strength. Then he shouted at Luo Batian, "Come on. It's not manly to be afraid of death." Humph. Luo Batian snorted coldly, then struck out with his fist. Boom. A body flew out backwards. But Lin Chen didn't move. The one that flew out backwards was Luo Batian. Surprisingly, it was Luo Batian. Boom. He fell heavily to the ground, blood spurting out of his mouth. It looked as if he had been heavily injured. Before Luo Batian fainted, he shouted, "How is this possible?" Right. How is it possible? Everyone was stunned. Originally thought it was a one-sided result now. Also right. It's one-sided. It just went the other way. Lin Chen. You seriously injured my father. Luo Mei glared at Lin Chen and hurriedly pulled out her cell phone to make a call. No need. Carry him to the bathroom. Lin Chen fed Luo Batian a strengthening pill without leaving a trace, then nodded to Luo Mei. Luo Mei that was deeply benefited by this pill. Look at it, this skin, this face, it's like water can drip out with just a gentle pinch. TSK. Anyone who looked at this Luo Mei would look at her a few more times. It was the woman on the side who took her daughter's hand and kept asking questions. If Luo Batian hadn't been knocked down, that woman would still be asking questions for half a day. Lin Chen cast a grateful look at Luo Mei. Keeping the face residing pill a secret was an affirmation of him, Lin Chen. Senior sister Luo had also looked away after this calamity. He had a wife and child, so he wouldn't bother him anymore in the future. Maybe it was not bad to be friends. Luo Batian was carried into the bathroom and came out alive again not long after. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen. I have an errand for you, can you accept it? Facing Luo Batian's inquiry, Lin Chen didn't immediately say yes. I have a wife and child, so let's make it clear. 1. Dangerous things are not done. 2. Things that hurt the world are not done. 3. Things that are meaningless and a waste of time are not done. Aha! Luo Batian and Elder Luo looked at each other and nodded their heads. It seems that Mayor really didn't look at the wrong person. You're a dragon and phoenix among people. It's Mayor who doesn't have that blessing. At this time the three roommates even bravely chimed in, "Report, Chief. The three of us are single." This is too bold, isn't it? Among them, Luo Mei walked up to them and swept a circle. Can you resist a beating? If you can't, don't be a smartass. With that, Luo Mei punched the sandbag next to her, which instantly dented in. Hiss. If a person was punched, he would probably die. Forget it. Forget it. It's better to save your life to pick up other ladies. This rose with thorns, it is better to leave it to those who have the strength to pick it. Seeing that Lin Chen did not directly reject Luo Batian immediately felt that there is a game, went forward and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Follow me. Ding Xiaoya was uneasy and kept pulling on Lin Chen's coat. Lin Chen gave Ding Xiaoya a reassuring look before he unwillingly let go. The two entered a room alone. Luo Batian opened the door and said, "There's no need to talk about my identity. As long as you agree to join, I can disclose it to you at any time. But if you don't agree, forgive me for not being able to confess to you. It seems to be secrecy. But the only ones who can keep it secret in China are those organizations." Phew. To be honest, Lin Chen was a little excited. After all, fighting for the country and working for the people, this was the belief that every Chinese person had engraved in their bones. Now that there was such an opportunity, of course he didn't want to miss it. And of course, he didn't want to do anything fearless. What are the conditions? Lin Chen asked coldly. Usually when entering such a department, either the requirements were extremely high or there were all sorts of prohibitions, and for someone like Lin Chen, who didn't like being tied down, it was definitely difficult to accept. It's better to ask first, and then withdraw if it doesn't work. Luo Batian replied in a domineering manner, "This time it's me who invited you, I don't need any conditions from you." Ha! So it's him who is the main focus, then don't blame me for being impolite. So Lin Chen turned his words around, "But I have conditions." Chapter 57, Joining the Divine Dragon Army. Luo Badian seemed to have anticipated that Lin Chen would have a request as if he had already done so, and accepted it quite openly. Say it. As long as I can make a promise. I definitely won't hesitate and will definitely fulfill you. At this time, Luo Badian that was in love with talent and was eager to absorb Lin Chen into the team he was currently going to form. You can't interfere with my life at any time, including not disturbing my family. This is natural. Luo Badian nodded his head in agreement. Also, I can only work for you guys if I promise. This one won't. You will be the captain of this team, so you don't need to do missions often. Luo Badian thought about it and replied. Captain? It was unthinkable that Luo Badian would give himself such a heavy burden. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Luo Badian came out of the room one after the other. Ding Xiaoya immediately greeted them, husband. Lin Chen took her hand, don't worry. Everything was going in a good direction. After they each went home, Lin Chen then said to Xiaoya, in the future, I will be a member of a secret organization in Huaxia. What? Ding Xiaoya exclaimed, will that be dangerous? Will we still have the chance to meet in the future then? No way. Hubby. Baby and I can't live without you. I don't need you to be a hero, I just want you to be the hero of our family. Okay? Go return this tomorrow. We're done. Lin Chen hadn't expected Ding Xiaoya's reaction to be so big, but this also showed just how much Ding Xiaoya cared about herself. With the sliver of peace that she had managed to get, Ding Xiaoya didn't want to go back to that state of bringing up 4 children by herself. That was really too tiring. And now that she had something to rely on, she really just wanted to rely on this shoulder and never leave again. Hee. Are you worried about me? Lin Chen asked with a smirk. Ding Xiaoya blankly glanced at him, her small foot lifted and stepped on the surface of Lin Chen's foot, humph. Who cares, I'm just afraid that the kids don't have a father. Oh? In that case, I'll move out tomorrow and live outside from now on. You dare? Hee. I wouldn't dare. Why would I want to go out when I have a wife and baby here? Also, my identity must be kept secret, you're not allowed to tell anyone, including both parents. Lin Chen put away his smiling face and said seriously. But Ding Xiaoya skimmed her mouth in aggravation. She really didn't want to lose a life like the one she had now, she was really tired, and she really needed to have Lin Chen's loving care. Fear not. There is me. I'm not going anywhere, don't worry. I'm very free. Lin Chen held Ding Xiaoya in his arms and carefully comforted her. Chun Mei and Xiaoshan carried the child into the baby's room, trying not to disturb them. The 4 bodyguards also each went to their posts and did their duty. Lin Chen picked up Ding Xiaoya as he entered the room, and the 2 of them sat on the floor next to the bed. Xiaoya's was right next to Lin Chen, her head leaning on Lin Chen's shoulder, the 2 of them gazing out the window, admiring the moonlight outside and talking about what was in their hearts. This was the first time they had ever spoken out of their hearts other than when they had first corresponded with each other, one deep in love, the other gentle. The more this pair talked, the more relaxed they became, the more they became immersed in their love for each other. At dawn, as the sky dawned, Lin Chen carefully carried Ding Xiaoya to bed, covered her with a quilt, and then quietly left, taking the door of the room with him, and came to the study alone by himself. Yes. Lin Chen hadn't closed his eyes for the night, nor could he sleep. This was because Luo Badian had given him a mission to win this baby supplement Great God tournament, and to uncover the spies hidden in it, and when the time came, there would be relevant people to arrest them, and there was no need for Lin Chen to show up at all. Lin Chen was already the captain and coach of the Divine Dragon Army, and in the future, he would obtain the mission from Luo Badian, and then he would go and give orders to his team members. It was that simple. But right now, the thing to do was to study the opponent. For Lin Chen, winning the championship wasn't the problem was finding out the spies from these competitors. There were 5 people's names written on the book in front of him, a list given to him by Luo Badian. The 5 people on it were the opponents who were participating in the baby supplement Great God tournament this time. These could all be famous chefs in China. It didn't occur to me that spies had already invaded in our lives, it was truly abominable. But what is the target of this spy? To infiltrate this baby supplement God tournament, his head wasn't wrong, was it? With that, Lin Chen shook his head, he didn't need to think about this, as long as he could lure the person out, as long as he won this Great God tournament, the other party would expose themselves. Fine. See you in the baby supplement Great God tournament. The grand tournament was 1 week away.
There were no preliminary rounds in this kind of tournament, they were directly invited and then the final round started directly. So there weren't many chances left for these contestants, only 3 chances on the finals. The one who gained the most points in 3 times, then whoever won. There were 10 contestants, apart from Lin Chen and Fatty Wang, there were 8 others, and these 5 people given by Luo Batian were just suspects. Anyone could be a target until it was clarified, so all Lin Chen had to do now was to confirm the names of those remaining 3 people. Lin Chen came out of the study, everyone hadn't gotten up yet. Lin Chen looked at his watch and saw that it was only 6 o'clock, it was still not too late. So he dug into the kitchen and clanked to burn breakfast. Only after Lin Chen had put soy milk, eggs, bread, donuts, egg cakes, and buns on the table did Chun Mei and Xiao Xiang come out of the room stretching their legs.
Lin Xiao.
Sorry, I got up late. Xiao Xiang scratched her head in embarrassment. Chun Mei, however, came to the table with a big grin and picked up a donut and stuffed it into her mouth.
Snap. Chun Mei's hand was slapped by Xiao Xiang.
Chun Mei immediately bowed her head to Lin Chen and admitted her mistake. I'm sorry.
I really didn't do it on purpose. Am I the kind of person who was unkind? Obviously not. At this moment, Ding Xiaoya came down from upstairs and saw this scene, so she asked, "What's wrong?"
"Nothing."
Realizing that she had done something wrong, Chun Mei's entire body was in bad shape. Even if Ding Xiaoya asked again, they just lowered their heads and refused to squeak.
Ding Xiaoya had no choice but to ask Lin Chen, "You say, what's going on?" At this time, Xiao Xiang spoke up, "It's not about Yun Lin. It's that the breakfast that Lin Xiao burned was so appetizing that Chun Mei didn't even wash her hands, and since none of you have eaten yet, as a nanny she ate first."
Phew. So that's how it is. I thought it was something. You just want to eat breakfast, don't you? What's the big deal? Chun Mei. It's okay.
Eat when you're hungry in the future, you don't have to wait for us, really.
Ding Xiaoya's words touched Chun Mei and Xiao Xiang. It's a blessing to meet such a good employer in this life. I have class in the morning, you guys stay home and take care of the baby.
Ding Xiaoya picked up a bun, a piece of egg cake, put it into a bag, and ran out.
Don't be in a hurry. There's still time. Lin Chen looked down. I'll go. This is going to be late.
If he was normally late, he'd be late, but today was different.
If he was late, it would be the same as Lin Chen giving up on the exam and automatically admitting defeat. It's better to hurry up. Wait a minute. There's still one thing left to accomplish.
The foot that stepped out of the villa retreated again.
Chapter 58. A genius once in 100 years.
Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. It was the fact that he hadn't greeted the baby before going out. Lin Chen's mind was filled with babies ever since he became a baby daddy. Even looking at them one more time made his entire mental state different. It's that even if you're in a bad mood, when you see them, you'll be refreshed.
Look, the babies are waving their little hands, waving at Lin Chen. Big baby, poop. Giggle. Second baby, poop. Woo woo. Third baby, poo.
Fourth treasure. Suddenly Sanbao wiggled his butt and a wave of heat filled the air. Chun Mei and Xiao Xiang covered their noses and fanned the air with their hands.
Oi! Stinking again.
Lin Chen changes Sanbao's diaper again.
Ding! Completed the companionship sign-in. Rewarding 500 nappy points.
500 points awarded in one go, and the points increased by 500 points.
Among them, favored wife points, 1,000. Milkmaid points, 688. Points, 1,688. Hee.
Now that he was rich, the higher these points were, the more powerful Lin Chen's heart was. Favored wife points and milkmaid points could be used to exchange for items. Points could be used for eye of prediction, consumption.
Hiss. There were still 10 minutes to go before I was late.
Today seemed to be the deadline for the high math teacher's quiz. This was the day that the high math teacher was going to take revenge, so I thought that this paper wouldn't be easy.
If I'm late, I don't know what the high math teacher will do. I was lucky that I didn't run into a traffic cop on the way.
The moment Lin Chen's foot stepped into the classroom, the bell rang just in time.
Phew. Good, hang on.
Chi Mushu on the podium looked at Lin Chen coldly and said faintly, "You're late."
Late?
Doesn't exist, at most, he stepped in at the right time.
Lin Chen didn't care and found a seat. Beside him happened to be Old 3, only to see Old 3 lowering his voice. Old 4, why are you just coming? It's been one lesson since the exam, only one more to go. Are you sure you can pass? What? Isn't the second class the high math class? Lin Chen's voice was a bit loud, and it startled Qi Mushu. Don't talk, if you talk again, you'll be kicked out of the exam room. Don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Some people can't take the test, so just admit defeat. The big deal is to fail the exam. It's not embarrassing. Qi Muddle looked at Lin Chen triumphantly. Good for you, Qi Muddle, you're really old and cunning. He even mentioned the exam to start in the first class. Does he think that if he shortens the time, Lin Chen, won't be able to take the test? One lesson, complete all the questions as usual. Lao San disliked Lin Chen, his eyes blinking. Only then did Lin Chen notice the test paper on the table and flipped it open to count it. I went. Good for you, Shi Dufu, to play dirty. Not only did he advance the time, he also increased the content of the paper. Almost twice as much as usual. Then look around, one by one, they are writing hard, sad face, it seems that the time is too late. Not to mention myself, even they probably don't have enough time. In that case, then let's show you the real schoolmaster. Only to see Lin Chen fully concentrated, the pen in his hand was like his own long legs, flying and sliding on the test paper. That clear and timeless handwriting left not a single superfluous stroke on the test paper. This? A ghost drawing? Qi Mushu's first reaction was that this Lin Chen had gotten mad at himself and started scribbling on the test paper. But 5 minutes had passed, and Lin Chen was still tirelessly writing. 10 minutes passed, and it was still the same. 30 minutes passed, and Lin Chen finally stopped the pen in his hand and placed it on the table. Finished? This is the end of writing? Qi Mushu curiously walked forward to look at Lin Chen's test paper. Boom! Lin Chen slapped one palm on the table. It startled everyone. Lin Chen! What are you doing? If you want to take the test, go on, if not, turn in your paper. Qi Mushu was also startled by Lin Chen and immediately took out that serious look to scare Lin Chen. Oh! This young master is not scared, what do you pretend to pretend? Lin Chen spoke without haste, since it's a bet, a third party must judge the papers, it's only fair and just. You're a student, I'm a teacher, is it wrong for me to read your papers? Qi Muddy was infuriated by Lin Chen, blowing his beard and eyes. Brush, brush, brush. The surrounding students stopped their pens in their hands and started to watch the fun. There is no mistake. But you, as the party who bet against me, have no right to look at my test paper. You? Qi Mushu pointed at Lin Chen with one trembling hand. However, he decided that Lin Chen couldn't pass, and a smile slowly returned to his face. So what do you want? No matter what. Find someone to witness it. Lin Chen paused for a moment. How about Principal Zhang? No way. Qi Mushu's first reaction was to reject it. The last time Principal Zhang's office was favoring this guy, who knows if they're in cahoots. Just as he was about to refuse, Principal Zhang, who happened to be passing by the door, poked out half his head and asked, "Need my help?" No. Qi Muddy's first reaction waved his hand. Principal Zhang came just in time. Lin Chen increased his voice, I'll bet against Mr. Qi. If I pass this test, he'll get the hell out of Jianghai University, if I don't, I'll leave Jianghai University myself. What? Principal Zhang was shocked in his heart, this Lin Chen was so sure? In case he loses, isn't this an embarrassment to himself? Since this exam paper was produced by Qi Mushu, the chances of passing were much smaller. Hey, this Lin Chen is still young, Qi Mao is still young. This Lin Chen is still young, but Qi Muddy is an old fox, it's normal to be counted. I hope I can calm this storm with my old face. That's good. I'll be the go-between. Call Old Hu from the math department. Let him decide whether he wins or loses this bet. Since Old Hu was called in, and Principal Zhang was the one who stepped in, Qi Mu just gently shook his head and had no reason to refuse. Not long after, Old Hu received a call from Principal Zhang and ran into the classroom with his ass in the air. Principal Zhang, are you looking for me? Can you see how many points this test paper can get? Principal Zhang pointed to the test paper in front of Lin Chen's desk. Old Hu put on his presbyopia glasses and carefully corrected it on the podium. At the beginning, he frowned. This made Gas Muddle happy. It must be that this Lin Chen filled it out haphazardly at the beginning, huh? This time it's a sure win. But that old who immediately changed into another face. The more he corrected, the richer the expression on his face. Half an hour later, the old who took off his old glasses and walked excitedly to Principal Zhang. Genius. Genius, ah. Our Shanghai University finally has a once-in-a-century genius. Genius? Once in a century? This old who is not confused, right? She is confused. He came forward to look at the 100 points. How can this be? Obviously he spent the night to collect some difficult problems, biased questions, some even out of the textbook. How did he do it? But he immediately laughed again. Haha. This paper of mine is 180 points, and I only scored 100 points, so of course I didn't pass. Lin Chen, what else do you have to say? What? What? Chapter 59. I have someone above. Old who will again, that old glasses on, huffing and puffing. This is which teacher out of the volume? Why not use the 100 points of the score, so that I give points to give the wrong? This paper all right, that is 180 points. And write a red 180. Then said, this is which teacher out of the paper? Not only is it not in line with the content of our teaching now, but it is also difficult to understand, and even some off topic. It's just nonsense. Which teacher in my math group is it? I will not let him go. He didn't know, that person is the Chi-Muddy in front of him. And at this time Chi-Muddy, that is a face of embarrassment. In his heart, he was unconvinced. How could it be? Even if Lin Chen was more powerful, he couldn't have gotten all those questions right. It's impossible. Chi-Muddy grabbed the test paper from old whose hand and looked at it question by question, beads of sweat falling from his forehead. How is this possible? This is impossible. Old who on the side even incited the fire. There is no such thing as impossible. It seems that this Lin Chen student is indeed powerful. Principal Zhang, I suggest that we should negotiate a contract with Lin Chen student in advance. Cough cough. Principal Zhang used a cough to remind the mouthy math team leader old who. At this time, Chi-Muddle's eyes were filled with anger, and he looked like he was about to lose his mind. This was going after Lin Chen's test paper. How shameless. Lin Chen was quick on his feet and grabbed the test paper, handing it to Zhang Xiaocheng in one piece, and then asked, Principal Zhang, there are some people who are unconvinced by their bets and still want to go back on their word. I don't think there's a need for Shanghai University to keep such a person, right? This principal still has some concerns. It's just that by this time Chi Mushu had already lost his mind and pointed at Lin Chen and loudly rebuked, impossible. Lin Chen must have cheated. Cheating? So Principal Zhang checked Lin Chen's position once, not even a book, not even a note. How could this be cheating? How could this be cheating? Chi Dumu's head was a muddle, so he pointed his finger at the students. Lin Chen must have copied them. Copied them? It's really not easy for him to think of that. So Principal Zhang asked old who to call all the teachers of the math group and spend half an hour reviewing all the papers of 100 students. As a result, none of them passed, not to mention perfect scores. Impossible. Impossible. Chimu shouted as he rushed out of the classroom. Gone? Principal Zhang. Old Hu shouted. Principal Zhang held out his hand to stop Old Hu from continuing, then said to Lin Chen, come to my office, and Old Hu. Principal Zhang's office. Principal, I think. Stop talking nonsense. What level has Lin Chen reached? The two old men muttered in whispers, and from time to time glanced at Lin Chen, who was sitting on the sofa and snapping his fingers in boredom. I can't say exactly, but there is one thing, it's definitely better than any other person in Shanghai University. Old Hu pushed the old glasses and said seriously. Really? Including you and me? Hiss. So powerful. You should know that the entire Shanghai University was evaluated on the LQ at first, and the entire school on Principal Zhang and Old Who reached 130 belonging to the best of the smart people. That means Lin Chen must be above 130. Hey, I said, are you done? Are you done? Nothing, I'm leaving first. With that, Lin Chen stood up from the sofa, opened the door and walked out. Inside the office, Old Who grumbled at Principal Zhang for a while. It's already this time, why are you still hesitating? One old fool, one young and promising, what are you worrying about? Principal Zhang stood up and handed Old Hu a cigarette. Old Hu helped him to light up, and then inhaled a mouthful. I'm worried about the power behind Chi Muddle. Who? The Chi family. The Chi family? Which one is the Qi family?
Old whose eyes are wide open.
Yes, it is.
The Qi family that Principal Zhang is talking about is the Qi family, the #1 family in Zhanghai City.
And Qi Mao is one of them.
So many years, Zhanghai University let Qi muddy in the inside of the lawlessness, which the Qi family's deterrent force cannot be underestimated.
Now the dilemma has come. Either choose Lin Chan or choose the Qi family.
Old Hu and Principal Zhang glanced at each other. Principal Zhang helplessly shook his head. Now there is no choice. Lin Chen donated the school to run Jiangda Technology Company 400 million.
What?
Old Hu's presbyopic glasses almost fell to the ground. $400 million? This is money, not straw paper.
It seems that this young Lin Chen is not simple.
At this time, Lin Chen walked aimlessly around the campus. In his mind, he speculated about what choices Principal Zhang and Old Hu would make.
Just in case.
At this time, a loud noise came from not far away, and there was a familiar voice in it. How many times have I said that you are not allowed to wear a skirt or a hairpin in class?
Have you forgotten?
A bald man reprimanded in a serious manner.
Ding Xiaoya responded coldly. Director Lu, I can wear whatever I want.
Does the school have a rule that teachers aren't allowed to wear skirts? Besides, I still have these safety pants in here. It doesn't affect my image. You're deliberately picking a fight.
Director Lu's eyes narrowed as he sized up Ding Xiaoya, and his mouth let out, TSK. Is this provocation or verbal blasphemy? Anyway, Ding Xiaoya couldn't bear it. Director Lu, please show some respect, or else.
Or else what?
Do you think the schools believe me, or do you?
Hiss.
Another threat.
Of course they believe me. At this time, Lin Chen couldn't listen no matter what. Seeing Lin Chen appear, Ding Xiaoya was overjoyed and ran to Lin Chen and jumped into his arms. Hubby.
Hiss.
This husband made Director Lu envious and jealous. The goddess he had been thinking about for years was plucked for no reason. He really couldn't swallow this breath.
What kind of person? You also dare to meddle in the affairs of my music department?
Director Lu said furiously.
Lin Chen. Ding Xiaoya's husband, do you think you're qualified to interfere? Husband? Who knows what the relationship is?
Director Lu responded in a conspiratorial manner.
Snap. A fiery 5 fingerprints were printed on his face.
Lin Chen was known for favoring his wife. How could he allow him to be slandered like this?
A slap was still light. I think you don't want to be the director anymore. Go home.
Lin Chen said coldly.
Drive me away?
Don't worry, even if Principal Zhang loses his position as principal, I may not. I will return this slap tenfold today. Director Lu covered his face with one hand and shouted with one finger pointing at Lin Chen.
This seems to have power behind it again. Director Lu. I see that you don't want to work in the school anymore.
Principal Zhang happened to be chasing Lin Chen and was passing by when he happened to bump into him.
Being bumped into by Principal Zhang, Director Lu simply broke down and clamored loudly, What do you dare to do to me?
Let me tell you, I am covered by Miss Qi Muddy.
Do you know who is behind Mr. Qi? Qi Mu? It seems that this Director Lu is the henchman of Qi Muddy.
It seems that it is time to make a decision.
This matter ends here. Principal Zhang snorted coldly.
Old Hu, who was on the side, wanted to continue to play up a bit, but was pulled away by Principal Zhang.
Principal Zhang.
You let go, I have to teach those lawless guys a lesson. Old Hu huffed and shouted loudly.
Chapter 68 camera was installed at the door. Enough. Can you beat Director Lu, or can you single tier with Qi Fu? Facing Principal Zhang's questioning, Old Hu lifted his old glasses and quieted down. Yes.
At his age, it seems like he can't beat those 2 old foxes.
No way.
We can't let this evil force in Jianghai University continue to erode this pure land.
But Old Hu is not willing. We really should make a decision.
Principal Zhang closed his eyes and slowly nodded his head.
Drive out the Qi family's forces in Jianghai University.
Old Hu happily clenched his fist.
He had a hard time not punching Director Lu just now.
It's time to say no to the Qi family. I don't believe that the Qi family, really dares to turn the tables with Jianghai University.
Principal Zhang spoke with a righteous face. Lin Chen carelessly interjected, There's nothing they can't do.
Since Principal Zhang has this determination, I, Lin Chen, as a donor to Jianghai University, and as an investor in Jiangda Technology Company, I have the responsibility to eradicate this big family for you.
Hiss. Principal Zhang only wanted to resist, but he didn't say eradicate.
Right now, Lin Chen opened his mouth and said that he wanted to eradicate it, which scared Principal Zhang enough to stare at Lin Chen for a long time. It was only after a long time that he said one word, good. Anyway, there was no turning back, and according to the Qi family's nature, there was no difference between turning the tables on them and eradicating them. To do something big, Principal Zhang bet all his chips on Lin Chen. Don't startle the snakes first, wait for the baby supplement Great God tournament to end, then come back to clean them up.
Lin Chen explained.
At the moment it was still the baby supplement Great God tournament that was the most important, and the Qi family couldn't be fucked over in a day or two, it needed an opportunity, so there was no rush first. Moreover, Lin Chen vaguely felt that he might be able to meet someone from the Qi family in this competition. Lin Chen dragged Ding Xiaoya back to his home and found that Chun Mei and Xiu Xiang had taken the children out. The two of them then looked at each other and both guessed what each was thinking. Lin Chen picked up Ding Xiaoya in his arms and headed towards the bedroom. Just as he picked her up, the baby's voice came from the doorway. The two looked at each other and smiled helplessly. They were back.
Oi!
Lin Chen helplessly put down Ding Xiaoya, who had a red face, and nudged Lin Chen with her hand. Then both quickly went downstairs to greet the returning babies.
Hee. So you guys are at home. I was looking for my keys and you guys came to open the door.
Chun Mei rummaged back and forth in the pockets of her clothes. On the side, Xiu Xiang was more aloof, not saying a word, just carrying San Bao towards the inside.
Key? Could it be that this big-hearted nanny had forgotten to bring the key?
Lin Chen's eyes looked towards that gate and suddenly opened the eye of prediction.
Two sneaky people were holding a bunch of keys, trying to open the gate of Lin Chen's villa.
Ha! It wasn't that they didn't have them with them, but that they had lost them or had been stolen by thieves. But fortunately, all 4 bodyguards were following, so nothing happened to the baby. While frowning, Dee reminded him, Master, why don't you take a stroll through the System Mall?
Right.
So in the System Mall, Lin Chen fell in love with the surveillance camera. So he used 10 points to exchange for a set of equipment, 2 cameras.
Installed one at the door and one in the living room. Xiao Chen, what are you doing?
Honey, I'm adding to our security, so that I can be the first to know what's going on in the house, so that I can be in full control of the baby's safety and be able to rush back at the first opportunity.
Ding Xiaoya didn't take it seriously, instead thinking that Lin Chen was being redundant.
It was a bit difficult to get into the neighborhood here, and besides, there were 4 bodyguards at home, so I believed that the baby was safe. But if Lin Chen wanted to do this, let him. It took Lin Chen half an hour to install the 2 cameras and adjust their positions, and he downloaded an app from his phone to synchronize the images. Just like that, no matter where Lin Chen was, as long as he took out his phone, he could control the situation at home. There were still 5 days to go before the start of the competition, and Lin Chen still had one thing left to do, which was to confirm the other 3 contestants for this competition. Honey, I won't be eating at home, I'm going to make a trip to Senior Sister Luo's place, Lin Chen greeted Ding Xiaoya.
Senior Sister Luo?
Ding Xiaoya's face was a bit unnatural. After all, that Senior Sister Luo was interested in Lin Chen, and now that Lin Chen was going to her, there wouldn't be any chance of them being able to get along with each other. Lin Chen saw her hesitating, and went up to comfort her. Wife, don't worry about it. I'm going to find her to ask about the baby complimentary food Great God tournament, don't think too much about it.
Humph. Am I that petty?
You are still not quick to go.
Go early and come back early, the baby is waiting for you to come back and wait for you to breastfeed.
Ding Xiaoya beamed and stomped her foot.
Breastfeeding? Isn't that a woman's business?
Lin Chen subconsciously looked down at his chest.
I'll let you be a hooligan.
The chest was given a small ping punch by Ding Xiaoya. Of course Lin Chen knew that she was jealous, but there was nothing he could do about it unless he didn't go to know the information about it. There were 3 other people whose information had to be known, otherwise even the opponents you didn't know, how could you go and win the match, and the key was to lure that spy out.
Nasty spy. Of course Lin Chen wouldn't say these words to Ding Xiaoya, he couldn't lead the danger to his family. Could these 4 bodyguards protect the family?
This was the first time Lin Chen asked himself. The system had also said that as long as they didn't run into an innate expert, the 4 of them should be invincible.
But China was so big, how could they be sure that they wouldn't run into an enemy who was an innate expert?
Still unable to be careless, an inexplicable sense of crisis rose in Lin Chen's heart. This feeling had risen from the moment he had promised Luo Batian to join the Divine Dragon Army. Because Luo Batian told him some information that he once did not know, for example, the top 10 innate masters of China, for example, the 4 hidden families of China, for example, the evil forces eyeing the baby of China, for example. Some information that he had never heard of before, which caused Lin Chen to be terrified and uneasy. Master. There is no need to worry, as long as you remain calm, they are no match for you. Make good use of your eye of prediction, it will avoid all future disasters for you. System Shao Di comforted Lin Chen in this way. Right. I still have the system, and eye of prediction, afraid of a bird. Today, Lin Chen drove Ding Xiaoya's car. He stepped on the gas pedal of the red Porsche Cayenne and rumbled away. Looking at Lin Chen, Ding Xiaoya had a smile on her face. She could see that Lin Chen cared about himself, and she could also see that he had covered for this family and quietly paid for it. She herself would quietly be the woman behind him who silently supported him. Hello? Wife. What are you waiting for? Don't go home yet. I don't know where the voice of Lin Chen came from. Hiss. Ding Xiaoya shivered. Where did that sound come from?